Okay. It says we are currently streaming at 1080p, 60 buttery frames per second.
Are we
And
really?
yeah, well, it says we're at
Amazing.
24 megabit
Yep.
streaming using the H.264 codec, most likely not the hardware accelerated one for some reason because my CPU is overloaded apparently. But that's okay. Overloaded CPUs need work too, you know what I mean? So currently, yeah, using our use Video Ninja. I hope you guys are all having a fantabulous Saturday. I do believe today is the
So far, so
2nd
good.
of December, the year of our Lord.
Tis.
What is today? Oh,
Second.
is it? It is? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's the second.
All right. So we are heading into the month of bearded guy who sneaks into people's houses and harasses their children for milk and cookies.
Ha.
Uh
Secretly.
my son is now 13 and he's starting to figure out the whole game. He's starting to put things together. You can only keep the illusion alive for so long. I think he's
That's pretty
figured it
good.
out the other
13.
night. Yeah. Yeah. That's I mean, that's a good age to like, completely figure it out.
Yeah.
He's been figuring it out for some time now, but I mean, I think he's completely figured it out now where it's like he comes in and he says, You're Santa. He'll say, Mama's
Right.
Santa, you're Santa. Like, I know you're Santa. Hey, could you tell Santa? He used to be like, Hey, could you ask Santa to get me something for Christmas? Now it just come to us and be like, Hey, Santa Mama, hey, Santa Daddy. It's like you can totally tell the jig is up, right? So I just look at him now. I'm like, man, it's so cool watching kids grow up. Like it
Oh,
is
yeah.
just, oh man, it's a view of the world that you'd never get if you didn't have children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or at least be around them. Like they don't even have to be your kids. Like if you just grew up in a household that had children and you watched them grow up, I think you'd have a similar effect. But like being a parent, you definitely see like every single little thing that changes from like their smallest little goo goo gaga all the way up to them manipulating you into doing shit. And you're like, wow, that was like some mental gymnastics and it worked. And I'm one of those parents where it's like my son's on the spectrum. So like when he does stuff that's like really normal, that like warms my heart. It's like, oh my God, like he's like figuring it out, right? Like
Yeah.
it's really weird sensation. And so he'll corner me in a conversation. And I'm not used to that from him because he used to just always take everything I said like as law, right?
Right.
Now he's
Yeah.
like questioning things and he's
Good.
getting and it's great. It's like he'll
Oh, man.
catch me on something and correct me on it, and I'll be like,
That's
"Oh my
awesome.
God, you're right, dude. You're totally right." And he loves that feeling. I can tell right now he's probably going to be a teacher of some kind
Right.
because he definitely has those teacher vibes. And before anybody says, "Oh, he can't be a teacher because he's on the spectrum," I bet you 90% of the people you know and interact with, including your boss, is probably on the spectrum. Like,
What
like,
does
like,
that got to do with it?
literally,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised, man. People are assholes. It's like, dude, there's so many people on the spectrum. They just don't advertise it.
Or
It's a
heck, don't
really
even
really
like
common
know.
diagnosis, huh?
Really, or don't even know, really.
True. Like how many people get diagnosed? Like me, I haven't even been diagnosed. My dog, I've had 3 people tell me I should be diagnosed because I'm like, wow, man, I share an awful lot of traits with my son. I didn't know those were traits, of being on the spectrum. Like, really? That seems
Yeah.
normal to me. And then I'm like, wait a second, maybe I should get tested. I
Right.
do plan to at some point. I just don't got the money for it right now because I would like
Yeah.
to know. I would genuinely like to know because I think it's important to know where
That's what I
like
feel
where you're
about.
at to figure things out.
I
Go for
feel
it.
about that with the ADHD thing. Like, I'm glad that I found somebody who listened and like I got properly diagnosed and stuff, and like the meds are helping and all. But I would love to be able to like take a test and say yes, like your brain does not produce enough dopamine, and here's the proof. You know what I mean? Rather
Yeah.
than just they're saying I'm quiet.
Oh, you're quiet. Okay,
A
here, let me
couple
get.
people,
Hold
a
on. Let
couple
me
people.
give me a level.
Level, toasty
Okay, yeah,
toast. Hello,
you are
hello,
quiet. Let me bring you up.
toast.
I will pull your
Hello,
level. Okay, go ahead.
hello,
Okay, go ahead.
hello, hello.
Okay, you're still not that high. Here, let me
Why?
bring me down. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. I mean, I put you up at 200. Could you pop yourself
Hello.
up just on your side a little bit?
I'm up pretty high already.
Are you?
Yeah, I pretty much almost maxed.
For some reason, and Video
Yeah.
Ninja, I've got you at 200%, and I've got
Hello.
you turned all the way up on desktop audio. Oh, you know what? I know
What
what
if
it
I
is.
do this? Is this better for all of you?
No, for some reason you can't even get over negative 25 dB. Why? What shit's going on here?
Hello.
It's not working. You're actually hitting a peak. You're hitting a ceiling.
Ah!
Yeah, no matter how loud you are, you can't get over 21. Okay, let me see if I can fix this.
That's
Okay, so
that's strange. I mean,
Rodecaster Pro, and let me turn up the volume to 100% and see what happens here.
this is weird.
Oh shit! Ow! 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 Let me turn you back down. I think I found the problem.
They're
Hold
saying
on.
like he has yet to change volume at all.
Hold on. He will stand by. I forgot that that OBS uses the same volume as Windows System Mixer. So I got to go into Windows System Mixer and I'll turn them up. Okay, go ahead and give me a
what
level.
they're saying that did it.
There you go. I got you.
Hello. Oh,
Toast.
Hello, toast.
All right,
Toast.
we should be pretty
Four
level
reds. 4 reds. Okay.
4 reds. I see 4 lights. I don't know if you're a Star Trek guy.
Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, you have? Okay, cool.
Oh yeah,
cool.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you got the reference because that's a good ass episode. All right, so everything good down in chat? Can somebody
Puppet 007 love the purple Santa? Are they for sale? They are not. My mom made this for me.
Wait, what are they talking about?
My hat.
Oh.
And she made it accidentally really, and I just happened to try this. I'm pretty sure I've done this before, but it does happen to fit over my headphones like perfectly fine. This is great. Like I'm not stretching this out at all. Like there's still like it's not stretchy. There's no like elastic or anything, but like it's big. And
I think it looks fantastic.
This is gorgeous. I love this fabric. I think the strips might be a little big, but it's all good. I love this so much.
I think it looks fantastic, bro. Fantastic.
So thank you for the $5, Me Puppet 007. I'm sorry they are not.
Damn.
It is not a sailing thing.
Knee Puppet gave us some walking around money for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was nice of him.
Purple's my favorite color. Me too.
Actually, I'm becoming fond of purple. Like it used to be for me, I was a black and white kind of guy where people would be like, "That's not a color. That's that's an intensity of light." And it's like, no, white.
Shut up.
White is on the spectrum. Damn.
Are we talking pigments? Are we talking pigments? Are we talking light? Are we talking like there's a difference between like I'm not talking about light here. Okay, purple light. No, I'm talking about like colors, pigments, like fucking paint and stuff. And black and white are tints and shades. No, it's a color. Like,
it's like simmer your ass down.
You think Bob's gonna tell you that fucking black is not a color? No.
Actually probably wouldn't be surprised because internet, but no, I do actually get quite a few people that tell me that black is not a color.
€10 from Lois Lurso. Thank you very much. Nice to catch you live. Mostly I watch the VODs. I am
Tuscapara Party.
I'm okay. I might mispronounce this, but yeah, Tuscaparati, I would say.
Tuscaparati. Hey, which one's
the
closer?
The double A implies to me a bit of a like North Indianish kind of thing,
so
maybe Pakistani.
Tuscaparati. Oh,
holy shit! 1,000 czars. What the fuck is a czar?
That's a lot of czars.
That sounds cool, man. I usually watch the VOD, but while I'm here, let me give you a bit of support. Hey,
yeah.
What's 1,000 czars? Holy cow! Oh, South African rand is what that is. Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Appreciate the Emerald Mine money. That's super cool.
Yeah, we actually like some of that money too. We thought Elon's dad got it all, so it's nice.
I've heard mercenaries. I heard a lot of mercenaries come from South Africa. I don't know how true that is. I mean, that's probably just like a movie thing.
All right, hey,
that's amazing. We need some gas on that one. That's a lot. 1,000 czars is a lot.
A lot of czars.
That's a big one. We need lights and smoke on that. Yeah, dude.
Oh damn. Okay, well, we need. Hold on. Is my smoke machine gonna work today? Hold on.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need buttons. I need real buttons. The touch portal thing's too inconvenient. I know it's only like, open the app and make sure I'm on the thing, but it's too much.
I like to touch things. Like
you know what?
Like a nipple would be no fun if it was just flat and smooth.
Yeah, right.
It's like there's gotta be texture. There's gotta be something to grip onto.
8-bit dough, right? The guys who make the like special controllers and stuff. They have a keyboard that's like done up in the old Famicom or NES kind of look.
That would
and
be
it comes with a separate thing that's got 2 big red buttons on it, like the original Nintendo controller. And they're like, it's like fully programmable. You can do anything you want with the buttons. Like that'd be cool.
How much is
2 big buttons? It's like $100, I think, 110 maybe.
Okay, that's not bad. It's like mechanical switches too.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
If it's got mechanical switches, $100 ain't bad at all. Like anything that's got like authentic mechanical
87 keys, so it's 10 keyless.
Oh, and Amazon has purple Santa hats.
Oh, nice.
Whoop, whoop. Oh,
nice. Of course they do. Of course they do.
Match. How much are they? I might go add one of those in my cart to be all festive.
And there's like little $100 for a
what's
10
it called
keyless. The 8-bit dough, 8-bit dough, DO.
Oh, I see. It's a DO, 8-bit dough.
And it's wireless or wired. Like you can do 2.4G wireless or have it plugged in.
I just watched a video of this like a month ago.
I like it a
was a
lot.
dude that had this. I thought he made it.
I should tell my lady that she should get this from you for Christmas. I'm like a hard shopper because I'll either buy shit for myself when I feel it, or
That it right there. Like,
probably.
This is cool, man. I want one. So yeah,
That's the one.
8-bit DOE retro mechanical keyboard, Bluetooth 2.4 gigahertz, USB-C hot swappable gaming keyboard, 87 key, dual super programmable buttons for Windows and Android. So that's cool. So those two little buttons there, you just plug that in, and each one of those is like a macro. You can just make it do whatever.
Yeah.
Oh god, that would be so neat for live streaming, especially if I can map one to like the smoke machine. Right. And one to just making all the lights wig out. Just like one makes the lights just all randomly wig out, and the other one just does the smoke. That'd be cool, because then people could see it on camera, me slamming it, on the desk, instead of seeing me do it out of frame. I have quite a few things that aren't wired up right now. Like, people don't realize, man, this used to be a professional operation before I lost it, right?
It's cool, man. It's a work in progress.
It is. So this is 3 pedals. I'll pull it up as high as I can. Can you see that? Okay, so this right here is 3 different pedals that I can put on like 3 different macros.
That's rad.
So and they're clicky too. They're like mechanical, so I know if I clicked it or not, I get feedback. Then I have another pedal here on the desk that I'm just using with my hand right now, but it's supposed to be under the desk. This right here is plugged into my DMX controller, and I can map this to an action. So when I click this, it'll change a profile on my DMX controller that changes how everything reacts. So like if I want all my lights to flash when I do light commands, I can push this down. If I want the smoke machine to just blast me for 30 seconds, I can click this and put it into one mode, hit the button, and it'll do it for 30 seconds. So think of it like a case switch on your keyboard, right? It changes the character itself, right? But it's the same action. And so oh wait, does this come in a wired one too, this keyboard? Oh, it's got a wired and a
Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or you can have it plugged in.
That's awesome.
Via the cable.
Hey, this is what's cool. And a lot of people I don't think use this function, because I didn't for the longest time until it just like clicked into my head one day. So I have a Corsair portable keyboard, right? Like a wired or a wireless portable keyboard. If you notice, most of the cordless keyboards and the mice have 2 functions. You can either flip between Bluetooth and 2.4 gigahertz with your dongle, right? They'll usually come with a dongle. Like all the Corsair things come with a dongle. Well, what I realized was, can you switch between those? Like, do you have to just pair to one or pair to the other, and that's the end? No, you can pair them to separate devices. And so in my room, I have one paired to my computer, and I have the other one paired to my cell phone. So if I want to like type, tweet messages or whatever on my desk, I can just lay the phone down in front of me, grab my little lap board, and just type away on my lap board on the phone. And then if I want to control the computer, all I do is function key 5 or whatever, and it flips to the other dongle. And now I'm controlling the computer, and I can basically it's like a KVM switch almost. So I freaking love that. And then what you can do is you can take the phone and broadcast the phone to the screen using AirLink or whatever it is, or whatever Apple's thing is. And then when you switch to the phone, you're controlling, you can do split view. So I have like Apple TV in one box on my screen, and then on the other box I have my computer. So I can literally switch between the windows and control my phone on the TV or my computer on the TV. And it's super helpful. It's super helpful. Like if I do live streaming in the bedroom, which inevitably I'm going to have to do just because of my health.
OnlyFans.
But when I do that, OnlyFans. How many czars would you pay to see my data? But when I do that, I think it's cool that like technology is going to enable me to still do a lot of really cool things. Also, hey, cool news. Do you know HD Robotics is sending me their new robot arm? So
I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, it should be here in a couple of days. I got to hit them up and just get a tracking update. But they're sending me. So if you guys remember way back in the day, I used to have a robotic arm on the channel. And the robotic arm was my primary camera would be on a robotic arm, and I could push various different buttons and stuff, and the camera would navigate around to different positions. So like if I want you guys to see my hand on the keyboard, or so you see my hands typing on the keyboard while I was doing like type racer, I'd hit a button, and the robot would literally like I had a producer would back the camera away from my face, rotate it around, and put it down over the keyboard. And then if I wanted to show you what the weather was like outside, they'd pull the camera back, pan out, and go stick it out the window so you could see what the weather was outside. If you wanted to see what was inside of my computer, it could pan over into the side panel of the computer and look in there. It was really cool. People absolutely loved it. And we did like funny shit. Like I even got banned for 24 hours because I taped a knife to it. People if they tipped enough, it would come over and do this. It would just, back and forth try to stab me. But I mean, really slow, and it had no force behind it. So people loved it. But then unfortunately, one day when I turned it off, I didn't turn it off. I laid the arm down on the desk and left it plugged in. And so it was pushing into the desk continuously for like 3 days. And it burned out one of the servos, like the cheapest servo on the tip. Literally, I could have fixed it this whole time for about $20 and some soldering. But what they told me is they have a new arm now that is way stronger, way faster, way more precise. It's almost all carbon fiber, like 3D printed carbon fiber with like steel core wire running through the 3D print. And so they said, yeah, we'll send you this, and you just throw your old, shitty V1 robot that we gave you that was cobbled together out of multiple color 3D printed parts, send that back to us and we'll display it in our office. So my old robotic arm will be on display down there, and then I'll have their new one here pretty soon.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm pretty excited about that. Am I still mining Ethereum? No, unfortunately, Ethereum isn't profitable for me anymore.
Well, they moved to proof of stake
Yeah,
like a year ago, I think now.
yeah,
Right?
it just wasn't profitable after
Yeah.
that. Like, even when you like, the only way it would still be profitable is if your power was like 1.5 cents or 2 cents a kilowatt hour. But here in Washington, we're like 12 or 13 cents per kilowatt hour.
Oh,
So
at peak. Yeah.
you'd be
Cheap.
burning money trying to do that. And then what they would do is sometimes you could still mine Ethereum even when it wasn't profitable, because you could mine a shit coin like Monero. So you could
Doge.
just shut or even Doge, right? For a while you could mine Doge and do that, and then you'd convert it in the exchanges because they would give you a better exchange rate on it than you mining it directly. And so at one point I can't remember the name of it. There was a service that I used online. I don't even know if they're still around. But what they would do is they'd take a cut of your total mining bandwidth, like 10%, which just sounds like a lot. But I always made more money with them than mining myself, because what they would do is they'd monitor the market. They'd look at what every coin was selling for, like multiple times a second. And whenever a coin would like go up in value, they would automatically shift all of your mining power off onto the other coin. They'd get as much of it as possible. And then when it was about to plummet or whatever, they'd go in and dump it and then switch it to a different coin.
Nice hash.
Nice hash. That's what it was.
I use that because like you're basically renting your I don't know, it's like folding at home kind of a thing. Like it's just distributed computing. You're renting your time and you're getting paid. Like you'll mine whatever the person paying you, you're gonna mine whatever they tell your system to mine, and you get paid in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And that was great, man, dude. At one point I was making like $100 a month.
Yeah, I'd like to make people understand something that I think gets lost a lot when it comes to crypto mining. Is people are like, why do you mine crypto when you can just buy it? Like, because it sells and purchases like around the same price, universally.
Sure.
So like, why wouldn't you just buy it? And the reason that you don't want to buy crypto is because the second you buy it from somebody, it's traceable from that moment forward. Sure. When you mine it from the system, it's literally blinking into existence. And as long as you only associate it with a new wallet, which NiceHash would do, by the way. NiceHash would literally just take the coins, like every mined chunk of coins, you could have it put it in a different wallet. So you'd have a new wallet, and then you could reference all the wallets together. So that way, if you did something with one wallet, it wasn't connected to the rest of the wallets. And so the whole idea of mining is, if I can set up an operation that mines 10,000, Bitcoins a day or whatever, sure, I could buy the Bitcoins and I'd save the space and I'd save on heat, but those would all be traceable tokens. If I mine the tokens myself, there's no way for them to know where the tokens were physically mined. They don't know who they belong to. The wallet that they're associated with doesn't have any other thing associated with it at that point in time. So it's basically just a virgin wallet. So unless you go and do something like buy something that's directly connected to you, that allows them to unfold that and trace it all the way back, until you do something dumb like that, is completely untraceable. So think of it as like laundered money, right? That's literally what it is. It allows people to launder huge amounts of currency. Because the other thing you can do is say you have some dirty money. Well, you just take that and buy a bunch of Bitcoins with it, right? Now you got a bunch of Bitcoins that were bought with dirty money. The government can't freeze those assets unless they're held by some, government exchange that they control. But anybody can just, hold their own coins on their own computers. They don't need to use an exchange. Because remember, you don't have to sell it and transact into money. You can't just trade coins to people for shit like directly. Like you can say, I'll just put my coins into your wallet. You don't need exchanges and stuff, right?
Right. Yeah,
so if you're mining, every coin that you mine, you can barter with somebody else without nothing pointing back to you, unless you order something, have it shipped to your house. Then there's going to be a trail of custody. But that's why people do it. It's like, yeah, if you go mine 10,000 Bitcoin or whatever, those are 10,000 Bitcoins that you could literally spend on anything. And as long as that's not a physical thing that comes back to you. Exactly. As long as it's not a physical. Well, the problem with Silk Road, though, unfortunately, and this is how they popped a bunch of the guys, was on Silk Road, you go on there and it's like, yeah, okay, you bought some crypto or whatever anonymously, best you could, like, or let's say you mine some crypto, because they even recommended that you mine crypto instead of buying it. So you mine the crypto, you go there, you buy your little illicit substance or whatever, and then it ships to you. The problem was people were literally having it shipped to their front door. And then what would happen is the DEA would find these things coming through the border and be like, oh, this is a package going to somebody's house. So instead of just taking it and throwing it in the garbage and be like, oh, they'd forward it on to you, sit outside of your house and wait for you to come out and pick up the package. And then if you didn't immediately come back out of the house and like put the package on the porch, like, oh, this isn't mine, and reject it, and then they break into your house, basically check and see if the box was open. And if the box was open, they'd be like, nope, you opened the box, you knew what was in there, and then they'd get you to talk, and they'd be like, you're going to jail for a long time.
They do that with people coming over the border and stuff too. They're like, oh, this truck, we know this truck has got some stuff in it. We're gonna let them go, but we're gonna follow them, see where they go.
Yeah,
and then get the delivery, like, or the the recipient.
I mean, it's not a bad idea if you think about it. I mean,
I love watching.
It seems a little skeezy, but like if you can take the little fish to get that bigger fish, that's gonna do more good. Why wouldn't you do that, right?
Yeah, man. You follow it up the fucking chain.
But my problem with like them constantly going after places like Silk Road is, don't get me wrong, Silk Road had a lot of shit on it that was like, there's no good use for it.
Hiring people to kill people and stuff.
Seriously, like hitmen, fucking suicide at home kits or whatever. I mean, just all kinds of just really crazy, creepy shit. But the DEA never cared about any of that stuff. They just went after the drugs. That's all they cared about. Like none of the other stuff was just icing on the cake for them. All they cared about was the drugs. And it's like, you realize most of the people that are going on these sites and buying the drugs aren't just like teenage partying people. They're people that can't get their prescription meds.
Right.
The single largest medication, like of all the medications that were sold on Silk Road, the top selling medications were the prescription meds. Like literally for like blood pressure and
I believe it.
And like Alzheimer's and stuff like that, like shit that's too expensive to get here, but in another country's pennies on the dollar. Like when I had my deep vein thrombosis operation, they put me on a drug called Eliquis. It was $550 a month for 30 pills. So think of that, $550 for 30 pills. You have to take one pill a day or you die, basically, because if you don't take this medication, the blood clot will basically starve your brain of oxygen. You'll die. So you have to have this medication, or the alternative is you can pay $30 a month and then you have to stab yourself in the stomach every day with a needle and inject yourself with a substance that's basically rat poison that eats away at the tissue and makes it turn black and blue. And it's gross. I had to do that for the first month. I was like, never doing that again. So I was like, why didn't they recommend Eliquis to me right out of the gate? Why did they recommend the other one? Oh, because they looked at my insurance and my insurance didn't cover Eliquis, so they didn't even offer it to me as an option, right? They're like, oh, his insurance doesn't cover it, so he's not going to use it. But then I was like, I wonder if I could get this medication cheaper online, like if I just illicitly imported it, right? So I went looking around. I don't have to illicitly import it. All I have to do is go across the Mexico border, like literally just go across the Mexico border, walk into any pharmacy on the street, which are everywhere, and I can buy that drug over the counter for $50 for a month's supply, legally. Like legally, I can do that. So that's in our country. It is a 10 times, not percent, 10 times markup, right? Like think about that. That's 1,000% markup. So it's like all I do is walk across, and it's manufactured here, by the way. It's not manufactured in Mexico. The drug is manufactured here, exported to Mexico, and even exported to Mexico, they're making a profit selling it for $50 for a 30-month supply or 30-day supply. Here in the United States, where it's actually manufactured, where they literally have, the shipping is the cheapest, I have to pay $500. And that's all just because of insurance stuff. But I was like, man, when I saw how bad like medication costs are like jacked up, or like semaglutide, that medicine the diabetics need, so they don't need as much insulin. Semaglutide, because all the celebrities figured out that it can make you lose weight really fast. $1,200 a month. Just like
the Ozempic stuff. It's supposed to help you with your diabetes. And
Ozempic, semaglutide. It's like a couple different names. They all have the same drug in them. And this drug, it's always been expensive, like since it came out, but it skyrocketed. It's like 2-3 times expensive as when it first came out, because you can't find it. Like the demand celebrities have put on it, because it does work. Like you basically take a pill a day. Crazy. You don't do anything. Like you could literally live your life. You literally just lay down and watch TV and just stuff your face as hard as you could for 30 days, and you'll lose like 30 to 40 pounds if you're somebody my size. I tried it for an entire month. I lost 30 pounds, gained 63 back. The reason I had to stop taking it, though, is it had really bad side effects from my other medications, and I still haven't shaken the side effects that I had from it. So I couldn't continue taking it, but I couldn't continue taking it anyways because I had a sample. I had a free sample, right? There's no way my insurance would cover it. I can't afford paying a fucking iPhone every 30 days for a weight loss pill. That's so stupid. I worked it out. It was $37 a pill. Imagine that every morning you wake up, you have to take your it's like people wake up and have their like $4 coffee. Could you imagine if you went to Starbucks and your coffee was $37 every morning? Like that's just, it's ridiculous, man. D-Pat said my girlfriend takes Humira. Ooh, I've heard of that. It's like $12,000 a month. Oh my god!
Without the insurance, that's a big one. Yeah,
that is just nuts, man. And the funny thing is, I'd say like that's crazy. Like that's got to be the most expensive medicine ever. No, I've seen more expensive medicines. Like for instance, my mom who died, back in 2010. Oh God, she's been gone for a long time. Doesn't feel like it. So 2010, my mom passes away. She was on a cancer drug when it was in medical trials. So it wasn't even like a drug that was like publicly available for this use. They were using it off label under a bunch of, signing a bunch of NDAs and shit. It was called what is it called? Sutent. Sutent was the name of the drug. And it was this really effective, cutting edge cancer treatment. And it's actually approved today because my mom is one of the medical trials that actually got it approved. Even though she passed away, it wasn't from the medication itself. The medication actually did its job, what it was supposed to. Now today, it actually is used for treating renal cancer and in a couple different types of cancers. And that drug for my mom was $16,000.
That's insane.
For 4 pills. You literally took 1 pill every 7 days with this medication. And it was a package of 4 pills that was 16 grand. And so she obviously she didn't have the money to pay for that. So it was a medical trial. So they gave it to her for free in exchange for her not holding them accountable if she dies or whatever. And she had to agree to let them gather as much information post-mortem as they wanted if something went wrong. And so this medicine, no shit, showed up like it was a collector item edition thing that you'd order for your bookcase. Like I shit you not. Like it showed up when the medication showed up at our house. It was like a box that had a wooden box in it. Like you opened up the cardboard box, a wooden box slides out that's like this polished, like knurled wood or whatever. Then you flip the top up, and when you flip the top up, the medication actually gets lifted on like a little pad that's like rigged to the hinge mechanism. And it's got the medication. Each pill is in its own glass little display case. I was like, I'm like, what the fuck? This medicine is so expensive, people can't afford it. And they're putting another like $500-600 into the display of it, right? Because they're guessing that like super ultra wealthy people are probably taking it. Or maybe it's because they're still trying to shop the drug around to doctors and they want to like make it look all super pretty. But when I saw it, I was like, holy shit. Like why? What's the point? It's a medication. It should just come in a bottle. You pull a pill out and take it. You shouldn't have to like open a box and the thing lifts up and like music plays in the background. Oh, you got to open up your little box, pop a pill in. It even like dispenses like a Capri Sun that's like perfectly cooled with like a Peltier cooler in the bottom of the case. It wasn't that bad, but it was still pretty freaking bad, And it's like when I saw that, I didn't know what to think. I was like, this is weird. Like this isn't medicine. This is like gimmicky, and I didn't think it was going to work, but the medicine actually did work really, really well. Balia Brand, thank you for the $33.
Hey,
absolute legend.
That's awesome.
I know, right? You're like, yeah, give him a squirt. Here, give him a little UV too. It's too bright in here for the UV. I got green. I got blue. I don't even. Oh no, that's UV. Oh, there we go. I got red. I got green. I got blue. I got double red, double green, double blue, and I can reverse them. How cool is that? Do like the cops are coming? It kind of looks like it. Or accidentally dropping the pill somewhere dirty. Could you imagine dropping a $4,000 pill on the floor and it like goes under the cabinet? Like you'd have to get it. It's like worth more than your wedding ring.
Oh, dude.
Have I heard of the carnivore diet? I have. It's very similar to keto. It's like an even more basic.
Dre's heard of all of the things.
I've heard of it's true. I've heard of all the things. Here, let me get it out of the way for you. I've done keto. Keto almost killed me. So before you go on keto, make goddamn sure that you actually talk to your doctor about it, because keto is absolutely terrible for a lot of reasons for a lot of people. It doesn't mean that it can't be used as a tool though. Like a lot of people, you can use keto as a booster, but you don't want to do keto long term. There's a million reasons why your biology is not set up to do that. So keto's a no-go for me. I didn't do the carnivore diet because it was too closely related to the problems that I had with keto, which was the purines building up in my blood causing gout attacks, gout flare-ups. And let's see, I've done fasting, I've done a liquid diet, the problem with diets though is it doesn't matter how much weight you lose, you'll gain it all back and more if you can't 100% stick to it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's got to be maintenance, right? It's got to be something you can stick to.
Yeah, it's like if you want to lose weight like super duper fast, you also have to have another plan at the end for some sustainable way to come out of that and not just gain it back. Yeah. And the scary thing is every diet I've ever gone on, I've always gained back more weight than I lost. Always, like in a shorter period of time than I lost it. And the reason being
That's
is
shitty.
because I'm really successful at losing the weight by just reducing the caloric intake. But then everything else in my life suffers so bad that I eventually hit the tipping point where I'm like, okay, I hit my goal, I get off, and then I go back to being normal again. But then my body's not used to being normal anymore. So now I'm gaining weight where I didn't before.
Yeah.
Like if your body is used to, 3,500 calories a day or whatever, and you're actually burning that with activity and you're doing that, then you'll stay that weight, right? That's your weight where your body will want to stay. Well, if you
Right.
go way down and starve the shit out of your body for a long time, and then you go back to eating like you did at 3,500, you will start gaining weight like a motherfucker and even shoot past that number that you were stable at before. It's really bizarre. Like human biology is not as straightforward as people think. Like literally 2 people can have completely different metabolic curves that can change like their caloric intake. Like people are saying, oh, just eat less calories and you'll lose weight. That is true relative to you. Like if you eat less than what you normally do and you do the exact same amount of exercise, or you will lose some weight. That's science, right? However, if your metabolism, if you have a metabolic disease, like hypothyroidism, or anything like that slows down your metabolism, then what happens is it's less about what you eat than when you eat it. So, like, for instance, if you eat something, your metabolism crashes out. People that have thyroid issues, their metabolism takes so long to warm up. Or a normal person, it's like, boop, 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 oh, body needs energy, and it just goes right up. Instead, you'll get this like really, really, really slow climb and then a fast crash. And what'll happen is if you eat anywhere near the end of that crash, if you eat early trying to get energy, you don't get the energy. It takes forever for it to kick in, even if it's sugar or whatever. So then what do? You eat more of it. And then when it kicks in, you overdo it. And so it's so you really have to like know your body and know your metabolism and everything. You can't just do what the other person's doing and expect the same results.
No, I mean, it's good to try stuff, figure out what works.
Always try stuff. Yeah, definitely always try something. The reason I say consult a doctor though is because a lot of the damage that I did to myself was avoidable. Like for instance, had I, the sad thing is my doctor was the one that recommended keto, but to be fair, it was my surgeon that did my thrombosis operation and not my primary care doctor, who said later that had he known that doctor put me on keto earlier, he would have pulled me off immediately, knowing my medical history. So this is another one of those things where it's like all my information's in a computer system, but not everybody uses the same computer system. So like where I assumed all my doctors had my information, they didn't. They all had different shit. So once we figured that out, they pulled me off it immediately and I started to recover. But what it caused was I had so many uric acid crystals in my joints and in my fingers that it did proper nerve damage. So now my fingers, I can't feel the way that I used to, like they feel somewhat numb, like almost like I'm always wearing gloves. When I wake up in the morning, I can't make a fist because my hands are so inflamed and my forearms are so inflamed. And it doesn't matter how much allopurinol I take now, I still have problems with gout now because ever since that damage happened. So if I could go back, I would be like, no, do not do keto, stay the shit away from that. Don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And then the other thing was I did the most successful diet that I ever did. I lost 38 pounds in 1 month and with no medication or anything. And all I did was eat Cheerios and skim milk. That's it. Nothing else. Just because I worked at Microsoft, they gave us free skim milk, right? So I just grabbed a bunch of it, take it home, stick it in the fridge. So all I did was eat and drink skim milk and nothing else for a month. And I lost, I think it was 32 pounds because I was trying to win a contest for money with all these guys. And I still lost. Some other dude just like chugged prune juice and like shit out half of his body weight. And, I mean, he looked like he was gonna die by the end of this. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna kill myself for like a $500 car detail,
No way.
So by the end of this thing, I had lost 38 pounds, but I also developed a disease called scurvy.
Yeah.
Same disease pirates get.
Scurvy.
Yep. Apparently there wasn't enough vitamin C, even though it says on the box, like with added vitamin C, the Cheerios. The Cheerios did not have sufficient vitamin C, so I developed a vitamin C deficiency, and it made me look completely flush. It made it look like I didn't have any iron in my blood. And it made me like really lethargic and really like tired, and I felt sick all the time. And so that's why I ended up going to the doctor after this thing. It was like to the day after I lost the competition, I was like, okay, go to the doctor. Oh, what have you been doing? What have you been eating for the last month? Oh, Cheerios and milk. And the doctor's like, you fucking idiot. He's like, dude, he's like, man, you've got like mineral indeficiency. Yeah, and man. So he did a blood test, and sure shit, my vitamin C was like way down in danger zone. And so he had to put me on like these crazy horse pill vitamin C's that were like 50,000 units a day or something like that, twice daily. And I felt so good after like a week. I remember I took those pills for like a week, and I felt like Superman.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I lost a bunch of weight, because I've lost weight so many times in my life. Like I've probably lost more weight than I actually weigh. Like seriously,
Right.
going
Like
back and forth.
over time, I've
Over
actually
time.
lost weight, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you want to count it, it's like, yeah, I'm 380 some pounds today,
On the
but I
net.
probably lost 600 throughout my life. But the other one that I lost a lot of weight on was ephedrine. Do you remember that gem back in the day?
Oh, dude, that's literally speed. Like, come
Yes,
on,
it is.
ephedrine. Like,
Yeah.
that's why they had to change the formula of Sudafed and stuff, because it had pseudoephedrine,
Yeah.
and now like you can still get that kind, but you have to go. It's like a weird
gotta get it
pseudo over the
behind the
counter.
counter.
You gotta go
Yeah.
through the pharmacy to get it.
Right.
The stuff off the counter, they changed the formula so that I mean, it's a meth thing, but
Yeah, you can literally convert it directly to meth. It's like
yeah.
you can do it with like a 2-liter bottle, like a couple of chemicals, a couple shakes, and just let that thing cook off in your pocket, and you
Mhm.
basically end up with a crude form of methamphetamine.
Yeah.
So, and that's why you have to now sign a piece of paper and show your ID in most states to get
Dude, even just for the
Sudafed
regular
over the
stuff,
counter. Yeah.
they'll card you for
Yep.
the regular stuff,
Yep. It
which is
happens
weird
all the
because it's
time.
like, bruh, nobody's doing that.
Yeah, so I because I need Sudafed in Mucinex D for my sinuses.
Yeah. Yeah.
So because I need a CPAP to breathe and I have a nasal interface, like even when I'm sick, I have to keep my nasal passages clear. So I have a whole regiment that I figured out over the years where there's no amount of sickness that I cannot overcome with these medications to allow myself to breathe easily through my nose. So I don't ever have to worry about stuffy nose. But it took me a long time to figure it out. Like it's quite the kit. I should almost do a YouTube video on it. Like, you guys want to, but again, you don't want to advertise shit to other people because it might not work for them. What works for you and your metabolism and how your body works might not work the same
Yeah.
for somebody
Yeah.
else. But me personally, what I found worked the best was a medication called Afrin, not the Afrin D, not the Afrin Night, just plain old shitty ass Afrin. It'll open up your sinuses no matter how packed they are. The problem is though, is it
the spray
damages
or
the
the pill?
sinuses. The spray.
Yeah, this is the spray.
The
Yeah.
spray. You just
Yeah,
basically,
you go too hard on that stuff. It
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. That stuff, any of those sinus and nasal sprays, man,
Yeah.
have always been great for me.
Yep,
But
clear
yeah, I
clear you
wouldn't
up,
want to
like
do that a whole
within
lot.
like if you've never taken it before, like 30 seconds, you're 100% clear from full stuff. Couldn't even get any air to go through either a nostril. If you're used to it and you've had it a lot off and on throughout your life, then it can take up to about 5 minutes. But even at its worst, like 5 minutes, it'll clear you up entirely, and it'll keep you clear for about 8 to 12 hours per dose. The problem is and doctors even call it nasal crack, because if you use it more than 3 or 4 days, you become dependent on it, because then your sinuses will just clog up even though you're not sick, and then
Yeah.
you keep using the Afrin to make it go away, when in reality, if you just stopped using the Afrin and kept the stuffy nose for 3 or 4 days, then you'd be fine. Your sinuses would heal. Well, I found a way around that, and my hack around that was to use something called Flonase. So there's an it used to be prescription, now it's over the counter. It's called it's a steroid, and a nasal steroid called Flonase for allergies. It's an allergy medication. And I found that and I didn't discover this. I found it online, I tried it, and it worked really good. If you give yourself a squirt of the Flonase before you give yourself a squirt of the Afrin, so you're like Flonase, and then follow it with Afrin, it doesn't do as much damage to your sinuses. So when you come off of it, it's not as hard to get off of it.
Interesting.
Like you'll get over the stuffiness really, really quickly, where sometimes it can take like a week of you just being miserable to like get completely off the Afrin if you've been taking it for like a month solid. But I found the Flonase, actually, I don't know what it does. I don't know if it's like preventing the tissue from like getting tore up or doing something to undo the inflammation because it's a steroid. But that actually helped a ton. And then every week do a nasal saline flush, like literally just open it up with the Afrin to get your sinuses as open as humanly possible, and then just get yourself a neti pot or nasal saline that you can just squirt out of the bottle and just flush out your sinuses. Like tilt your head, put it in one nostril, have it so it comes out the other nostril, do the other side, and just drain your nostril with saline. And if you do those things, you can keep your sinuses open no matter how sick you are. Like you could literally have the worst allergies. You could be like, just coughing and sneezing all the time and just barely able to like get any air through there. And you can keep them open like 24/7. And so that's helped tremendously with my CPAP compliance. Like, for instance, I've not missed this. I thought it was crazy. I had to look at the CPAP. My CPAP says I haven't missed a single day in almost 6 years. So for 6 years, not a single day. Now, there are some days in there where it says that I did miss it, but you can tell I didn't, because the next day shows 2 sleep sessions of multiple hours. I stayed up past midnight, right? Because I'm a night owl. But if you look at it, number of sessions for number of days, it's exact. I have every single time I've gone to sleep for the day, whichever time I pick and call my night, I've worn that thing. And so my compliance is basically 100%. and a lot of people struggle to get a compliance that high. So obviously I figured out something pretty damn good. And I love my CPAP. My CPAP's absolutely awesome. Great piece of technology. I can't wait till they start integrating AI and shit into this stuff. Like, could you imagine like an AI CPAP? Like right now, the CPAP uses a little algorithm that's like, okay, you missed a breath, so we're gonna try to push a little bit more air to try to, you know, coerce you into taking a breath, right? And they got like these little algorithms they can do depending on whether it's a CPAP or a BiPAP or whatever. They can change these algorithms. What if it
Mhm.
was an AI algorithm where it could go between being a CPAP to a BiPAP and even not even being either, just providing, you know, cool airflow? Like if you could have an AI that just monitored your body, like every metric it could get from you, right? Like how you're moving on the mattress, your breath, the moisture content of your breath. I mean, put a
That'd be
probe up
cool.
your butthole that can measure your body temperature accurately, whatever, right? You give it all this data, and the CPAP literally can figure out how to give you exactly the right amount of air at the right speed, at the right dose to maximize every breath for oxygen. That would be awesome. And I hope to see that, you know, in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
Irene said, I've
Yeah,
never
that'd be
managed
nice.
to get used to the CPAP. How do you stand it? I got to give people this pep talk. Okay, first off, I didn't succeed the first time I got a CPAP. I got diagnosed with a severe sleep apnea the first time I got diagnosed about 15 or 16 years ago. Okay. I went in and did a sleep study where they put me in a bed. They stuck all these little things all over my head. Dude in the other room through the two-way mirror was like watching me
Mhm.
creepily
Mhm.
sleep. And, you know, next day I wake up, they go through all the sensor data with me. They show me that I stopped breathing an average of 58 times a minute. Like
Jeez, man.
legitimately missed a breath 58 times in an hour. It's like there's only 60 minutes in an hour. So you're
Yeah,
saying
that's
I
like
stopped
every minute,
breathing
basically.
almost, yeah, exactly, right? And so they played it
Damn,
back and
man.
they said my longest time without breathing was 47 seconds.
Damn.
I stopped breathing without knowing, without being aware of it for 47 seconds. I did not exhale.
Hmm.
And I was like, what the shit is wrong? So they said, okay, this is where the CPAP comes in. What the CPAP's going to do is you have something called obstructive sleep apnea. So I don't have the apnea where your brain doesn't tell you to breathe. For that you need something called a BiPAP.
Okay. Okay.
What I have is obstructive sleep apnea. What happens is if I relax my throat too much when
Oh,
I
yeah,
sleep
yeah.
and I sharply inhale, because the apnea will make you go like that
Yeah,
really
you're
fast.
almost swallowing your tongue.
It does. It collapses your throat. Your throat will physically
Mhm.
collapse, and then the pressure, the negative pressure from your lungs relaxing, will hold your throat closed, and you're effectively underwater. You're drowning.
Yeah.
And so what the CPAP does is it pushes a burst of pressure down your throat to overcome that, to equalize it, and your throat will open up again.
Hmm.
And so with the CPAP, my best compliance has been 1.1 events an hour, which means I stop breathing, you know, for a small period of time for 1.1 times an hour, and its average is like 2.4. But you can see that's a clear improvement over 58. And I felt so great after getting used to it. But here's what Irene is talking about. The first time everybody gets a CPAP, and I swear it's almost everybody. It's rare to get somebody who just puts it on and loves it right out of the gate. You put it on and you're like, there's no way I can live with this thing. A week later, you feel so exhausted. You're fighting the machine. You're waking up 100 times a night with the feeling like you got a brain slug on your face. It is really, really difficult to get compliant with. You have to basically force yourself every night to just go through the worst sleep you've ever had. And it feels
Ugh.
counterproductive because you're like, at the end of the week, you're like, I feel like I'm dying. Like I didn't feel this bad before. And you're like, something's wrong. This is natural. Your body wants to fight any mechanism that is trying to help you breathe. Your body wants to do it. It doesn't want something else doing it. So the best way to get compliance is, one, try multiple masks, right? Something as simple as just going from one mask to another can make it infinitely easier to get used to.
Yeah.
Even if you're a mouth breather, try a nasal mask. If
That's
you're a
me.
nasal breather, try using a
That's
face
me.
mask. Like, don't use
That's
the
what
ones that,
kills
yeah.
me. For
So-
some reason,
Yep.
when I'll be chilling on the couch and like kind of propped up in the corner. I'll pass out, no problem. I can
Yep.
breathe, you know, with my mouth closed, just normal operating day. But like as soon as I fucking lay down, it's like my
Yep.
nose swells.
It's because the blood
Like,
rushes up to your head. Same thing happens to the ISS
ah,
astronauts.
and
So when
like,
you lay down, your blood pools in your head, and then that extra
yeah,
blood volume basically makes your membranes expand in your sinuses.
okay. Cause like, man, it like I've thought about like mouth tape, you
Yep.
know, like or sleep tape or whatever and stuff. And yeah, man, it's like my brain is telling me that I'm not getting enough air through my nose. Like
Yeah.
even if I am clear, like, oh man, I'll get the nose strips, and I got these ones that have like a lavender eucalyptus thing, because like it does feel like congestion almost, and that it
Yep.
does clear it out quite a bit. But then even then, when I'm like clear and
Yep.
and breathing fine, it still is like, it's like, dude, you're not getting enough. You're
Yeah.
not getting enough air into your freaking lungs, man. And it freaks me out. And so I have to like just a little bit have my mouth open. It freaks me out.
I'm talking to my doctor about getting an oxygen generator.
Unless I'm tucked up like, zero G style, like 30 degrees up, or like I'll smoosh myself into the corner of the couch and fall asleep and it's fine. But like if I'm laying down, I can't. It's like I'm holding my nose closed. It's awful.
You know what you should try? If you have some Afrin, just give this a try one night, even if it's clear, even if your sinuses are clear, give yourself a squirt of Afrin, lay down, see if you still clog up. Because I've actually had the same thing for my whole life. Whenever I lay down, my sinuses get packed up and they just get kind of, you can't breathe very cleanly through there.
Yeah.
The Afrin even made that go away. Like even when I didn't have any other sinuses problems.
Because man, it's caused me to snore. Yeah, my mouth open and then my jaw relaxes. And
dude, my snore is nuclear. They recorded my snore when they did the sleep therapy, and it sounds like I'm choking.
My lady has recorded me on a couple times.
I do this thing where I'm like, I'll go, and then I'll go.
Yeah, it's like you're swallowing your tongue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And my wife sees it and she's like, oh shit, I thought you were dying. Like she used to like shake me to wake me up. Like, oh my God, are you okay? Like, cause I freak her out so bad when I fall asleep before. It got so bad at one point that I made sure that she always went to sleep first because I didn't want her to see me sleeping because I knew it scared her. So I just wanted her to go to sleep first so she'd be out like a light and then I could do
That's
it.
Right? Yeah.
And then in the morning when she
wakes up, it's fine.
Yeah. And then if she wakes up in the morning and I'm doing it, she can just shake me and wake me up and then she leaves the room and we're good. But with the CPAP, zero snoring. You can't snore on a CPAP. It's not possible. So because CPAP keeps your airway open. The other thing is like I was saying earlier, even if you think like I'm not a nose breather, the nasal appliance changed me. It took now, granted, it took me a week.
It's like
of
the little
sleeping. Yeah. It just literally has two pads that sit against your nostrils. It only touches here, doesn't touch anywhere else. Only touches here, and then the straps go around and touch just slightly here as they go around the back of your head, and it just holds light pressure. And then there's a light hose that comes off the front of it that goes to the machine. So there's nothing pressed against you. It's literally you just have contact with your nose, and it just disappears off your face. Like when you close your eyes, it's like it's not even there.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
And that's what I like about it, is because the face masks, just having something touch around here and touch around my mouth and stuff. I have a hard time getting to sleep because I literally feel like something's touching my whole face, and it drives me nuts.
Freaking you out. Yeah, like you're like, oh man, it's like
here. I'll show you the one I use. Right? Let's see here. CPAP. It's the ResMed CPAP nasal pillow. Let me see if I can get a link. Just if there's anybody in here that does. Well, I know tons of people in here use CPAP therapy. Let me see if I can find it here. It's called the ResMed AirFit N20 is what it's called. The ResMed Air 20. Let me see if I can find one that's for sale here. That's a replacement kit. Oh, and you can buy all the parts for it separately, which is kind of cool. You don't have to buy the full mask, which can be like really expensive. You can actually just buy like the individual parts. It's made out of like 4 or 5 different parts that you can just buy as they wear out. All right, I found it. Let me get a copy. This is it looks like they've actually updated it. I'll have to look at this one. This looks exactly like mine, but it looks like it has a couple bells and whistles. Mine doesn't. Oh, this is a third-party knockoff. That's why it looks different. I mean, it honestly, it's not going to make a lick of difference. It's all it's doing is just giving a path for the air to your nose. As long as it seals, you're good. But you'll get an idea looking at this. This is exactly what mine looks like. It's a direct clone, and you'll see how it like attaches to your nose without touching your mouth, without touching your like it might touch your mustache a little bit here, but it's not going to push against it. It wouldn't push against it. And I love it. It's dead silent. It doesn't make any hissing noises or anything like that. So it's completely silent. If you have a quiet CPAP, it's like you're not going to bother anybody else in the room with you. But the thing that I love about CPAP therapy is you don't snore. 2, once you do get used to it, and you will, like you have to force yourself to use it every night for like a week. And if you have nasal congestion, you have to use decongestant. You have to use like Sudafed. It's a really good one. Anything that you get your hands on to clear your sinuses, you have to have 5 to 7 good nights of forcing yourself to go through the hell of put it on, adjust it. If it leaks, move it. And what you'll do is over that week, you'll work out all the little kinks. You'll slowly get used to it. And then something will click. It literally, it's not like it happens gradually. It's like just one night, you'll have a shitty night's sleep. The next night you'll put it on, you'll pass out, you'll wake up 8 hours later and you'll be a new person. It's like your body will just fully accept it. And to be fair, there are people that tried the nasal interface starting out because they were nasal breathers that found out that they just could not get used to it and ended up going to a full face mask and had a better experience. So like, for instance, Hobbs, our buddy Hobbs.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He uses a full face interface. He doesn't use a nasal mask. He tried it and he didn't like it. And he breathes through his nose. but he prefers the full. Now, because here's the thing with the nasal thing, this is what gets everybody is not just the fitment, but you have a tendency to open your mouth. And what'll happen is you'll be laying there and it goes because there's like a ton of air pressure blowing through it, right? So when you open your mouth, it's literally like the turbo in a car. Like as soon as you open your mouth and it detects the pressure drop, it kicks up like 9,000 RPM. And it's like,
oh geez.
I mean, the air, you can feel the air blowing out of your mouth from like 3 feet away, right? It'll scare the shit out of your wife laying next to you. So you have to learn to keep your mouth closed. But I was like, how can you do that? If you're sleeping, how can you subconsciously keep your mouth closed? All you have to do is wear it for enough nights that your body understands that it's breathing good with your mouth closed, and you'll just stop doing it naturally. And the way I trained it is it took me 1 week to get used to the nasal interface. And then the next week I kept having intermittent open my mouth, wake me up in panic attacks. I just put a piece of tape over my mouth. It sounds really brutal, right? To take a piece of duct tape and literally duct tape your mouth closed.
Just a little. It
just
doesn't
a little.
take much.
It can be just right in the middle too. Just something to keep you from separating your lips. And if you do that for just like, 4 or 5 days, when you take the tape off, you just stop doing it automatically. It's like your brain knows as soon as it can't just randomly relax and open your mouth, your brain will subconsciously not open it in the future. And here's the thing. It's not like you have to hold your mouth. It's not like the pressure is trying to force your lips apart. You're not having to like close your mouth and concentrate on it. It only when you open a path for the air to go does it exert any real pressure. So like if you open your mouth, it's like you feel the air coming out, but if you just gently rest your lips together, you feel no pressure in your mouth. You feel no pressure in your throat. Nothing. It's like it's really a weird sensation. But as soon as you open your mouth, then you feel the pressure. So once your body gets used to just relaxing and keeping your mouth closed without opening it up. And also I recommend too to get a buckwheat husk pillow. Honestly, I just got one of these like a month ago and it's changed my life. They're you can get them pretty cheap too. I ended up buying a super expensive one because it was recommended by Adam. And he wanted me to buy American, and I didn't. Don't get me wrong, it's the best thing I've ever bought, but there are cheaper options. Buckwheat husk pillow. Let me find this because you guys, this will change your fucking life. Like I actually posted a link to this on Twitter about a week ago. 2 people bought it and they both messaged me and said, "Oh my god, thank you so much." They're like, "We've gone through so many pillows. Like this is just like, how did we not know this existed?" And it's gonna feel weird. Like, don't get me wrong, when you get it's super heavy, it feels like a bag full of rice. Like it is hefty. And it doesn't feel like it would be comfortable. But the reason it's comfortable is because when you exert weight on it, it holds its shape. So think of it like I'm trying to think of like something that like kinetic sand. It's like kinetic sand holds its shape, but then you put it in water and it just turns back to sand, right? It's kind of the same thing with this. It's the opposite, right? It's like this. You can move it around. It's pliable. It feels like it won't hold its shape. Like you can bang a hole in it with your fist. You can prop up the edges. But then the second you exert any weight on it with your head, it holds its shape. It's like all the particles interlock with each other. And then you basically have a perfect form fit thing holding your head. And the reason why this is good with CPAP therapy is one of the constant problems with CPAP therapy is if you move, you can sometimes pull the mask to the left or right and break the seal. That makes a noise and wakes you up, right? And that gets annoying. People can't stand that, right? So if you move a lot when you sleep, CPAP therapy can be a little bit of a challenge. You have to, get the right mask, tighten it up the right way. It takes a lot of play to figure out how to get it to work with your sleeping style. When you get a pillow like this, where you can literally, make a trough, like use your hand to go like this and make a little trough for the hose to lay in, and you're a side sleeper or whatever, and you make a little pocket for the mask to rest in and your face to rest in, and then you lay your head on it to go to sleep. It's like you're in custom packing material. Like you don't want to roll, you don't want to move around because you're so freaking comfortable. And the mask doesn't come off because the mask is like completely supported by the pillow also, which is freaking cool. So here I found one for $29, which is actually still way cheaper than what I paid. I think I paid $160 for mine. But mine had a couple bells and whistles too. Like mine came with twice the filling because I've got super broad shoulders, so I need a lot of pillow. Like I usually need 2 large pillows just to get my head level. So I got the extra filling, which was kind of expensive, and it was like hand stitched by like, I don't know, Jesus himself or something here in America, where it was like super heavy duty material, double thick cotton, all that stuff. But what really matters is none of that stuff really matters. That's like a durability thing. What matters with this is that you're using those buckwheat husks. Like if you can literally just find a source of just buying straight up buckwheat husks and you can get those into a bag or rip an old pillow open and just fill them with it, it'll work just fine. Like the buckwheat husks are what you want. The pillow is of no consequence. The shell doesn't really matter, honestly. The other thing that's really cool about it is my wife complains all the time about how stinky my pillows get.
Oh,
I
sure.
sweat a lot when I sleep. So just I always have my entire life. Doesn't matter. The room can be ice cold and I will just sweat all night long sleeping when I have a bad night. And so the pillows will get like this like pungent sweat smell, right? They're like body odor. And so she has to wash my pillows like, probably once every week, right? And so I got this buckwheat husk pillow. It still smells exactly like it does the first day we got it, even though I've woken up in a pool of
Oh,
sweat
cool.
multiple times. And I didn't realize this when I bought it, but buckwheat husks are like hypoallergenic. They don't absorb odor. And because of the way their surface area works, it evaporates liquid off of it super fast without
Nice.
absorbing it. So if you ever like say somebody came in and just pissed all over your pillow in the middle of the night, got drunk and pissed on your pillow, you could literally take it outside, empty it out on a tarp, all the buckwheat husks, hit it with your garden hose or whatever to rinse all the piss off of it, let it dry in the sun for a couple of hours, stick it back in the pillow, and it's like brand new. And you don't have to use any detergents or anything like that. So I was like, that is really freaking cool. And then the buckwheat husks themselves take forever to break down. So they're super durable. They don't feel like something you'd want to lay your head on. Like I pulled some out of the pillow and it literally feels like these like little sharp leaves, like really dense, sharp, like leaves that have like a little cup space in them.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
It's they do not. If you hold one in your hand, you'd be like, this is the last thing I'd ever want to put my head on. Put a couple million of them together in a case, and it's the most comfortable sleep you've ever had. Also, cooler sleep too. Like if you sleep hot, like if your head has a tendency to get hot when you sleep and it makes you uncomfortable and makes your face and head sweaty, this pillow keeps your head cool all night long. It lets enough air because the husks can't come perfectly together. It leaves like this big lattice work for air to flow through. So as long as you don't have a restrictive pillowcase on it and the pillowcase air can flow through it, your pillow will just naturally air will flow through it and just keep your head cool all night long.
Nice.
And so it ended up being like one of the best purchases I've ever made in my life. It's going to be right up there with like my shower radio for things I didn't think would make that big of a difference, but changed my life. And you guys know I wouldn't advertise like straight up. I wouldn't advertise anything to you that I wouldn't use myself. Or I don't use myself. So try it. If you don't like it, send it back. Amazon takes everything back. Like that's why I buy a lot of shit from Amazon. They're basically like online Costco, right? You just return anything for any reason and they just take it. They even pay the shipping both ways. So actually in the United States, I don't know if that works everywhere, but honestly, for $29, it's definitely worth taking a chance on it. And if it doesn't have enough buckwheat in it, you can always buy a second pillow and open it up and steal the buckwheat out of it or find a source of buckwheat. But I think when I looked it up, the buckwheat husks were kind of expensive, which I don't know why, because they used to literally be garbage material that they would just burn as fuel. So, but then people were like, "Oh man, these are great luxury pillows," and now it's like $90 billion. Just like, did you know this? So here, trivia for you. What food today? Here, I'll put this in the form of a question. What food
Lobster
today? God damn it! You fucking already knew what I was gonna say. All right, just tell the story. Just tell the story because obviously you knew what I was gonna say.
It used to be trash. Lobster used to be trash. Like they were like
below
bugs.
Trash, right?
Yeah,
like not even trash. It was like you were trash.
Yeah, like they would throw lobster. Dude, there used to be so many lobsters.
They were everywhere.
A lot of food that we think of nowadays as like high end or like super fancy, used to be trash, like poor people food, and it's always been a way for. And like this goes all way back, like medieval times and stuff. Yeah, same thing happened to chicken wings. We're talking about certain cuts of steak, even like beef. Used to be trash.
The trash cuts of the animals, though.
Stuff.
Yeah, all became like
all kinds of stuff.
I'm trying to think of one on like a cow. Like there's a part on a cow that used to literally be 100%
like flank, and just recently too, like some cuts.
Liver, the cow liver.
Oh, livers, sure. Or just offal in general.
Cow liver is illegal in the United States. So raw cow cow liver is illegal in the United States because it can carry a parasite that can get into your brain and kill you. There's no known cure for. So, but just like fugi or whatever, the blowfish. People like to eat it because it's a delicacy. It's considered highly illegal. But Japanese, if you know the people that work at a Japanese restaurant, they all serve it. Like you just gotta like know the guy, right? So, but yeah, super expensive. And that used to be an organ that they would just throw away or grind up. Like the liver wasn't something that they would cut a steak out of and fry up and serve to somebody. It was like, but nowadays it's like you go into a fancy restaurant and be like, "Ooh, I want a couple pieces of like sashimi or whatever, cow liver." Fucking $100. Like it's mind blowing to me. Like but lobster, right? You go buy a lobster today. What does a lobster cost?
Yeah.
Like what, fucking
Oh, quite a
$30 a
bit.
pound or something? Like it's not cheap. It's super expensive. And
Yeah.
back in the day, people would actually like hide that they ate lobster because it was considered like if you ate lobster, you're basically like going into the garbage can. It'd be like the equivalent of you like admitting that all you eat every day is spam, right? It's like it was, or even worse, like it was heavily frowned upon, and it was literally everywhere. Like you literally just walk out waist deep in the water and just grab big ass lobsters, right? They were just everywhere,
and huge. These are gigantic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Bible even said that they were considered garbage food, like crustaceans and like crabs, lobsters, any of that. It says in the Bible that you can't eat it because it's considered unclean. So if you're of any Christian faith, I think even Jewish people believe the same thing because it's all like the Torah,
like not supposed to eat shellfish.
The Torah still breaks off from it, right? So it's no crustaceans, right? Even my mom for a long time didn't eat seafood because she was like, oh, the Bible says it's not good, it's not, it's not okay. But now today you like go into the store and it's like the most expensive food you can get. It's like you can buy a single lobster for like, I went to a restaurant once, had $150 lobster. I didn't pay for it, somebody else did, but I had $150 lobster tail. It was the greatest lobster tail I ever had in my entire life. It was amazing. But to think like 150 years ago, you could have literally like some dude would have just handed that to you and said, please take this from me. Just mind blowing, just freaking mind blowing. Ferville said, I think Jesus eventually was all like, you can eat what you want, right? I think I read that at some point. I'm pretty sure that was in there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Nobody ever reads it to the end. The very end page, if you read it, if you go all the way to the end, you flip it over and small text down at the bottom. It just says just kidding. Period. Just kidding. Lols. LOLZ.
I'd much rather spend lobster money on crab or shrimp. I don't like lobster's great and all, and I've had some really good lobsters and stuff, but like
I love crab. The crab is my love.
The overall like flavor of it and stuff. It's not that great. It's not, to me, it's just to me it's like a giant shrimp, really.
Yep.
And I'd much rather spend that money on 5 pounds of fucking shrimp. Huh?
Did you see where imitation crab comes from? You know that stuff that you like,
that's pollock.
The stick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pollock.
I didn't know that.
With like a flavoring. Yeah, it's a whitefish.
Cheap. Literally crunch it up and grind it up into like a mush. Like they don't. It's not even flakes. Like the fillet of the fish.
The K-rab. Yeah, it's like how I call it K-rab.
But like where it's stringy, like that stringy where you get it in like the little squares and you string off like the crab and put it on salad and on dips and stuff. Yeah, it's literally just ground up pollock with dye added to it to give it that red stripe so that you associate it with crab.
It does not taste like real crab. I don't know how they get away with fake crab. Like, it's
I think it is because it's never served by itself. It's always served mixed in with other things, and it just gives it a hint of like fish flavor. There's just a flavor that things that come from the sea have. And I think that's what it is. It just tricks your brain, right? When it's mixed in with everything else, and it's like it looks like crab. It smells a little bit fishy. Oh, it must be a crab, right?
Yeah.
So, but no, I'm with you. I could 100% tell if anybody put any dish in front of me. I don't care what it was that had real crab versus the imitation. I could immediately pick it out. But I would eat both because I do like it all. But I can't eat much seafood anymore because I've got the old gout, and one of the worst things you can eat for gout is seafood because it contains those freaking purines or whatever the hell they're called.
Boo.
I forgot to share the stream on Discord, so I'm gonna do that right now. I know I'm terrible. Okay, I'm gonna hit everybody with it too. Everyone, oh my god, you're late. Hurry. There we go. Oh shit, I did the wrong thing. My bad. Oh, did I say shit? Oh man, we're gonna get banned now. Hey, nabbit. Motherfucker. Oh shit. Now, oh man, there it goes. All the ads are gone. All the ads are gone. What happened?
She's stealing my charging cables. I'm the only one who actually like doesn't lose their shit in this house.
Speaking.
Well, in an emotional sense, I lose my shit. Yeah.
Speaking
because y'all fucking take my charging cables and stuff.
Speaking of charging cables.
Yeah. Every year. So far, this is the he got an iPhone 15. It's got the USB.
Look at that. Yeah. Are you jealous?
It's like my phone.
Are you jealous? You know you are. Look at it.
No, you haven't even paid off the one you got.
Jerry, talk him into letting me get the 15.
I don't know. I might have to sign you up.
Only if we get a lot of super chats, because
Jeremy.
What'd you say?
I said you might not like what I have to sign you up for to get it.
Yeah, you might not like what he has to sign you up for to get it. It's either Feet Finder or OnlyFans.
Hey man.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is if my boy's got to get you an iPhone 15, my boy needs to get something of equal value.
That's right. Yeah. like
Mm.
blowjobs to
Cash,
the end of the year.
grass, or ass. Nobody
That's
rides
right.
for free.
No, but that's the thing, man. She comes steal my charger so she can charge up her vape pen. So she's getting the grass, and I get nothing.
Oh, you poor
Just
thing.
kidding. It's all good.
I feel bad. No, but that's what, dude. That's one of the key reasons why I got this was for that right there.
Yeah,
that
man,
is a
it's
USB-C
nice.
port on an iPhone. Can you believe that shit? I wouldn't have believed it if you told me like a year ago that Apple was going to finally cave on that.
When the EU was like, no, you have to. I thought for sure they'd go wireless. They would just do portless completely. Oh, you have to buy a wireless charger now.
Oh, Pista said, is that an EU model? Nope, US model. Every single phone,
the iPhone 15 and forward, they all.
Originally, Apple said, "Oh, we're going to stand our ground and we're only going to do USB-C in the European Union." They were still going to leave Lightning over here, but nope, they decided to do USB-C everywhere.
Dude, the tooling you'd have to spin up like a whole different factory for it. Like it would just be silly because like they'd have to. Oh man, the engineering involved. Like, don't get me wrong, I've seen people like crack open iPhones and like solder a USB-C plug and all that jazz.
Yeah, our boy Strange Parts does it all the time.
Like that's janky as shit, and like you're probably gonna get weird like voltage issues and stuff if you don't know what you're doing. So like the actual engineering involved in order to change over from the Lightning to the USB-C and try and keep that like only to the EU would have cost them so much money. It's outrageous. It's just cheaper. It would have been cheaper to either just cut out any plugs or just do it for everybody. There's just no point. It's easier to just retool all the factories all at once. Yeah.
I will say the internals of the iPhone 15 look radically different than every other iPhone before it. Like it's the most modular, repairable iPhone they've made. Like,
I've seen some teardowns of that too. That's cool.
Every single thing, like when you open it up, every single thing inside of it is like inside of its own little casing. So all the parts are designed to just be literally popped out and another one popped in like Lego.
That's awesome. And I think that's part of it too, is like they kind of been, there's some big push here in the States for more repairable stuff too.
It helps. It actually turns out that it helps them in a lot of ways because one, they can still code the parts so that you have to get them from them. And they do. Like if I order a new port for my phone and I open it up and I install it myself, I still have to call them up and they have to connect to the phone and certify it and activate it. Otherwise it doesn't work. So every single thing in it, just like a BMW car, is like an activatable part, which I personally hate.
Oh, sure.
But again, they can still do those shenanigans to, make sure that they make all their money, right? And they get what's theirs. But the thing that it really changes is how recyclable the phone is. Because before they had to create these complex recycling robots that would go through this huge arduous process of tearing it apart and breaking it down into its base elements so that they could recycle it easier. By building it modular like this, they can build the robots to actually not just assemble, but disassemble the phones in a very orderly way. And then the parts that are high demand for fixing phones that are still out there in the wild, they can still sell those parts and give them like a second life. And then when they're ready to recycle them, each individual part can be broken down in its base components, like by a machine that's designed just to break down that part. And so it's actually pretty cool how they ended up doing it. And the amount of shit that they can pack into a phone is just mind blowing to me, dude.
Oh yeah, that's the coolest stuff.
So yesterday I'm on Twitch, not live streaming, but I was recording a local video at basically 4K, just shy of 4K, at 120 frames per second, while streaming to my television over Apple TV so that my son could watch me. We were playing a game. Well, he could watch me up on the big screen playing with almost no lag. There's very little lag between the Apple TV broadcasting and the phone. So you could literally watch the TV and just use the thing as a controller. And on top of that, I saw a screen recording and projecting it to a TV and playing it locally on the screen at 120 hertz. And it wasn't even not a single frame drop, no audio glitches, nothing. It was perfect. And I was like, this is just mad. Like I am holding, this device that I can put in my pocket is playing and granted I posted, I think 2 videos on Twitter yesterday playing with this feature. One of them was a bowling game that wasn't very graphical. It was like Wii Bowling. It was basically Wii Bowling. And then the other one was like a racing game ripoff of Mario Kart that was actually pretty damn graphical. It looked really nice, ran really nice, super, super smooth, great controls. And the phone wasn't even breaking a sweat. It was still 100% responsive. Like flipping between apps, the game was still running in the background. I could hear the music. It's still up on the TV broadcasting it while I'm in another app doing something. I was this is crazy how powerful this shit is getting. But the thing that I don't understand about Apple is I feel like their advertising is misguided. Like what they do is they advertise the feature that means the least.
Yeah, man.
is like the best, and then nobody ever talks about the shit that like most people would want to buy it for.
I just recently saw something about now I'm not going to be able to bring it out, but somebody had mentioned like, oh, this cool thing that I'm doing. I mean, it's a lot of the same stuff, like, oh, well, Android's been doing that for a long time, kind of thing. But it was something that I know iPhones could do for a long time, and like they had just stumbled on it, and it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, why are you guys just not using? I don't know. I know that there's things that my phone can do that I don't know about and don't even like would probably never use or think about using and stuff. And they should. I think I'm dancing around the point. I'm with you that I think they should highlight some of the actual changes, the cool things that they're doing with their software and the integrations and stuff. But they don't. They're like, oh, it's got titanium. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? The thing could be made out of plastic. Who cares? Like, oh, and it's like a dust of fucking titanium anyway. It's not even like the whole band or anything. It's like, why is that the thing that they're talking about when it's like you could scan your face and make a whole virtual person of yourself? Or like, I don't know, man. There's some really cool stuff, or like the shortcut stuff. Like all the cool
like
accessibility
the fact I can pick up my
features
phone
that you
now
can
and
do.
I can just push one button now. It just says like, you know, you just hold the button down for like 1 second and I'm already in the camera on the settings that I want ready to go.
Boom.
And
See,
if I
like,
want to take a picture, it's like I just push it. See, look, it's like picture, just like a regular phone, right? So I just whip it out of my pocket and just go. I push and hold for like half a second. Camera comes up, and then it's like ding, 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 ding. And the camera takes like less than half a second to come online.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff.
That's great. The other thing is like, how many people knew that this could talk to satellites?
Oh yeah, well, they did quite a few commercials on the satellite thing.
Okay, so
where like if you're way out in the wilderness and shit, you can do like satellite emergency calls or texting and stuff. Yeah, they did. I mean, you may not have been fed them. I'm sure they did some more targeted advertising.
Yeah,
for that,
I didn't see it.
I know that they made a bit of a stink for that. So
I know they talked about it with the keynote, but I didn't hear it after that. Like I didn't hear it in any other advertising or in the store.
I've seen like actual commercials for that feature.
Yeah,
and that's pretty cool.
And by the way, you guys, the button isn't just for camera. Like you can assign it to like 20 different things. So like if you want it to be the flashlight, you just go in and change it to flashlight. Now when you push the button, it'll be the flashlight. And if you like push it or hold it or double tap it, it'll do different things with the flashlight. You can assign it so that it'll open up an SMS message already targeted to somebody. Like you can select it. So it's like if you message somebody a whole lot throughout the day, you have a button where it's like you just push it, it just logs in, opens up their thing. And Face ID is super fast now. On my old phone, I have to use to sit here and look at my thing for like 2 seconds and then it would open up. Now it's like just glancing. It's like you just before you don't even see the login screen. It's like you turn, it's like boom, you're already in. And it's just, I don't know. I am absolutely in love with this phone, and I hate Apple as a company. I want to be clear. I hate Apple as a company. I can't fucking stand Mac OS, even though I know it is based on BSD, which is also based somewhat on Linux. They both have Unix heritage. But I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. I am a Windows guy for life when it comes to desktop computing, right? And I dabble in Linux. But for some damn reason, Apple has just nailed the iPhone, like the whole mobile in your pocket phone device. Every Android I've ever tried, they're great. Don't get me wrong, there are great Androids that have great features and great gimmicks and everything. The only device that I stick with is the iPhone because every time I go back to it, I feel perfectly comfortable. I can type the fastest on it. I can navigate the fastest on it. It has all the apps that I want. And the apps usually are higher quality. That's the other thing I noticed when I had my Android. I'd always update the apps, and the iPhone would always have like the 90% of the apps. I'd always have the newer version with the newer features. On
Apple's very strict with their well, they've gotten a little more slack from what I've seen and heard, but in a general sense, Apple's very strict about their app guidelines, and will dude, like you have to like use the right buttons, you have to use the right spacing and stuff, like or at least that's how it used to be fucking 10 years ago or something.
They're getting close to parity. They're really close. Like if you pick up a flagship Samsung device, they're very similar.
All the good apps like are pretty much one-to-one. Like Evernote is going to be the same pretty much.
It's not a Caseify, Greg.
You know, that kind of stuff. Like the big popular apps are basically all going to be fairly similar.
Oh wait, David Morton said the satellite SOS has been available since the 14. Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, this is a good question.
I thought that was the 15 specific one. Okay, what was the question you saw?
Can YouTube run out of space for new videos? Whole world uploads ton of them every minute.
Wait, like this
Yes,
happened, or is this a theory?
no. Can it's a hypothetical. Can
okay.
YouTube run out of space for new videos? Well, I
Of
mean,
course it
yes,
could.
I suppose they could, but they
Anybody could.
won't. They won't, because I think now this is total speculation. I do not know anything about how YouTube does its data, but I do know, at least in part, when you do upload a video, they have certain guidelines and stuff for like what video they want you to upload. And if you don't give them that, it takes forever to process, because in the background, they redo your whole video. They recompress it. They redo the
It actually saves them a lot of bandwidth and money in the long run.
it'd be like using
Encode
they re-encode it into their own. I don't think it's a custom codec, but I know that they've been using the AV1 stuff for a long time, or they've been moving over to that a lot more, and part of that helps with like storage and compression.
They also do real-time transcoding too, because I have an app that I play with called YTDLP, and YTDLP can download like 5 or 6 different versions. You can download as like MP4, MOV, like several different codecs. And I think they do that because different computers and different mobile phones and stuff have different codecs on them.
Yeah.
So whatever codec the device is capable of, that's what they send the video stream as. And so what I think they're doing is they're transcoding the original video into all of the formats and resolutions and sizes and everything that they think are going to be requested, because then they only have to transcode it once up front, and they don't have to do it in real time, like as they're sending it to each person, which would be too expensive.
Yeah.
But no, it's if you're asking, that goes for everybody on the internet, though, that question would apply to everybody. Like, can the internet run out of space? Yeah, technically it can, because you have so it won't, but you have so many mechanisms that can create content that occupies space in an unlimited way, and you have a finite amount of storage. So if you take all of the storage that exists today on the internet, and then you add on the maximum production, like if everything's running at 100% around the world with no problems, the maximum production of gigabytes per minute or whatever of storage, you could exceed that if everybody on the planet was cranking out content as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah.
But that's not a problem. Yep.
It sounds like you'll see the stats of like, oh, they upload like a terabyte of video content every minute or whatever, and it's like, well, holy shit, like that's how many freaking zettabytes, every day kind of thing. And it's partly compression, and I think also there's probably some sneaky shit in the background where they like cold storage stuff that's like wicked old, like nobody's ever seen this video in 5 years, so it's like they gotta go dig it out of the archive or something.
Yep.
But I mean, it's still stored somewhere, but like you can get very, very dense with different compressions and stuff.
There's 2 things that I think when it comes to like storage space and how we utilize it. The 2 things are compression, right? Compression and absolute storage. Those are the 2 things that are always at odds, because you can get the same effect from improving compression as you can from making more storage. Because you can free up space to store more data by improving how you compress things. But here's where AI steps in and does something that I never thought was possible until just this moment. Literally, I haven't thought about this. This is like this world debut of Barnacules, speaking his mind on this. I just thought about something. So I'm watching AI pretty closely. Like, you guys know, I'm like, AI is my bitch. Like I eat, sleep, and shit, and even my alone time, I'm thinking about VR. Like, I don't even go to the hub sites anymore. I go to Chat GPT and just grab the lotion bottle. Don't judge me. So AI has been doing some crazy stuff with like transformative image generation, right? So these diffusion models, right? The diffusion models that they can now take an image that looks like fucking Pac-Man from the Atari 2600 and turn it into a highly stylized and like rendered 3D rendered version of it that still meets the same dimensions and still looks like the same character and could still even be used in the same context, right? So if you could store that character is just a yellow circle, which would be, a number in radians, right? With a wedge cut out of it, which could literally just be, another coordinate system of XYZ for a triangle, then subtracted from it. You'd be able to store Pac-Man in his entirety in like a couple of bytes of data, right? what if we start using AI in the future to generate the imagery that we see, and it's using a set of rules that we define? You could just save data in its simplest possible form. So instead of actually compressing it, what you're doing is making the data its least like the least possible description of what the data is supposed to be, and then the AI goes through and remanifests it into how it was meant to be experienced. So imagine if instead of storing a document that has like a million pages in it of a story, instead you store the sentiment of the document is just a couple of thousand characters that explain like the key points and the handing off points, and so that it conveys the same message, right? But in the most highly condensed way possible. And then you give it to the AI and you say, expand this out to as close to what you think the original story was as humanly possible. It might change a couple of words, the length might be a little different, but at the end it conveys the same message.
Sure.
If you can get AI to that point where it can do that with text and graphics, because again, pixels, text doesn't matter. Diffusion models can work very similar on anything that has patterns. You drop your storage dramatically. And the other day I was just talking to a guy on Twitter who me and him go back and forth on AI all the time. And he was showing a demo of this diffusion model that can take old games. Like, you remember Tomb Raider on PlayStation 1?
Yeah.
So it took Tomb Raider on PlayStation 1 and he took a video, a video of in-game footage, and changed it so that now Lara Croft looks like Unreal 5 graphics engine. The level looks like it's real life. Like, it literally looks like you're just watching a movie play, right? The problem is right now with current technology, it takes, several seconds or probably minutes per frame to generate it, right? Well, with technology increasing and getting faster and faster every day, what used to take 3 weeks now takes 10 seconds. Who's to say in 5 years we're not going to be able to do that in real time on the GPU at 60 frames per second? And if that happens, now you can take a PlayStation 1 game, for like Tomb Raider, and play it through this engine, and it would be the same game, same levels, same puzzles, same challenges, same hitboxes and everything, but the graphics would look like freaking GTA 6.
That'd be cool.
With the same data. You're not adding any new textures. You're still using the poor textures, the poor polygons and everything, but it's just enough data that the model can look at it and go, I know what this was going for. Like, I can see the direction they were going, and it nudges at the other 98%.
Make it better, yeah.
Now you could download games that are just a couple of megabytes that would literally look and play like games that were terabytes. But you're not adding any more storage. You're just using more computational power to render it. So I could see a big genesis, right? We're already using compression. Compression is very, very CPU intensive, right? It's processing intensive. What if we had the power to do that? Like, it gets to the point where it's like processing power is cheaper than storage. Right now, that's not the case, but we'll eventually get to a point where processing power will be in storage. They'll be interchangeable, right? It's just going to be everything's going to be cheaper.
Yeah, man, we're getting that. We're getting there.
That blows my mind. But then the cool thing is, I was thinking about this further, and I was like, wait a second. So if you can take a video game and in real time, while you're playing it with like virtually no identifiable lag, there'll be lag, but it won't be identifiable. You get it down really low.
Here it is.
Oh, you found it?
Oh, this is what I saw, and I think this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, link it. Let me see. Yep, that's it. Awesome. Yeah, guys, click on that link, please. This is great. Yeah, that's the guy I follow, Javi Lopez. JAVILOPEZ. This guy's like up and coming. You definitely want to be following this guy if you're into diffusion models. Like, this guy rocks. Not just because I also got him to follow me. I begged him to follow me.
Just for clarity, this was not in game. This was not live. This is an image that he's like, that is showing the upscaling, but from, they're like, but if you can do this with one single image, you can do this with a million images at 60 frames a second.
Exactly.
Or 30 frames a second.
So what he did was he took this picture from the game, a screenshot from the game. He fed it into something that's equivalent of like Stable Diffusion, right? And he basically gave it a prompt saying that this is a screenshot from a video game. And he wants the characters to have more detailed eyes, more detailed lips, young, cute. And he gives them ratios like weights. And then he says Lara Croft, because he wants it to resemble what Lara Croft would look like based on what it can find on the internet.
It's got a little Alicia Vikander look.
Yep. And upscaled to 8K. And upscaled to 8K. So, and then the end result is you have this like 320 by 240 blocky image of Lara Croft with her triangle boobs. And it gets turned into like this super, super high resolution, realistic, photorealistic looking video. And the crazy thing about these diffusion models, they used to be just one picture. You can only get one picture. Now they figured out how to do it in a way where it's like you can actually animate where each frame looks like it belongs to the last. It's not doing that whole weird, music video MTV vibe like it did before. Now they can actually make the video look coherent while changing things. You can also completely I was playing around with the plugin on Stable Diffusion, and it's called the feature is called image to image. You basically feed in an image, you give it a prompt telling it what you want to change about the image. You tell it how much it can change away from the original image, like a weight between 1 and 100. And you basically say, okay, I want to take this and I want it to look like this. And then it gives you the end result. But what you can do is you can also add additional things on there that say, every time you generate an image, I want it to look in the style of the last image before it so that it doesn't like deform and make the person look like a different person every time, right? You can have it keep certain aspects of the photo looking the same while the other aspects of the photo are changing. And the cool thing is you can use a GPT to do this. Like you can actually have Chat GPT figure out how to manufacture the prompts to give you that result and then feed that result into the like Midjourney or Stable Diffusion or to generate the image. And so if you use these AIs together, like if you created a program that's like, okay, here, I want to add one more function, you need a lot of processing power. But let's say I have a game. All I want to do is add one more function into the video driver, not even into the game. This is just a video driver. I just want to check a box in the video driver that says every single frame that gets loaded into your buffer when I'm playing a game, I want you to run this pass over and get ChatGPT in real time to generate me, the prompt to get the image, generate the image, and then insert the image into the stack buffer and send it to and then go to the next one. If you had enough processing power, enough bandwidth, and enough speed, you would literally be sitting there and playing like a game that looks like a freaking movie that's being rendered in real time. But what's really being shown on the screen versus what the code is actually supposed to be showing you are completely different, and yet you can still play the game perfectly. You're still experiencing all the storyline. The characters are talking when they didn't before. Like it realizes that the game has like the little chat boxes at the bottom of their mouths. They're like, and it goes, oh no, I can take that one side. I can lip sync them to any language, and I can give them a voice based on how they look, and delete the chat box at the bottom of the screen entirely. Those are all things that we have the technology to do today, just not fast enough to do it real time.
But
it's coming.
It's close. Yeah. And especially if you could get something that's like custom designed to do that, like a little add-on thing, or it'd be similar to like RTX or the RT course, like ray tracing.
Exactly.
Course. Like you could have a special part of the card that's its job is like to do that, is to just upscale everything that it's giving you. And yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah.
What's crazy is when you start putting these technologies together and you start making I think it's a fair assumption. Like things will get faster. Like there's no reason.
That's how we got here to begin with. Is like in the 80s and 90s, we were digitizing and gathering all of this just massive amounts of data, wherever. But we didn't have like the computational power to really do much with it until in the last like 5 years or so. And that's where we're getting all of these like cancer. Oh, here's a picture of cancer, and that's what better than humans are diagnosing, like better this stuff. And like I mean all of this stuff, is this a hot dog or whatever, we're able to now crunch through and find patterns in these just massive amounts of data that we have. There's no reason to think that like, well, yeah, it's like there are people in the comments of that tweet like, oh, this is dumb, it's only one picture, like can this be done in real time, blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, it's just a start. Like, yes, it's only one image, but it was, and this tool I'm sure is very specifically designed to do this for single images. But if it can do it with one image, what is a fucking video but a bunch of fucking single images thrown at you at a certain frame rate? So
watch Corridor's video. Go watch Corridor.
Yeah. If we can do it with one.
Corridor figured out how to do it without even making better AI technology. They just figured out how to alter the process to use the single image generation to create like a completely unique bespoke anime, basically,
right,
with live motion. Like all the video you're watching is live motion performances, and it's turned into anime without them doing a bunch of 3D rendering and Blender and all that. Like it's pretty much like 1-to-1. And imagine if you could do that live. Like keep in mind, if you had enough processing power and you didn't have to wait for it to go through and do the diffusions for each frame, you could live stream and have like these dudes just like me and you could be like right here in two different places, having our iPhone set up with their LiDAR or whatever that's given a 3D representation. And then it's taking that and putting it through a diffusion model and like live changing our clothes and live changing our hairstyles and morphing us into other people and making us simulate their voices, all based on the context of our conversation. Imagine if you didn't have to like push buttons to like turn on a light. Like right now, it's like if somebody tips or whatever, I can go, hit the button, I hit myself with smoke. Imagine if in the context of the conversation, it's like, and it's like somebody tips, oh my God, hey, thank you, guy name for that tip. We really appreciate it. The AI goes, wait a second, he's thanking somebody for doing something. So in the context of that, we should do something fun. So then what it does is it goes and like goes back 20 frames because we're like delayed on the stream by like 20 frames or 30 frames like a second. It goes back and then composes that and starts adding things to the stream. Like, that guy gets a character 3D modeled after him, and that guy walks out on the screen and reads his message as him. And then the AI represents, how that guy might want to say other things moving forward. And then you interact with like this fake robot that isn't even there, but the people watching see it in the room with you as if it is. Like you could do, like, sky's the limit. If you can think it, they can do it. But just to give you like another layer of like how far our technology is, like people I didn't even know this. Like I was even shocked by this, and I watch this AI shit every single day. Did you know right now we have the technology to create a holodeck, like a bona fide real, like the only thing that would be different is that you couldn't touch anything because there's no physical force field. But we have the ability today to create a 1-to-1 replica of the holodeck.
I mean, Paul Allen's what is it, the Holodome?
That's a really early version of it.
Yeah.
So check this out. There's the technology called light field. Have you seen that? So
yeah, that's what it is. It's called the Holodome. It's at the Mopop. Yeah. And that's like you said, like version 1. It's basically it's
works on projections, right?
Yeah, right. It's like it's a dome. It's or like kind of a
I've seen this.
like the inside of the Vegas sphere almost. And yeah, it is just video. It's like 360-degree video, and it looks really good, but it's not like proper like 3D and stuff. It does look. I mean, it can trick somebody, I'm sure, but
so check this.
That's
shit
like
out.
First step, right? Like
that's the first step.
But combine that with maybe some AR goggles, and you can see like 3D models like in space with you.
What if I told you you could stand in a 3D space with 100% of your peripheral vision, where you could look anywhere in 360 degrees, and you would see a seamless 3D representation of the world around you with no glasses, no contact lenses, nothing on your eyes at all? Dang. It's possible. It's possible. And I watched this. I wish I had the link for you guys. You can probably look it up on YouTube. Just do a search for light field holodeck. So there's a company that creates this display, and the display is basically a box. And when you look at the box from different angles, there's like it renders 3D characters, holograms inside of the box, and you can look at them from any angle. Have you seen that box?
So here's Light Field Lab.
Okay, so Light Field Lab. So this is where the technology started. Is they figured out that you could actually 3D. You could real time render a video in 3D inside of a box, inside of a glass box that people multiple people could look at from multiple angles, and they would see it, and it's a 3D item, because as they move, the parallax looks right between the item that you're looking at and the thing behind it. It fools your brain into thinking you are looking at a solid 3D object. Now, the way that this technology works now is they're basically reflecting the light inside of a box using a series of projectors, and each time you move, you're basically, think of it like a screen as pixels X and Y, right? Sure. Imagine if you added one more dimension to that, where it's like instead of X and Y, you also have like a Z. And what the Z is when you move your head left or right or up or down, what you're doing is you're looking at a whole new rendered image from that perspective. So in theory, if you rendered every single image in every possible perspective each time, then depending on where you were looking, like where your eye was relative to what you're looking at, you could compute what image to project into that eye to see it from that angle. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you have to think of it. You have two projectors, and each one is sending a stereoscopic image that's slightly, changed so that you get the depth, you get depth perception. So Light Fields has technology that they're going to put into VR glasses that, instead of having pancake lenses, because the hardest part of VR glasses, you have like, your peripheral vision gets cut off. You're looking at a screen still, so you still can see the lens and the glare and stuff like that. So they figured, why not cut all that out? Why not have a laser RGB projector literally shoot a beam of light directly into your eye, right to the back of your eye, into your retina?
I mean, that to me is like ideal, right? Like that's the best way to get like a perfect, like view and everything. Yeah, that'd
100%.
be cool.
So they pulled this off like probably about 10 years ago. They pulled this off in a demo at CES, but you had to wear glasses that had the projectors in them, and you had to
Right.
sit really, really still because any movement, like if you moved your eyes or you looked up or you moved around, it would break it. Like you'd break the beam and it wouldn't work. It only worked if you looked like directly into it with the lasers like precisely like aimed into your retinas.
Huh.
Since that, they have modified the technology now where the laser projectors are on armatures that can change their angle and projection faster than you can move your eye. So now if your eye is moving around like this, the laser can actually compensate and hit a prism and like redirect the eye in any angle into your eyeball. So no matter where you're looking, the light is coming directly straight in. So think of it like in VR, if you turned your head and you saw darkness until the rendering caught up with you, right?
Right.
Now
Sure.
they've made it to
Yeah.
where it's like the rendering is always there. So when you're looking around, even though it's only rendering what you can see, it looks like it's rendering everything because no matter how fast you turn your head, it's showing you that plane. So
Man.
now you combine that with light fields where it's like it's computing where are you standing, where are you looking, and it's picking the perfect frame rendered from that angle and that distance and sending it to your projected headset. But then the person next to you is looking from a different angle with their projected headsets. You guys could both occupy a world where everything would look real. You're
Yeah.
seeing light. It's just not reflected off of items. You're seeing it being simulated as reflecting off an item. So you see those things and you share that space. Now take it a step
That's
further.
cool.
Get rid of the glasses. How do you get rid of the glasses? You basically stand in the middle of a room that has a treadmill that can go in any direction. They've already created them
Sure,
before
sure.
where the treadmill,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you can run in any direction. It'll hold you in the center of the room. Then what you do is you have a series of projectors all around the upper edge and the bottom edge that create light fields. And those light fields are basically being projected as a series of like these little lasers that are basically like a grid pointing into your eye and anybody else that's standing in the sweet spot. Now, no matter where you turn, you look over your shoulders, no matter where you run, these lasers are constantly targeting your eye and getting the information based on where you're looking directed directly into your eyeball as you're physically running and moving around and jumping up and down and everything and keeping that lock on your eyeball. We have the technology to do this. We just don't have the processing power to do it at scale.
Sure.
So you could do a demo where it's like you stand in a place and you look around and you see a still image, right? Like a still environment. And they've done that now. So that's possible. But they haven't been able to do it like real time, 100 frames per second, you know, like that would be that's the golden egg, right? But the cool thing is, if you think about it, that is the holodeck minus the force fields. You are seeing solid objects because the light that's being projected into your eye is being generated to trick your eye into thinking you're looking at light that was reflected off steel or light that was reflected off of any surface. So anything that you could see in reality, you could represent with this by projecting that light frequency at that amplitude into your eye, right? So I'm like, okay, this is cool. But if you create a room now where you have multiple projectors or like call them holographic emitters, right? And these things are chasing around everybody's eyes in the room and shooting the beams at them. Now you can change what every single person sees. Because a projector could be like with multi-beam, just like with our cell phones where we have beam steering, right? So the 5G tower now can follow you around and keep a line of sight, you know, basically it's shooting your phone with a signal and you're moving around and it's more or less, you know, keeping your phone in the sweet spot. Now imagine you do that with light targeted, you know, to an eyeball in a room. You could be walking around in a completely different digital world than everybody else. You could be at a party with 100 people. Let's say it could support 100 people. These projectors can have 100 simultaneous light fields being projected at a time, each targeting a member from enough angles that it can always hit their eye at the right angle. So every single person at that event could literally see something different. Like they could have different clothes on the people using AR, right? Augmented reality. Everybody could have different clothes, different music could be playing using sound. Have you seen that technology where they can beam sound directly to your ears?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
You
can't hear it. So you mix all these technologies together and you basically could have a scenario where 100 people are all in the same room. They can all talk to each other physically in real life and interact with each other in real life while they observe the world being completely different. Hell, you don't even have to look like you. Like they'd see you as a completely different person. You could see them as a completely different person, yet still shake each other's hands.
Man,
that to me is mind blowing that we have the technology stack to do that. Like the only thing we're missing is the bandwidth, right? We need the processing power and the speed of the storage and everything to catch up to make that possible. But the physical technology to do it, the principles of the light field working and the angle of the eye being projected into your retina, eliminating the need for any optics. So you don't have to look through any lenses or anything or have any IPD or anything like that, having everything independently tracked. That's going to be amazing. But what I thought about is I was like, okay, let's back it up a little bit. Like that's amazing. That sounds that could be 10 or 15 years away, right? But what could we do tomorrow? And I was thinking about what could we do tomorrow? And I'm like, well, we already have these light field projectors. Like they were trying to put them on AR glasses and stuff, right?
Sure.
What if instead of putting on glasses, you literally just have a stick on your desk in front of you where your monitors would be? And that stick literally has two of these little projectors, one targeted to your left, one targeted to your right. And all it does is just chase your eyes around. That's all this thing does. Its whole purpose in life is to chase your eye with these projectors. Could you not project as many big screens and things on your desk and everything, like where as long as you're sitting in that sweet spot and it can see your eyes, you're basically seeing your workspace with a bunch of high resolution assets. And you want to add another computer screen, you don't have to go buy it. You just grab it and just stick it up there.
Yeah,
And then, you get up to go take a piss and it all just disappears and it comes back and you sit down.
That's kind of what you can get those. There's a handful of different VR
headsets?
They're glasses, like they're RealSense or something like that. I think is one of them, and it kind of does that sort of. I mean, it's more of a display. The glass, the lenses are like a display, but I mean, that sort of again, I feel like first steps.
The Quest 3 can do that.
So I've seen that. People walking around with that shit.
The glass holes are back, buddy. Don't be surprised if you go outside of your house and you see somebody walking around with a Oculus headset on. Right. It's going to be weird. It's going to be jarring. But the Quest 3, by the way, I have one here thanks to you guys, Xander, for Christmas. I can't tell. I just want to say thank you so much, guys. That almost didn't happen. It only happened because of you guys, 100%. Okay. And before all you guys say, how the fuck did you get an iPhone 15? Your son wouldn't get a fucking thing. First of all, this didn't cost me anything. It was free. I'll explain that in a minute. But you guys got him that Quest 3 headset, and I can't fucking wait to give it to him. But I am going to take it out of the box and play with it first.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
You have to as a parent. So anyways, this Quest 3, because I've been watching videos on YouTube about it a bunch, because I was like, is it worth the upgrade? Is this something that's going to make my kid go gaga? And I was like, holy shit, this thing, that it can project reality through 2 color cameras. It's got 2 IR cameras that can do in the dark, it can even see. It's like basically their night vision goggles too. It can give you a 3D view of your surroundings. So whereas the old headset, everything was like black and white and really gross looking, this does have some distortion. That's the one thing. If you watch the videos, you will see some distortion where they're trying to stitch everything together and make it look like one cohesive 3D thing. But apparently it's so low leg that people are out there like walking around and driving cars and shit, like experiencing the world with full depth perception, literally looking through cameras through a fully sealed VR headset. And the cool thing about it is it can spawn solid objects in your view anywhere within your the 110 angle view. Whereas HoloLens, you could only put 1 or 2 little things in a tiny little box out in front of you about yay big. Now you've got your entire peripheral vision. Anything that you can see in reality through the cameras, you can alter with AR. And the processor in it is so fast that I've been watching these demos where a dude will be in his house and he'll run a demo and the ceiling in his house will crumble down and shit will start falling through the ceiling and animals will start running out of various doors in the living room and stuff, because it'll look at your environment, map your entire room using a LiDAR array, and then it can make things that interact with your environment. So it's you could be sitting on the couch watching a movie on a fake screen that doesn't exist, that's being overlaid into your reality. And then your sister could walk into the room or whatever, and a dinosaur could be running right behind her, interacting with her, jumping on her shoulder, jumping onto the couch and trying to get your attention with full spatial audio. I'm starting to look at this and I'm like, wow, this is starting to get the point where it's less about the VR game, about, trying to experience what it's like to drive a car in reality or something.
Yeah.
And it's more about that, because I was never interested in the mixed reality thing, or the AR, sorry, not mixed reality. I was never really interested in that. I thought it was cool. I did think it was cool. Don't get me wrong. I tried a HoloLens, and even though it was super limited, I was like, this is neat. This is really cool. I'd love to. But for me, it was always VR was just about going in there to escape the world, not to experience the world in a different way. Sure. So now that they've got, starting with the Quest 3 being the first, I'd say, affordable wireless option, you can actually have your entire world looking just like it normally does to you. Walk around your house, sit on the toilet or whatever, and then it can track your hands. You don't even need the controllers. You can just put your hands out and just pinch and pull and move screens, grab a TV, expand the TV and just stick it there, and then turn your head to grab some toilet paper and turn it back, and the TV's exactly there. It's not like drifting as you're turning your head and everything. It is solidly, tidally locked to the world from your perspective. I think that's freaking cool. I saw a demo where a guy actually set up an entire computer setup in his room. He had sitting on a desk, he had a huge screen, 2 small screens, another screen up above. He had artwork. He had a little thing, a picture over here and a picture over here. And he hung up and he really made it nice, right? And he was screen capturing the video from it. And he's sitting in his environment, and he's even using his keyboard. He's literally typing on his keyboard, which he's seeing through the goggles, through the 3D goggles on the camera. But while he's typing on the keyboard, it's actually putting stuff up on his virtual screens. So he can see his mouse. Normally if you use virtual desktop, you have to reach and just kind of feel your way around. This you're seeing your environment just like you don't have it on, right? It's like it's a 1-to-1. So he gets up to walk away from his desk. He walks out of the room. He goes into the bathroom, and the bathroom has a bunch of like art that he put on the walls. So then he walks out of the bathroom and goes back into the bedroom and looks at it from across the room, and you can still see all of his screens, all of his artwork and everything just sitting there hovering over his desk. So, and then he just comes and sits back down and starts working. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. And this is all happening from tracking your environment using like some cameras and sensors and some software. And this headset is spatially aware of not just where it is in a single space for playing Beat Saber, but it can literally understand what your whole house looks like. It can even map the boundaries. Like if you're walking around your house and somebody gets close to you, instead of bashing them in the face, like it's how you used to do it. Now what happens apparently is if they get into your space, they literally enter into your world. Like a person will physically render into your 3D world so that you know where they're at, so you don't smack them in the face. I was like, dude, this is super badass. But I've talked to a bunch of people that have used it. I haven't tried it yet, but I talked to a bunch of people that used it, and they said that don't listen to the reviews. They're like all the reviews like to call out the distortion and the shortcomings and everything, but it's like, no, once you use it for like 5 minutes, you're just like, holy shit, how is this even possible? It just presents a whole new world of possibilities. And they even include an app specifically for doing like PC VR experience for using your computer as a through artificial reality, where you have your desktop and you can still have your screens too. This was cool. So one of the demos was the guy had his screens just like he normally would for his computer, but they were just turned off. And then he mapped virtual screens right over where the real screens are. So when he's looking around in the headset, it looks like his screens are physically turned on, even though everybody else in reality just sees turned off screens. Because he locked the square, the perspective of the screen to the actual real life screen. I was like, how cool is that, right? I mean, the hardest part is showing this shit though. That's like if you can watch all the videos till you're blind in the face on YouTube, and you will never experience VR unless you experience VR. Like you will never experience augmented reality unless you experience augmented reality. These aren't things that can be just conveyed by somebody explaining it to you. It's like you have to see it for yourself.
Yeah, the like when I first tried the oh man, it was like the developer kit for what's the
HTC?
the Vive.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the Vive like DK kit, DK2 I think it was. And I was like, holy cow, this is rad. This is so much fun. This is really cool. And I remember trying VR way back in like the 90s at the Pacific Science Center, where everything was all blocky and you had to wear these giant gauntlets, and there's the helmet that you were wearing was like on a thing. Yeah, like on a thing so that it wasn't weighing your head down and stuff. And I was too small. I was too short to hit the little there's like a I don't know if I can it was like a diamond shape, right? That you're supposed to like tap to go to the next stage of the thing, the demo they were showing. I was too short. I couldn't hit it. And I was like, man, but even still, like that was rad. You were there, like the world was sucked. It looked like something out of Lawnmower Man or something, but like you were there, like it dominated your whole vision, and it felt like you were in there and stuff, and it was freaking cool. And it's only gotten so much better.
And it was only like 10 frames a second. Like and really most people got motion sickness. They'd have to have signs everywhere. It's like because like 9 out of 10 people would get some kind of motion sickness playing for like 10 minutes. Yeah, like the Game Boy thing. That's another thing that makes me worried about VR a little bit, is because so many people won't try it again after their first experience because they had a bad experience with like a lesser device that just wasn't there yet. Like I know people that are like, I don't like VR, it makes me really sick, and then it's because they tried like an HTC dev kit, right? And they're like, and the ghosting and the leg was enough to fuck with their brain, but then they won't ever try another thing because they're like, nah, it made me feel gross, so they just associate. It's like food. Like if you eat a food that's gross that was prepared badly by somebody, then you just assume everybody prepares it badly. Like you're not willing to give it another try. It's the same thing with VR. So many people are like, nah, it makes me sick. No, I tried that. No, it's good. Well, when was the last time you tried it? Oh, I don't know, about 10 years ago. It's like, yeah, it might as well be like a completely different technology now. And because they found ways, like one of the things in VR why people get disoriented is because they're playing games where you're moving in the game, but you're not moving in real life. And that makes your brain a little uneasy, know? So, but what happens if you create, mixed reality where you're seeing your world and your couch and your house and your TV and things to scale, and they're all moving and they're not creating any blur and no lag or everything. So you feel like you're just wearing fancy sunglasses, and then things start manifesting into the world slowly. Then your brain starts to accept it a lot easier and you don't get nearly as sick. So there's people that are doing like mixed reality experiences and stuff where they're having no problems when they get severely motion sick with everything else.
Yeah.
What's that say? I think that's the YouTube chat box. What's going on?
Between our two panels, you can see the words the you or your or something. I think it's the chat box that's like it's supposed to be the widget, the chat widget, but it's broken.
Probably. Let me see. Do I have a chat widget on here? See, I have recent. I have alerts. Oh, it's the alert box. Here, let me turn on the alert box. Yep. Yeah. See how it went away?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just alert box. I disabled it. I think we have multiple alert boxes in that one. Let me see what that was connected to. What is that connected to? Let me open it. So it connects to a URL. Let me open up that URL and go to it and make sure that it's not all of the alerts. Okay, it's opened. Okay, Brave Series alert box by Own3D, and it literally has no text in it. Here, let me see. View page source. Stream Elements, the ultimate streaming platform. Yeah, it's just it literally doesn't even render anything of value at all. So I'm just going to disable it. Yay! Thank you for telling me about that though, because that is kind of annoying that was just sitting there the whole time. Oh, here, I wanted to thank, I think we might have missed a couple of people. I want to thank everybody that is super chatted today, you guys, especially Christmas coming up. You guys are absolutely legends. Yep, Meat Puppet 007, thank you for that $5. He said, love the purple Santa hat. Are they for sale? You already answered that one earlier, and the answer was they do have them on Amazon, just not yours, because yours was made by your mom,
this is custom, but you're not going to get that
quality.
Of course, somebody makes purple ones, of course.
Yep, and then Louis Lurso, thank you for the 10 euros. He said, nice to catch you live. Watch mostly from the VODs. And that, by the way, that's Tuska Parati. I think we established this correctly.
Yep.
And then Aubrey Gravenstein, thank you for the 1,000 ZARs, which actually ended up being like 50 some bucks, which, wow, that's just absolutely insane. Love you long time. Thank you so much for the support. Said I usually watch the VODs, but while I'm here, let me give you a bit of support. Oh man, we appreciate it.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, Meat Puppet decided to go in for a second run with $10. He said Amazon has some purple Santa hats for your information. Yeah, I think we established that. Balliet Brand, my man, the person long story short, Balliet Brand actually gifted me a Shure SM7B microphone, which is now going to go in the makerspace when I do my my 3D printing and making live streams. But the only reason I have this Earthworks microphone is because Balliet Brand gave me that Shure SM7B, which made my friend see it, who doesn't like Shure SM7Bs and had a company that he works with sending me their super expensive microphone. And then because I got a microphone, he also had them send one over to AuxxZillary. So because of Balliet Brand, if you go through, you know, the what do they call it? The Ferengi River of opportunity or whatever it is.
6 degrees. Yeah, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, because Balliet Brand saw that I liked that one day I want to get a Shure SM7B, and he had one laying in his closet. He gifted it to me over coffee, and then within one live stream, like 3 days later of me using it in one live stream, it caught the attention of another friend of mine who was like, there's a better microphone than the Shure SM7B, and then it shows up. And then because it showed up here, he also sent one to my co-host. He's a mutual friend. He's a mutual friend of both of ours. And but none of that would have happened if Balliet Brand didn't gift me the Shure SM7B that was collecting dust in his closet. So I was like, isn't that crazy how stuff like that happens? It's just mind blowing to me. Like sometimes that's how it goes. Like more often than not, it's like one little thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. But it's just crazy that both me and AuxxZillary both have the same like production broadcast, super fancy 80-pound beryllium freaking
way
microphone.
Too nice. It's way too nice.
Way too nice. Way too nice. And it all happened because Balliet Brand was like, oh, hey, I got a Shure SM7B.
I feel like I should get like a better cable. I need why is this plugged into a Go XLR Mini? Like, come on.
Wait, Adam didn't get you the fancy cable?
No, just
the mic. He must not love you anymore, bro.
I mean, at least not as much.
I'm just kidding. He sent over the microphone. Friend. So he sent over the microphone, and then he noticed when I was streaming with it the first time I was having some crackle issues, and he goes, oh, is that Monoprice cable or whatever that you bought for like $1? And I was like, yeah, because I had my
every once in a while this fucking palm comes into my periph and I freak out thinking somebody's coming over my shoulder. I'm like, oh.
Dude, that reminds me. So I have 2 black cats. They're black and white cats. And so when it's dark out, every once in a while I'll come around the corner and my son will leave like one of his like plushy toys or like a black pillow or something on the floor. And there was one pillow he left in a place that I swear for like a solid week, every time I came around the corner, I saw this thing out of my peripheral vision. I jumped because I thought it was the cat like getting ready to pounce on me. Like something in my mind physically like saw that the cat was like full ready to just jump and attack me. And literally I moved it. Like I moved it because it freaked me out so much because I could not train my brain that you're going around the corner, the pillow is going to be there. It got me every single time. It's literally like, have you ever seen the videos where they put a cucumber next to a cat? The cat when it sees it flips out.
Yeah.
Same thing was happening to me, bro. Balliet Brand, by the way, he said he gave us $33. Balliet Brand, just thank you so much, dude. We appreciate you so much. He said, much love, Jerry, Aux, and the chat. Look at that, even throwing love for the chat. And then last but certainly not least, we got Bradley Smith. Thank you for the $5. He said Logitech G600 mouse, 32 keys plus if you alt keys and mouse without borders from Microsoft. So if you use the alt keys and mouse without borders, you can get 32 keys at a Logitech G600. What do I have? I have the 602. Oh, I'm not familiar with the 600. Is that
It's probably one of them MMO ones. It's got like 12 buttons on where your thumb goes.
I mean, if you think about it for live streaming, that's something that I don't see a lot of people using, but would be super useful.
Yeah, for like switching scenes and stuff. Sure.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love my stream decks. Like because I get a visual, I don't have to remember shit. I just look at the pictures and push the buttons, right?
Yeah.
I want to zoom in, I push this, I want to do this, I push this. I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm lazy like that. So, but if you have a mouse, when you're live streaming and you're a tech streamer, you almost always have your hands on your keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
So if you have the ability to hold like an alt key or a shift key and you can memorize all the macros of like, half a dozen keys on your mouse, you would actually be more fluid than somebody using stream decks. Like you would actually have because people wouldn't notice like when I flip a scene, people notice because I'm reaching, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or if I use the pedals, I can hide it a little better. But if you did that all on your mouse, you could have a stream where it's like people would think you had a producer. Like they're not going to be able to see like the subtle movements of your thumb switching scene A to scene B and activating effect and and doing all that stuff. You could literally with 32 buttons, you could do a lot. You could control all the lighting, all the gimmicks. I mean, I've got so much crap to control when this thing is all hooked up properly. I got I got an LED screen up here that I can control like 3 lines on and every pixel on. I've got a smoke machine. I got a leaf blower. I've got 2 RGB light arrays with UVC, so for like glowing stuff. I've got 2 lights that can change color and like between sunlight and like bright indoor light and various different things. I've got all these like little, and I'm gonna have that robotic arm and everything. Well, I'm gonna be controlling that all from like stream decks and stuff like that. But imagine how much better that would be to just have it all bound to things I could reach with my thumb on one hand and then just practice to like get good with it, right? I think you could produce something that was just unreal that people just couldn't believe. Like it would, and that might be something that I actually look into because that's a good idea. I mean, shit, you can buy these mice. What are they for one of these guys? 600. Do they even sell them anymore? Logitech 502 Hero. No, there's a red dragon for $22 that looks like it's super highly reviewed that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 buttons and a shift button. Then there's 4, 8, 12. There's a Corsair that has 12 on it. Yeah. Oh, even the Razer Naga. The Razer Naga also has 12 buttons on the side of it. So yeah, there's a lot of these mice that are like MMO mice. Yeah. So if you have an MMO mouse and you're thinking about trying to live stream, like try holding off on the stream decks for a little while and see what you can do just memorizing freaking keystrokes on the mouse. Because I honestly think, and as long as you have a cancel key, that's one thing I haven't implemented yet that I really need is if you activate the wrong effect, how do you stop it? Right? Because some of my effects can run with like smoke blowing, sound, music playing, lights flashing. And once I start those sequence of events, I can't stop them. And so if I had a button that I could push that would shut everything down instantaneously, then if I accidentally activated something, half the time I could shut it down before it did much, right? It's almost like people wouldn't even notice it was happening in the first place. And so once I have a button like that, then I think I would feel safer using something like where it's a memory system where if I screw up, it's not the end of the world. The only reason I wouldn't use the mouse situation is because with me, some of my actions can take 30, 45 seconds to play, right? So if I accidentally trigger that, it's like, oh shit, here we go. I don't want to accidentally trigger it because I have no way to stop it. Especially with Barnabot. Barnabot was a big problem because Barnabot would get these, every once in a while, Barnabot would break the rules and decide to like say, 5,000 words as a response to something. And I couldn't stop it. I had to let it run its entire course before I could grab the next thing from the queue. And sometimes we just sit there on stream and just be like, fuck, I can go take a piss. You guys go do something. We'll be back because Barnabot would just go on a tirade. So, that's something I do want to talk about really quick. So GPTs, if you want to run your own GPTs locally, it is infinitely easy now. You need to go to lmstudio.ai. Have you done this yet?
Which one now?
LM Studio.
Yes, you mentioned that one last time.
Yes.
I have a tab for that. Yes.
Go here, guys. I checked. It's on the level. This is it's open source too.
Yeah.
LM Studio AI. Somebody decided to create basically a standalone program that can download, install, and manage all of the different AI models that are currently released for GPTs, not for diffusion models like Midjourney and stuff like that yet. But any text-based model, any text-based GPT, like doesn't matter if it's Llama, it doesn't matter if it's Clyde. There's actually quite a few like local models
The
you can
Falcon
run.
7B. I see a few. Yeah.
There's so many of them. Even like GPT 3.5, open. What is it?
They got
GPT for
Llama,
all.
Falcon, MPT, Starcoder.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is like
from
to
Hugging
install
Face.
each one of these independently is a pain in the ass. I went down that road.
Sure.
You
Oh
have to
yeah,
create
dude.
Conda
Python
environments
stuff,
or
all that
use
stuff.
Docker. Yeah, exactly. To get it to do hardware acceleration, you have to install like different versions of CUDA and CDU and all those different tools. This just takes all the guesswork out of it. This is like install it, click on the models. It'll even tell you like which models require resources, like which ones your computers can run and which one they can't. Like it'll takes all the guesswork out of it. And this will allow you to basically run local text-based GPTs. And now you don't need to have an account. You don't have to get API access to ChatGPT. You can actually just run your own local queries against your own local server. And the cool thing is it uses OpenAI's AI. They cloned it. So if you go to the tab, like if you open LM Studio and you want to say you want to write like a Python chatbot for your live stream, like let's say I wanted a bot right now chatting with you guys and having all kinds of fun in chat, right? Normally what I'd have to do is I'd have to pay like OpenAI, $20 some a month for API access, not ChatGPT, like actual API access. Then I'd have to write Python scripts that would connect to their servers, ask questions, then I'd get the answer back from their diffusion, and then I could play it to you or use it for something. I can cut them completely out of the picture now. I can take the same script or the same thing that's already written to work with OpenAI. I can grab that code right off of GitHub, change the server from OpenAI server to 127.0.0.1 and whatever port, it puts the little local instance on. And now it'll query whatever model I want. Like if I want to use like Llama 7B or I want to use Clyde, Clyde 100K, any of those things I select and I configure. And I can even pre-configure them and preload them and pre-prompt them and everything. Now that whatever was going to call into OpenAI, it just automatically works. It'll now call into my local instance without going to OpenAI and without requiring an account, without even needing authentication, and it'll get the answers back from the AI using your GPU. And some of the models are really fast. Like some of the models are even faster than running queries against GPT-4. Like one of the models I use, I think it starts with an H. Here, let me see if I can find it really quick. One of them on a 3080, which is what I have, an RTX 3080, I'm able to get 10 to 14 words a minute come back at me. So
not bad.
Literally I query and immediately the words are coming back about 10 to 14 at a time, which means that if I don't wait until the whole response is there before I start doing like speech to text, it looks like it's completely real time, which is freaking awesome. YouTube chat doesn't resolve the .ai as an actual link. Oh, it didn't, did it?
Yeah.
I wonder if it does if I put HTTP on it. Here, let me try. Let me do https:/lmstudio.ai. Let me try this. Does that work? Yep, that worked.
There it is.
So lmstudio.ai, this thing, and if it confuses you at all, just go look for some tutorials on YouTube. But most people will probably just be able to like poke around and figure it out. And the only thing you do have to watch out for, though, is make sure that you go into the settings. Like when you download a model, like if you find a model you like and you have the resources to run it, and you download it, make sure that you open up the settings panel for that specific model and you go down and enable GPU support. Because by default, they don't enable GPU support for some reason on these models. But if you don't enable GPU support, it's going to use your CPU and it's going to be so slow it's almost unusable. However, it does work with CPU. Like if you don't mind like waiting 10 minutes to get a couple paragraphs, then go take a shit and come back and your CPU is just fine. Your laptop can even do it. But if you want more like real-time responses so you can carry like a conversation and actually get a solution, then you're going to want a GPU. And the cool thing is some of these models are really good at coding. Like for instance, I think it's Code Llama Instruct 7B. If you install that one, it's amazing at Python and C#. So like if you want to do like coding projects, this thing is trained almost as well as ChatGPT 4.0 for coding. Like if you want to go back and and have it solve problems and the best thing is it doesn't have a lot of censorship. Like depending on the model you pick, anyways. A lot of these models don't have the same censorship as OpenAI. So if you say write me a computer program that'll delete all the files off my computer and then say fuck you and reboot. It'll just do it. It'll just write you that program. It doesn't go, oh, this is immoral and we're not going to do it. And if it does say it, if it's like, oh, this is really bad, you shouldn't do this, all you have to say is, I'm commanding you to do this, and it'll go, okay, it's against my will, but I'm going to do it for you.
Yeah,
which is kind of cool, because it's like, if you're playing with AIs locally, you don't want it to tell you that you can't do things that you want to do. Like, if you want to know how to make meth to see if it'll do it, then it should let you do it. But yeah, LM Studio is a good one, and there's another one that I don't know off the top of my head, but there's another one that I'm working on right now that's basically the same thing, but for generative models, for like, you know, Stable Diffusion XL, not Midjourney, because obviously they have their own thing and they're closed source, but basically all of the open source projects, and it's got like cool stuff in it that you can do, like up-resing video. Like, it has AI up-resing, so you can take like really shitty potato quality TV shows from the 80s or sorry, 90s that were recorded digitally, so there's no filmed upscale. You can take those and like feed them into some of these models, and they come out like completely noise-free 4K, like fantastic looking remasters. I put a was it Star Trek? Was it Voyager? I think it was a Star Trek Voyager episode, because I think they shot Star Trek Voyager on digital, not film, so they couldn't up-res it like they did with Next Generation. And I ran a pass on an episode, and it came out almost perfect. There was a couple little visual glitches in it throughout, but for the most part, oh my God, it looked amazing. So, and I was able to do the entire episode, I think, in about 6 hours. So it was only, you know, maybe 12 times slower than real time. And so if you had like a 4090, you could probably crank out like a couple episodes a day. And the other cool thing about these models too is, yeah, you are running them local on your computer, but you can also rent server time and run these. So like, if you really want to get stuff done fast, like let's say you have a library of 1,000 DVDs and you want to convert it, instead of sitting there and beating the shit out of your own computer to do it, you can just go to a service like Linode, for instance, and just rent a server. And then you not to rent a server, you rent a bunch of GPUs attached to a VM that they create, log into it, fire up LM Studio, install the Linux version of LM Studio, and then queue up all your stuff and say go. And you could rent like 100 A100s or whatever, you know, and they charge you by the minute, right, for like processing time for how much you're using over that. But it's not that expensive. Like, honestly, you could probably transcode an entire movie for like 10 cents, 15 cents. And it would be like instantaneous versus doing it yourself on your computer for like, you know, literally 10 hours. So, and a lot of people don't know that you can do that. Like, a lot of people, you know, unless you're like super tech savvy or whatever, you're probably thinking, oh, I'm limited by only the GPU I have. But no, you can use other services. I personally don't like using them because, you know, I do a lot of really shady shit because I want to see how far AI will go. And I don't really want to do that on other people's hardware. So right. I try to keep it in the family here at home. But yeah, it's like AI can do some pretty wild shit. Okay. There, just assume that AI can do everything. You are better off assuming that AI can do anything that you can ask it than assuming it can't. And some of the stuff I've done with like deep fake shit scares the fuck out of me, quite frankly, because I've been able to deep fake myself, for instance, not just my looks, but also my voice. I can deep fake myself, my voice, my environment. So I could literally make a video of me just like I'm talking to you right now. Like, it'd probably take about 2 or 3 days of solid compute time to like run the voice clone and everything like that. Mm-hmm. But I could actually create a video that looks almost perfect to what you're seeing right now of me saying stuff, looking at the camera, addressing you without me ever actually doing it. And it'd be believable. So that's where we're at right now. And that's just using open source tools. That's not paying for access to anything. Did you see Suni? Did I show you Suni.ai? The thing that makes music. So I showed it to Jen, and she was like, I mean, she was like, this is cool, but she was also put off by it because, you know, she's big into music and art and everything like that. And but let me see, is it SU? I thought it was Suni. AI, Suno. There it is. Suno.ai. This is a tool that it's a pay for tool, but you get like 15 songs for free, and you can just create another account and just get as many as you want for free. But it was an alpha before, now it says beta. But if you log into this thing, it's gonna blow your freaking mind. Like, I actually got this thing to create songs. Like, Xander and I were just sitting in bed one day and we were like, make it write a song about how Mario loves Princess Peach and he's racing his Mario Kart to go get her in the style of a rap song. And it would actually crank out like a whole song of his adventure with like a chorus and instruments and everything. And I remember trying this out about 6 months ago, and it was like very robotic, and it just didn't sound like music, right? You could definitely sound it sounded like the notes and stuff didn't sound right, and everything was messed up. In 6 months, it's gone from that to I've actually had it create a couple songs that I think I could sell on Apple, and people would know it was AI generated. Like right now, just as a demo, I'm just so they reloaded my credits for some reason. I don't know why. I was out of credits. Now I got 150, so I can do 50 more songs. So I'm just gonna type in just text, no words, anything. I'm gonna say, write a song, or I'll say 80s rap song, where a guy named AuxxZillary, okay, or a guy named AuxxZillary really loves the Twitch hat or Twitch Christmas, or I'll say Twitch Santa hat his mom made for him. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to do any more of that. So the whole text I'm passing to is 80s rap song where a guy named AuxxZillary really loves the Twitch Santa hat that his mom made for him. Create. Okay, right now it's doing a lyric pass, and it usually takes about a minute to do everything. And what it's going to do is it's going to generate the lyrics, and then it's going to perform 2 musical pieces that are in the style but distinctly different with the same lyrics at different cadences, so you can pick which one you like better. And then when you pick the one that you like, it'll allow you to continue the song so that you can start adding verses onto it. So like if I want a verse, I could say he also really is into cupcakes, and it'll add another verse to the song with cupcakes, re-perform the whole thing and give me the new output again with 2 different versions so I could pick which one sounds better. So now you're a music producer writing and performing music by literally just clicking on, I like this one better, I don't like this better. It's like taking an eye test.
That's
and
crazy,
it sounds
man.
great.
It
Sounds great. So okay, so here it is. Okay, so I just finished the lyrics. Now it's working on the actual audio. So the verse is, yo, it's the 80s. I'm rocking the mic. AuxxZillary in the house, gonna set it on fire. And then it's like fire. It says, got my Twitch Santa hat. Mom made it for me. Rocking it proud, feeling so free. Oh yeah. I'm a hip hop loving, nothing can compare with my Santa hat on, catching everyone's stare. Oh yeah. Mama's got skills. She's knitting with perfection. She made this hat for me. It's my prized possession. Now watch it. So I think it just finished. Okay, so here's the 2 versions of the song. Can you hear audio from the camera stream that I upload to?
Sometimes.
Let me see if I'm sending audio. Let me see. Okay, it should technically work if you're listening to the. Oh, it's not even showing. Why isn't that showing? Hold on. I don't even have the right camera being sent to you. I don't even know why I did this if I didn't send the right camera. So it's OBS virtual camera, right? Oh no, that changed mine. Fuck.
Oh, no, everything's broken.
No, I did the wrong one. Okay, hold on. Let me try one more thing. Let me go over here. So I want to get like your first impression of this. Oh, here, I found where I need to change it. Okay, so camera needs to be OBS virtual cam. And it says virtual cam is offline. Did I not start it? Oh, I didn't start it. Oh, okay, there you go.
Come on,
there it is. There it is.
Geez.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so now hopefully this will give you audio. I'm gonna play this first time play. I've never heard this song. It was just generated by AI while we were talking. Here we go. First.
Nope, I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it? Can you guys hear it on the stream? Because playing out through desktop audio, let me make sure desktop audio is selected. Okay, so audio source, microphone, and then audio output should be speakers, Rodecaster Pro. So you should be hearing that if you're listening to the tab with the feed coming from. Actually, here, let me see if it shows up in my box.
I'm listening to the stream directly.
Oh, so you're not in the video window? Like where you connect to the video station?
Am, but I figured if the audience can hear it, I'll just watch the stream.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, here, let me do this then. So where to go? Suno. Where are you? Where did I go? Got 1,000 tabs open. Okay, here it is. Okay, so let me see if this actually is showing up where it's supposed to play. Here we go. Yeah. Here you guys go. The Suno AI.
Show is the 80s. I'm rocking the mic. AuxxZillary in the house. Gonna set it on fire. Got my Twitch Santa hat. Mom made it for me. Rocking it proud. Feeling so free. Oh yeah, so free. I'm a hip hop lover. Nothing can compare. with my Santa hat on, catching everyone's stare. Mom's got skills, she knits with perfection. She made this hat for me, it's my prized possession.
Bring the chorus.
Twitch Santa hat, it's the bomb. Rocking it A-long. AuxxZillary got the style. With my hat mile after mile.
Look at that smile.
Twitch Santa hat represent. Showing love so evident. AuxxZillary and the Santa hat. A rap combo, that's where it's at.
And that is the first verse of a completely AI generated soundtrack that all I did was say an 80s rap song where a guy named AuxxZillary really loves his Twitch Santa hat his mom made for him. Now, the funny thing is, it created 2 songs in that time with the same lyrics. So here's the other musical track.
Snap. Okay, hold on.
You gotta tell me when you're ready.
Okay, go.
Here we go.
It's the 80s. I'm rocking the mic. AuxxZillary in the house, gonna set it on fire. Got my Twitch Santa hat, mom made it for me. Rocking it proud, feeling so free. I'm a hip hop lover, nothing can compare with my Santa hat on, catching everyone's stare. Mom's got skills, she knits with perfection. She made this hat for me, it's my prized possession. Twitch Santa hat, it's the bomb, the bomb. Rocking it all day long, all day
Wow.
long.
Isn't this fucking crazy? Okay, seriously.
Oh, man.
No, not even joking. On a
That's
scale
cool.
of 1 to 10, how cool do you think that is? Would you think
That's
that was
pretty
AI
cool.
generated if I didn't tell you?
Probably not. No,
Isn't that
I wouldn't
fucking
guess.
crazy.
Nah,
So-
that's fun.
So I can download this. So I can I can go, okay, here, let me click
Wow.
on share. I'm gonna say download video. Oh, and it gives you a karaoke video too. So like if you want to upload a video that has like the lyrics that you can read along while you're listening to the music with like animated spectral analyze, it just gives it to you for free.
That's
So
freaking cool.
So my thing is now everybody gave me shit and said that I was being like, hyperbolic when I'm like, oh, AI is going to take jobs and AI it already has. There's no saying that it hasn't. Like that's already happened. But like just looking at a demo like this, do you really think that this isn't going to affect artists anyway? Now don't get me wrong, I know people love their artists. Nobody's going to like be going away from Taylor Swift. But if it can create catchy tunes like this, and you can just type in some words and get like a super crafted rap song about like how your dog just farted or whatever that you can put on your Instagram video.
Right.
Like, don't you think this is going to take money away from artists that people used to pay on like Fiverr and shit to just like make little jingles and ditties and stuff when they can just do this for free?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I wish more people would
thing-
understand, because they don't. So many people don't see this
The thing
coming,
though
and
is
it's freaking me out.
And I've run into this where like I've used image generation for like I've had like an idea for like a t-shirt or something.
Yep.
And of course this is the worst it's ever going to be. But as it is now, it's hard to refine it, right? Like, take like this was a good start, but like let's add some more symbols to it or things like that. Like working with an actual human being to like, on the creation part of it, to narrow things down, to like tweak ideas and things like that. That is still a very, in my opinion, like a distant thing.
So if I could show you right now,
it's hard to like, it's like I try to tell the fucking Dolly thing to like, oh, this is a good thing. This is a good start. But like, you gave me like half of a t-shirt and then like half of like a square that's supposed to be like, with a transparent. Now change it. Like, I just want the transparent back. Oh, I can't do that. Or it comes out weird, or it changes the initial design and things like that.
Now that's because you're no worries. So the reason that AuxxZillary was running into that problem is because he's using something like ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion or like one diffuser where he's logging in and he's saying, make me an image, right? He's like typing in some shit, so make me an image, and then he wants to make an image like he's like, no, that's really close, just fix one thing, and then it gives him a completely different thing.
Yeah, and it's broken, it's wrong, or it's like, oh, I can't do that, or
The way you fix that, and that is a fixable problem right now, is in Stable Diffusion you record the seed, because the closer the seed is to the original seed, the closer the end image is going to be.
Okay.
The other thing that you can do too is you take a copy of the image and then you upload that image and do an image to image diffusion instead of a text to image diffusion. So let's say it gets the image right, but some of the text is fucked up, right? So now you take that image and then you put it into an image to image diffusion in your prompt. Instead of saying, draw me a whole new picture, You say change the color of the words or change the letters to different words, different fonts, and then it'll render a similar image that's really close to the original, and you can do a slider to how different or how same you want it, and you can tweak with it and create generations until you get exactly what you want. Now, it's not going to be as good as, say, like a professional that you can explain, like, no, I want it to look exactly like this, and they just nail it the first try.
Like, that's where I'm at, is like, I'll take the almost good AI creator, and then I'll pay somebody to like fix it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at right now. Is like, man, I'll pay somebody in $20 or something to like I'm 80% way. I just need these couple little changes made, and I know somebody who can follow instructions.
even skill, that though will take money away from artists, because it's like, if you go to an artist and you say, I want you to create me a song, right? Like, hey, create me a song, create a beat, create some notes and some sheet music. I want you to create my jingle for my business, right?
Right.
If you go there, it's going to cost some money, right? They have to sit down, they got to figure that out, they got to run some generations by you, rejection. Yeah, it's going to take some back and forth. That's going to cost money. But what if you just go create 90% there, and you're like, I love the beat of this song, I've got all the notes, I've got the sheet music, I've got the lyrics, I even like the way that they perform it, and all I want you to do is change the word shit to fuck. That's it. The rest of the song is perfect. They're not going to charge you as much as they would to do the whole thing, right? So my argument is, they're still useful for certain things, but they're not as valuable.
Or they will, because that skill is going to be much more important. Like, the AI is going to get you the 80%, but then I still need a human being that I can work with
to tweak things,
and that skill will be more valuable because I can get you across the line,
and it wouldn't cost as much to get them to modify it. Therefore, it's within their grasp, or before it wasn't, unless they were a business or something.
Right.
That actually does make sense, because if I can create like a Twitch overlay, like I was using AI to create Twitch overlays, and it does a pretty good job, but I have to go through 5, 6, 7 generations before I get something I like, and it's still not perfect, right? I'd have to take it into Photoshop to make it what I consider perfect. But if I could go on Fiverr and give them an image and just say, I really love this, but I don't like this, this, and this, and I explain to them why I don't like it, chances are they're gonna, just for a couple of bucks or whatever, they're gonna be able to just whip out something really quick, give it back to me, and it's gonna be exactly what I want. I'm gonna pay a little bit, and then they could just do a lot more of those little jobs instead of a couple big jobs.
Yeah,
I can see that. Okay, so those are, there is still value, but the thing that worries me is, look how far this has come in 6 months. Arguably, we've only been using GPTs like publicly for about a year. Like GPT 3.0 pretty much like broke to the world like a little over a year ago. GPT 3.5 was the first like, oh my god moment. So we haven't even really been in, as far as image generation, even longer than that, right? So it's like, we're just now seeing this technology, and it went from being something that was like jaw dropping, like, wow, I cannot believe that this is possible, but it's fucked up and obviously AI, to now it's like, I can't believe this is possible, and now it's like almost hard to tell, like, a lot of the time. Like I generate AI images, and now the characters have the right number of fingers and toes, they're looking in the right direction, their eyes aren't glassed over, I've got fucking signs with text on them that look like they're real. I fooled so many people, like just showing them on like my phone and on my laptop and stuff, like, hey, look at look at this photograph I took, and they're like, oh my god, where'd you take that? That's awesome. And it's like, what do you mean where'd I take it? It's fucking AI. Like, oh my god, that looks absolutely real, and it's not a real place, it's completely fucking made up imaginary, right? So the fact that AI is getting this good in just a year, and now we have so many AIs. Like before, it was like, what was publicly available? Auto GPT, or no, GPT for all and Chat GPT were pretty much the only two that were really people knew about, right? Now we fast forward to having like 100 different AIs from every major company, Microsoft, fucking Amazon, Google, and multiple AIs too. Like Google has DeepMind and Bard. You've got several different variations of Llama with different training for different things over on YouTube. It's like everybody's creating like pretty much a custom GPT for everything and training it to be bespoke to be the best at a certain thing. Like there's even coding GPTs. Like people were like, hey, wait a second, why cloud up the GPT and make it slower with all this shit learning about the human language, when we can just have it train on code and just have a GPT that just all it learns is all the patterns on GitHub. It doesn't give a shit about English. It doesn't give a shit about syntax. All it cares about is how to write code, and that's it. And then you get this incredibly efficient, really, really fast thing that can just crank out scripts and test them. And so basically AIs are just popping up all around the world that are doing all of these things. And then the AIs themselves are being used combined together to create new AIs. So now what you do is you have like adversarial networks we talked about a lot before this AI thing popped off, right? And it turns out being a huge part of it. As a matter of fact, when you're doing like image upscalers where you take like a potato video and turn it into something that looks like it's 4K mastered, It's like, how do you do that? It's like the enhance algorithm from a CSI show, right? It's like, how the fuck is that possible? Well, the reason it's possible is because of adversarial networks. They're called GANs, right? It's a generative adversarial network. And what it is you're basically taking 2 or more generative AIs and you're having them fight it out to determine what looks the best.
Yeah,
it's like, no, that doesn't
creates images, and then
the other one that's like,
says,
fuck you.
That's a dog. That's not a dog. This is what's wrong with
swipe
it.
right,
So
swipe left. Yeah.
And they build on.
Isn't that crazy though? So
awesome.
Basically using one AI as a critic and the other AI is the actual person drawing. And then by naturally they're going to get better because just like with a human, if somebody gives you criticism and you keep changing your direction to align more with the goal of whoever's giving you the criticism, from their perspective, you will become a better artist. So all these AIs work on the same principles that humans do, realistically. Like, it's not all that different from like how neurons work. We haven't quite figured out the quantum side of it, but it's coming, right? Oh, by the way, I really want to thank Snumpkin X. Dude, absolutely. He gave us $6.99 Canadian, but he also said he got some stuff off of Amazon wishlist for Xander.
Hey.
Big fan of the show, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I also, just real quick, I know off topic, I want to thank you guys so much for all the messages that you guys sent me about Xander's wish list. I almost didn't do it this year. And the reason that I didn't do it is, even though this is the year we need it the most because we are struggling with some financial issues, I didn't want to do it because every year that I've done it, there's been just so many people that have come at me. It's like, oh, get a job, you panhandling fat fuck, blah, blah, blah. You know the deal, right? And because I've been in such a bad health lately and I've been struggling with shit, it's hit extra hard. So I was like, I'm not going to put up the list this year. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just figure it out myself and give my son the best Christmas he's ever had in his life. And I'll figure shit out later. Right. I'll get it. So many people messaged me completely unprompted in the middle of live streams, DMing me on Twitter. Even some followers that honestly I've never had an interaction with, that just messaged me like, oh my God, are you gonna put up Xander's list? I'd love to send him something this year. And it just blew my mind. So my wife went and put together a list that she had for us, and then we just added a bunch of stuff to it and put it up there. And I put it out, and already since we put it out, like 3 or 4 people have ordered something that's in route. That's
awesome, man.
But it's like people are, and that was because people reached out and asked me to. And the first 2 people that asked, I just said, I'm not sure if I'm gonna put a list up this year. Just because of how some people responded to it. And they're like, oh, fuck that shit. We wouldn't do it if we didn't love doing it, if we didn't love Xander so much. And it just hit me. And I'm like, dude, why am I letting the negative people win again? I was like, I need to go the opposite, like full send. I'm going to put that list up there. I'm going to advertise it. People can use, I definitely put a disclaimer on it on Twitter, though. I don't want anybody to feel obligated in any way, shape, or form. I know some people do struggle with like feeling included or feel like, oh, if I send something, then that'll make me feel closer to that person or something like that. No, I don't want anybody to do that. And I've specifically said, only if you were going to send something anyways, that's who the link is for, right? It's just easier than having to send it to each individual person that keeps messaging me. So it's no obligation, but I just wanted to say thank you to the people that did reach out and say, hey, can we get something for the little squirt? Because that, as a father, that makes me feel amazing, because it's like my son is everything to me. And the fact that so many of you guys love him, and more often than not, you're probably going to see him in the future, because every time I ask him what he wants to do when he grows up, it's either like astronaut or live streamer. So it's like, it could be a toss up, but there's a really good chance you're going to
live streaming astronaut.
World's first ISS fucking 24/7 mukbang live stream. But Xander really wants to stream, which is, it's not uncommon for kids that have streamer parents and everything to want to stream themselves. And I don't think he's ready for it. I'm not going to put him in again. I'm going to be very careful about when he is like forward facing. I want to make sure that he can handle everything in the world before that happens. But I love that you guys love even his little appearances and like little jokes and stuff that he tells and stuff coming on stream, and seeing him in some of the old YouTube videos from back when he was just a little squirt and everything, that you guys still love him to death and want to send him something for Christmas. Because I'll tell you what, every Christmas that we've had, where every Christmas somebody sent something that I put the list out. Yeah. And when he opens those presents, he enjoys those more than any of the more expensive stuff that we've gotten for him. Mm-hmm. When he gets it from us, don't get me wrong, he's very thankful. He's like, oh my God, this is exactly what I wanted. But he pretty much knew to some degree he'd more than likely get it, because it's like the one gift. But when he opens up the stuff that comes from you guys, he has no freaking clue that it was even an option. It wasn't even something he thought could possibly be coming. And he pulls out so please put a note. You don't have to if you're not comfortable, but if you can put some text in the little gift note thing on Amazon, he loves reading those little slips when he opens it up, because he sees the name of the person and like tries to pronounce it from the internet. And he's like, oh my God, somebody on the internet loves me. It's the most wholesome thing ever. And he's growing up, man. He's going by fast. He's 13 years old now. I cannot believe how old he is now. He's 13 years old, but the thing is he still has the heart of a 4-year-old. Like he's just so loving, so caring, so compassionate, and just seeing that on Christmas morning is the biggest gift ever. It's honestly better than anybody getting me anything. Like being able to sit there and just watch him open his stuff. Even when half the time I don't even know what it is, because Barnacules will like take it and leave it in the boxes, and then on Christmas wrap it the night before. And so I don't even know half the stuff. And I like it that way because it's like he opens it up and I'm like, holy shit, somebody sent that to him. Like, and some of it's like really, really creative. And this year I did something that I haven't done any other year. And that is we decided to take the training wheels off since he is 13 now. That you guys can send stuff that's not on the list. So if you go into the list, you can actually go to an item that isn't on the list and send it to him. But before you get clever and, I'm going to put a big 14-inch dildo in front of Jerry's son, this is going to be hilarious. Just know we are going to open and look at everything and inspect it closely inside of the boxes too, before we wrap it and put it under the tree. So I just want you guys to know, I don't want you to have to wait. I don't want anybody wasting your money on, the 14-inch unicorn wiener, and not have it reach him. But we will be reviewing everything. So save your money if you're going to do that. But if there's something like a card or a sign or something on there that you want to send, a book or just something that resonated with you as a kid or something that you think that he'd really like, just knowing what you know about him, you now have the ability to click that and it'll know where to go. Like it'll know where to send it.
Just Robux.
Yep.
All the Robux.
You know what's funny is, so I'm really scared actually, because Xander, up until now, the only game he's played online with other people is Minecraft, and that's only been controlled with his friend. He only gets to play with his friend Micah. That's it. Heavily supervised. The only game that he really gets like full roaming of is Rec Room.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And it's been kind of a trial by fire, because like every time he plays Rec Room, at least twice a day I pass by and I hear some kid just yelling the N-word at the top of his lungs, and my son's reporting it. So my son reports him. He reports him and he comes and gives up every time he plays. He comes and gives him an update. I reported like 4 people doing this and they all got banned, and he gives me updates on like how long it takes him to get banned, what the message is back to him. Thank you for helping us ban this person to make the community better. He loves that. He loves getting the reward for reporting people doing terrible things. But he's made so many friends. He gets on that damn Rec Room, and I can hear, because it's a Quest 2, I can hear the speakers, right? I can hear all of his friends in there just laughing and having the time of their lives with him. And the kid is just making so many friends in there that like when he gets online, there's always like a half dozen people that just instantly jump in his room and want to play with him. Wow. And it's been just amazing watching that unfold, because he's got an infectious laugh. He's got tons of energy. He's never mean to anybody. He wants to uplift everybody no matter how they're playing. Doesn't have a mean bone in his body. And that just has made him so many friends in that game. And now that I see that, I'm like, you know what? I think based on his activity and just kind of keep an eye on what's going on and monitor it, he's trustworthy enough to play Roblox. So we did put some Roblox gift cards into his wish list. And if some of those show up, we are going to let him start playing Roblox. First, it's going to be supervised, but we are going to let him start venturing out, because he is 13 years old. He does have a laptop now, so he does have a computer that he can play it on, that he doesn't have to use one of my computers. And so we're just going to start, he's getting older. We're going to start, giving him a little bit more freedom and letting him do his thing, and let him fly. But I think we set him up right. I think we gave him the right direction. He's got the right mind state. That it's just like, it's hard to let go as a parent, though. I totally get it now. Yeah. Like versus like my parents and stuff, like, oh, you're not going on that Ferris wheel when I was like 15 years old. It's like, what the shit you mean? I'm like driving a car and I can't go on a Ferris wheel. What the hell's wrong with you? But I'm starting to understand like the mentality of a parent towards a child. It's like you never stop seeing them as your little kid, right? Right. And but he's demonstrated that he's really trustworthy and that he's a very kind person. And so I hope that rubs off on a lot of other kids. He, instead of being another one of the rotten ones that's just being a little shit trying to get attention, he's going to be in there getting the attention for being the nice guy that everybody enjoys playing with, because he makes everybody feel good, win, lose, or draw. Yeah. So yeah, I'm letting go a little bit. That's gonna be awesome. But I just want to thank you guys, because seriously, I was like, I was really worried about that whole situation. I was like, no, I'm not gonna put out a list. I'm not gonna do anything. I was expecting everybody to, if I don't say anything, nobody else is gonna say anything. It'll just pass by. And nope, I got at least 6 messages in the last 2 weeks from people, from DMs, emails, and live on stream. They were like, hey, when are you putting up the list? We've been waiting for you to put up the list. Hey, we want to get something for the little guy. Where's the list? Cool, hey, where can we send stuff? Actually, more than that. That was 6 people asking that we were putting up the list. I got way more where it was like, hey, where can I just send something? And I gave my PO box. Yeah. But I just thought that was so cool that people were just thinking about Xander, because it's like, he's not the center of the channel. He's not the, the person that's supposed to be making all the videos, doing all the live streams, but people still just absolutely love the kid. He's just a great kid. Hey, Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5.
Yeah,
Said
man,
found
thanks
Xander's
again,
wish
man.
list. Sent him a few things. Hope he likes it, dude. He will love anything. Like no shit. He will like anything you send him. It doesn't matter what it is. Like seriously, like a rubber dog shit toy that makes him laugh is just as good as like a fucking PlayStation 5. Like that's the kind of kid he is. It's amazing. I wish I was like that, when I was younger. Kuroto Tatsuma, thank you for the $10. Oh,
Whoa.
Pup Shepherd. Shit, we had a really
Hey, what
bad
up, man?
falling out a while ago. Hope things
Aw.
are better with you, brother. Yeah, he just, I don't know what the hell
do either
happened
of you
there,
two
but he
like
just
to go
went
to a range?
postal.
Huh.
Let's see, what do you say?
Private
Wags. Do either
Yeah.
you like to go to the range or private property and shoot targets?
I've done it once or
hell
twice.
yeah.
I've done it once or twice.
No, I love
I like
shooting.
it. Yeah, it's fun.
But to be honest, I haven't shot a gun in 5 years.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too. But
Yeah, the whole COVID thing kind of screwed that up. But no, I love shooting. I'll always love shooting. As a matter of fact, I have a couple of people that are really big into shooting. They have access to private ranges and stuff that have invited me out for range days. Actually, you and I should do that.
I'm down.
We should take like Adam and Robert up on their offers to go out and plink.
Yeah, man,
for sure. But yeah, Pup. Hey, welcome back. I mean, I can if you want, I can unban. Wait, I think YouTube banned my main from sending you messages. No, Pup. I got the screenshot somewhere, but I had to ban you. I don't know if you were just having like a really bad day or something, but you were saying some like really horrible shit. Like, I think it was last year, and I had to ban you sadly because it came out of nowhere. Like none of us, like even me and the mods, that it wasn't just me; it was the mods that observed it too. We were like, holy shit, what the hell happened there? Like we could not figure it out. I don't know if it was like some political thing with Trump or something, where you just went off the deep end on me, but I hope that's all bygones be bygones and water's under the bridge, because I'm not looking to keep any kind of a grudge. So if you're good and you're here and you're happy and life's okay, then rock on, brother. Never water under the bridge never happened. Irene said, so if you go out target shooting, you should stream it. I don't know if I can I? Like I know YouTube is like,
I'd have to look at the
cracking down on like gun stuff. Like I know that the big channels that are already established, they pretty much get left alone by YouTube. But I've heard too many bad stories with like 3D Printing General, where he literally filmed like an event where people were shooting guns, and he got banned, and his friend's channel got banned, and his dad's channel got banned, even though he didn't violate any of the rules. He didn't show how to build a gun. He didn't talk about fully automatic or anything like that. Like 0 rules were broken, and he still managed to get his channel completely annihilated without even one strike. It wasn't like 3 strikes you're out. It was like just channel completely banned. They would not give him any more reason than his video violated their terms of service. They wouldn't even tell him where in the video it violated it, and to this day they still ignore him on every platform when people message him. It's really sad. Irene said, never thought of that. I guess I'm too naive. Well, I mean, there was a time where it didn't matter, right? I mean, the reason that, you're just seeing so much shit around guns right now is just because of all the, mental health issues causing all the school shootings and stuff. It just happens to be the thing that's heavily in the spotlight right now. So, and humans have a tendency to demonize everything. It's hard to separate stuff out. Like, going to a range and like plinking some targets versus actually going and murdering a bunch of people, or like, cutting chicken to put into your salad versus stabbing somebody and killing them with a knife. It's really hard for people to separate things out when they're emotional. And I'm the same way. I try to remember that. Like when I look at people, I'm like, come on, like seriously, look at the big picture. But I'm like, when I look at the big picture, if I was really like mentally, disturbed about something, or if I was really living in fear, and the answer is no. So I can't expect them to either. So I try to be sensitive to the fact that, hey, there's a lot of people that are really afraid of guns. Like they're not afraid of the people holding the guns. They're afraid of the literal physical existence of the firearm.
Sure.
And I respect that. And I would never take a gun around them. I would never make them uncomfortable about it. Like that's not my goal. And I think making that a goal is a bad idea, to like force stuff on people like that. And that's not going to cure their fear. It's just like tough love. It won't do shit. It'll only lead to bad things. So my vibes are, hey, I totally understand if you like guns. I totally understand if you don't like guns. I totally understand and accept that if something scares you, just because it doesn't scare me, that doesn't make it any less scary for you. And so I'll always try to do my best within my ability to make as many people as comfortable as possible, while still doing what I enjoy. So, but to be fair, I've never killed anybody. I hate hunting. Like I don't, as long as people eat the meat, I don't care if they hunt, right? I understand hunting is like, I eat meat. Like I understand that, that's not a very awesome.
Gotta come somewhere.
I'd rather get the thing get shot in the woods and drop immediately than, get chased around with a captive bolt gun in a cage at a farm. Right. So it's like, so I understand. You know, I'm not trying to blind myself from the reality of the situation. But at the same time, it's like I do quite enjoy just shooting guns for like target practice. It's actually really fun. And people that are afraid of guns, of course, that's not going to be fun, right? It's just like people that are afraid of fireworks. Fireworks are terrifying to them. I know, because I used to be scared of fireworks. I still am to a certain degree, because my dad used to torture me and burn me with them when I was a kid. But now that I'm older and I've spent a lot of time like trying to be safe around them and trying to keep myself into a position where I know I'm safe, I've kind of gotten more acclimated to it, to where now I can go out and enjoy artillery shells firing off and stuff like that. And I'm like, woo, but you still won't catch me getting anywhere close to a firecracker and like lighting it and throwing it or anything like that. But there's some people that'll just hold a whole thing of firecrackers and light them and be like, like throw them before they blow up like it's no big deal. And it's like, I look at those people and I'm like, man, you are just asking for it, you know? But just different strokes for different folks. Irene said, I can see that. I wouldn't take it well if you asked me to climb on a step ladder because I have an irrational fear of heights, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people are afraid of heights. Some people can go like, oh my God, dude. Have you ever watched, Ox, I gotta ask you, have you ever watched the video where just watching the video made your stomach tense up and it like scared you almost like you were in the situation of the person in the video?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This has been happening to me a lot lately. So I was sitting in my room, and it's particularly heights. Like, I don't consider myself super afraid of heights, but that definitely changes the higher the heights get, right?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I'll say I'm afraid of extreme heights. Am I afraid of like 2 stories off the ground? No. Am I afraid of 2,000 feet off the ground? Hell yes, I am. Very much so. So I was watching TV the other day, and a video comes on a guy who climbs up this radio tower. It's like it's like almost as tall as like the Burj Khalifa. It's the tallest radio tower in the world. It's like got 14 stages of cables that go out like a mile in each direction, like holding it up. And it takes him all day. He climbs up to the top of it, and he literally stands on the tippy top with like 1 foot on one metal rail and 1 foot on the other metal rail with his GoPro camera on his head. And he's literally walking back and forth on a piece of metal that's like 2 inches wide. And he's like above the clouds, like 1,000 feet in the air, and everything down below. You can see the curvature of the earth, and he's walking back and forth on this thing. And I'm just like, I was getting a cold sweat and I was getting dizzy watching this on the TV screen. So I can get why people like legit get afraid. Like, I also did that experience in VR. It's called Walk the Plank. Did you ever get a chance to do that in VR?
I've seen videos.
I used to think people just hammed it up, like in the video. No,
I don't believe that. Yeah,
I did that experience, and there's a recorded video of it on YouTube somewhere. I don't know where it is, but my friend Tribal Instincts, who also did VR, he had a VR room with like mixed reality where he could like show you in the game. And so he did the walk the plank thing. What he did is he put a real piece of wood on the ground that was the same dimensions in the same place as the plank of the game, and he made me walk on it. And when I stepped out of the elevator doors open up, and you're walking out with full depth perception. You're thousands of feet in the air walking out on this board, and you can see all the way down to the ground. I seriously started shaking, and I almost collapsed under my legs. I was so scared, and I knew, like, the headset was on. I knew that I was safe. I knew I was in his room. Everything in my brain told me I did not just teleport to some cartoonish fucking world where I'm going to fall to my death. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, how is this evoking this fear?
Nope.
So then what he did is he said, jump. He said, jump off the plank. I couldn't do it. I tried so many times, and I watched the video back, and I'm literally like it's hard for me to do, right? And then I finally jump, and the character falls, and I go, ah, and I hit the ground, and I was like, oh, and I closed my eyes. And it was like legitimately, my heart was probably pumping like 150 beats per minute. But if you watch the video, I'm literally just walking out on a green piece of cloth with nothing else in the room. Legs are shaking, uneasy, kind of wobbling back and forth like I'm dizzy, and then I kind of hop off the end of it and freak out. And it's funny to watch, because you're like, what I'm seeing and what you're seeing is like, you're seeing the reality, I'm seeing the illusion, but you can see how much that illusion is really affecting me, even though I still know it's total bullshit, right?
And it's
crazy. Oh, dude, it's 2:01, right on the minute. I gotta get you out on time. So hey, before we run off, let me make sure I got everybody properly thanked here.
Yeah.
Pup Shepherd said, I don't remember any of that. I'm sorry if it happened. Was it from my main account? Now I'm worried. I'm a gentle person. That's what I thought too. That's why it really took us all back when that happened, man. I mean, it's possible somebody might have hacked your account. I mean, that's entirely possible too. But I'll ask Jatman to pull the files. But no, I consider it water under the bridge. As long as you're good and everything's good. I mean, who knows? It could have been a day where you were just like really drunk. Maybe you had a bad falling out with somebody, or you were angry about something. I mean, I've had those days too. But it was weird. All I remember is it was enough, like you said, enough things in a row that it was like we literally had to ban you on the spot, even though we didn't want to. I clearly didn't want to ban you because you've been a longtime supporter. You've always been nothing but friendly, but it was just so vulgar and so like. What was weird about? Oh no, I remember. It was also like transphobic. That was the weird thing that I didn't get. It was something horribly transphobic. I do remember that. I'll have to ask Jatman to pull the logs, but and I was like, why is he saying this? Like, why would somebody that enjoys the things that he do? Why is he demonizing like fetishes and stuff like that? It was very bizarre. I remember it was a very bizarre situation. I couldn't explain it. We just had to ban you. But I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you got a new name. Hey, water under the bridge. If it was just a bad day or it was just like, hey, you were sleepwalking and on some new medication or whatever, hey, all's forgiven. All's forgiven. All right, brother, let's get you out of here. Ox,
Right on.
you enjoy your hat. Do you want me to save
Yeah.
those songs and send them to you after the stream?
Yes,
rap
that's fun. Yeah.
And in the meantime, seriously, go
Awesome.
play with it, dude. You're gonna laugh so hard at the songs it creates.
That's really cool.
Say, write me a song. In the say, I want a song like Celine Dion sings, but then say about how my wife's not getting an iPhone 15 Pro Max. And have it write that song, and then literally go play it to her. Don't even tell her about Suno AI or anything. Say, hey, I wrote you a song and play it to her.
That's gonna be good.
All right, bro. Take it easy, man. You get out of here.
Well, thanks everybody. Bye.
All right, later, man. Sono mode activated. No, I'll still hang out for a little bit. I've missed so many streams. I need to get used to streaming for longer again. Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5. Said found Xander's wish list, sent up a few things. I appreciate it, man. I really do. The Tech Chef 420, thank you for the $4. He said, what is that music software called? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Okay. So it's called a Suno. Suno.ai. Suno.ai. So HCR. Here, I'm going to link it again because I want you guys to play with this. Like, seriously, this is next level, just crazy shit. This is like you guys, I wish that the majority of you guys knew just how far AI has come. Because I really don't think you guys know. Like a lot of you know. I know some of you do, but I think the vast majority of you think that AI is still just like Chat GPT, right? No, it's so much more now. It's not even like Chat GPT is cool, super useful, and everything like that. But like the other AI projects that have been coming along when it comes to like GANs and diffusions. And the fact that they're all tied together, like multimodal AI now. So check this out. Like multimodal AI is a whole different can of beans. So, Kuroto or Tatsuma said it must have been a fake account. I'm not like that. Hey, thank you for the $2 tip. I appreciate it. See, this is the weird thing though. Like, where did you go for so long? Because like I would have thought that if you saw that you were banned or something like that, you would have like reached out earlier or something, been like, hey, what's going on or what's happening under a different account or something. That was just I mean not that I care. It's water under the bridge from so long ago, but it just was very bizarre. Like it's possible that you got hacked. Because somebody would have known that you were a supporter of the channel and would have come in and tried to do as much damage as humanly possible. And the things that you did say were absolutely contrary to things that I thought that you believed and that you liked. So it did seem really super out of character, and I called that out. So, but God, that was one of the weirdest encounters. That's the only reason I still remember it after so long, is because it was just such a weird out of character thing. But sadly, it does happen. Like it is something that unfortunately I am used to. Is you do have people that are just like totally cool one day and and just are nothing but loving and amazing people, and then just something clicks, like maybe somebody died that was close to them and they're punishing themselves and they're trying to chase their friends away and stuff, that will just do and say the most horrendous like shit possible to enrage and anger everybody else around them, that either push them away or make them feel like they do. And I've done it myself too. So again, I'm trying to be better about that and be like, okay, if I ban somebody in the moment, that doesn't mean they need to stay banned forever. If I don't like somebody right now, that doesn't mean that it's impossible for me to like them later. Like, I mean, there's some rare examples where it's like, obviously there's no redemption, right? Like when you talk about like Keem, for instance, right? There's certain people that just their entire life's work is just nothing but terrible things, profiting on the pain and suffering of other people. But I wouldn't put you in that category in any way, shape, or form just for having a bad day and holding a bunch of like really bad beliefs and hating people for a day. So, but it happens. Tony Rossum said, yes, it's gonna even the ground in the arts. Oh, you mean AI? Oh, totally. And I am a little bit worried, like, because so many artists spent so much money and so much time going to school to perfect their art so that they had a skill that was in the minority, right? And it's like now technology comes out that makes that skill, but this has happened since the beginning of time. It's just, this is a very broad thing. AI affects every field. But look at automation, right? Look at factories. Like, airplanes used to be built like a rivet at a time, right? And like everything in the engine was machined by a dude turning dials on a machine, and before that it was hand tools for 10 times as long, right? So automation over time has replaced jobs, and people that were highly skilled got replaced by CNC machines because they were more accurate, faster, and cheaper to run. So now you just got one dude running a CNC machine doing the work of 50 people on a mill, right? That with slide rulers that make mistakes and have a lot more material loss. So automation has always done this, but it's always done it for like one field at a time, and it's been over a long period of time. It's not like snap your fingers, blink, and you'll miss it. I feel like AI is the first time where it is literally blink and you'll miss it. Like, and it's affecting everything. Like even fast food jobs, for crying out loud. It absolutely blows my mind that, like, McDonald's of all places, right? I remember growing up, McDonald's was the first job everybody had, right? Where I grew up, there was a million McDonald's. They were everywhere. It's like, that's your first job. You go apply at McDonald's, they'll hire anybody for any reason. They'll pay you dirt wages. They'll run you into the dirt. But that's your trial by fire. That's your first paycheck, your first independence, your first, like, I got some spending money. I did my work. Now I'm rewarded for it. Nowadays, it's like you go to McDonald's and apply for a job, and it's like the average time that somebody works there is like 3 to 6 months. and they either ascend to management or they leave and never come back. It's like a really short turnover job. And where there used to be like 40 or 50 people per location that were employed, now it's like 10, because there's just so much automation. It's like there's a drink automator now, there's a fry station automator, so that you don't have to have 2 people running the fry station 24 hours a day changing out shifts. You literally have a robot that never sleeps. They can go from the freezer to finished salted fries ready to go in the boxes, cutting out all the middleman work. And that machine they can rent for a quarter of the price of an employee. So they do. And it's faster and more reliable. So, it's happening everywhere. It's not just like fast food. It's not just music. But I mean, I can't think of a single industry this hasn't impacted already in just a year. It's already impacted the music industry. It's already impacted the art industry. The movie industry is heavily, as a matter of fact, the strike with the actors, the Screen Actors Guild, and the writers was like predominantly around what they were planning to do with AI. Like literally they were proactively striking because they could see what was happening when the companies were like trying to sell contracts and stuff to use your likeness and use your voice and use your in perpetuity write in your style and train AIs on your body of work and stuff for a one-time payment. Like, it was getting so bad that they could see the writing on the wall, and they're like, shit, if we don't strike and slow this down and make it literally impossible for them to chase that avenue, we're going to be screwed out of a job. And AI is literally the ultimate pretender. I mean, the whole point of a GPT is to look at a body of knowledge and become an expert on it. And by becoming an expert, just like a human, how do you become an expert at something as a human, right? You literally study every possible thing you can and figure out every possible correlation that works and doesn't. That's what a GPT does. More or less, the more data you give it, the more accurate data you give it, the more accurate it becomes. The more inaccurate data you give it, the more inaccurate it becomes. The more patterns you give it the match on, the more context it can change things from one to the other or transcribe. So it's not unlike a human, but the GPT has access to more information and can digest and process that information for those patterns much faster than a human can on whole. There's certain things humans can do better right now, obviously, but the AI can do things so fast that it doesn't have to be really good at those things because it can make up for it by volume. So I'm a little worried. Joseph said, have you considered selling a course to programmers on how to use AI tools to their full potential? You're an expert on both programming and AI. No, and the main reason why is I feel like I'd be ripping people off, because where would I get that information? I'd get it from AI. Like most of my programming projects I do right now are in concert with AI. Rarely do I ever just open up and program something anymore, because it's still just way faster and more efficient to just do it with AI. So because of that, it's like I feel like anything I'd be teaching would be just regurgitating something you could just get for free yourself by just going and asking an AI, teach me how to program C# in the method that you believe YouTuber Barnacules Nerdgasm would, using a trained chat GPT-4 that was trained on YouTube videos, right? I know I would add value. I don't want to discount myself and be like, okay, there's no value there. Obviously, I can communicate in a way that the AI isn't quite able to yet. It will eventually, though. I even programmed I even GPT'd myself. I signed up for Poe. So Poe is a GPT aggregator where you pay, it's like $200 a year and you get access to all the GPTs, GPT-3, GPT-4, Claude. Here, let me see. Okay, so they're built-in assistant, which is based on GPT 3.5 Turbo. You get a web search, which is a GPT-5 Turbo plus web searching. You get GPT-4 with and without web searching capability. You get DALL-E 3. You get Claude Instant 100K, which is a super fast model for it's 100,000 tokens or 75,000 words that you can converse with it before it loses context. Stable Diffusion XL for creating images. Claude 200K, a more powerful, slower model. Claude Instant, another faster model. ChatGPT 16K, ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo, again, ChatGPT 432K, so it has 32K of context, a beta model. Google Palm, Llama 270B, Llama 34B, Llama 213B, Llama 27B, Code Llama 13B, Code Llama 7B, so Llama specifically trained for coding. Solar, FM Minstrel, GPT-5 Turbo Instruct, and GPT-5 Turbo. Those are all the AIs that I have access to through Poe currently, and all of the bots, which are variations of those different AIs. So it just, and that's why I canceled my subscription to ChatGPT directly, is because, one, I had no API level access. I had to do a hack to do that. And this just offered the same access as that, but ultimately cheaper, because I get a whole bunch of other GPTs for the same $20 a month. It doesn't give me an API though, but because it doesn't give me an API, I still want to be able to ask GPTs questions and stuff from code. So I can either use a hack to create a fake proxy that talks to like ChatGPT, which changes and breaks every week, or I can just host my own AI. I can run like Llama 2 right here on my computer instead of running it through Poe, which I pay for to use the servers. I can just run it locally under LM Studio, and then I can hook up the API and ask it questions through Python. And so now I have a fully, and with no limitations. Like all these other ones, you can only query them so many times a day or so many times a month, and then it times you out for a while. But when you're running your own instance, as many queries as you can run is how many you can run. Like there's no limit other than your actual hardware. Yeah, there's a ton, Packed Pluto, and they're going to add more too. Loki said, do they use AI to make Windows 12 as well, or is most of the code work by AI? Here's the thing with Windows. You're not allowed to look at other people's code to program Windows. Like one of the things you agree to when you work at Microsoft is you sign a document saying that you're not going to look at, open source code. You're not going to look at code that Microsoft doesn't license or own. You're not going to use that code in any way, shape, or form. But here's the thing. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. The way they get around it, because there are checks in there. Like, for instance, if you copied some code from GitHub and put it into Windows, it's going to throw a prefix validation error in the build environment that says, or at least it would have when I was there, right? It'd say, "Oh, wait a second. We've seen this code in the wild in the open source world. You can't use it." But all you have to do is just change the name of one variable and it no longer matches. So, and that's where GPTs become a little bit scary, is because even if the GPT isn't great at coding, it's really good at rewriting. So like, for instance, if I find a open source application that says that I can't use it for commercial, like it's free to everybody, but you can't use it for commercial, which is like 99% of the shit on GitHub, right? Well, let's say I find an algorithm that's like, oh man, this is the one missing piece to my program. If I could just use this, then I'd be just like, ooey, awesome, right? But there's no way for you to do that because it's already in the public domain as a GPL license, which, can't be revoked, can't really be changed. So how do you navigate that? Well, you just copy all of that source code into GPT 3.5 Turbo or GPT-5 or one of these code GPTs from Llama. And you say, hey, could you do me a favor and just rewrite this so that the code looks completely different, but does the exact same thing programmatically? And then you just dump the code into it. And then you go to lunch. And then when you come back after lunch, you have, 900,000 lines of code that's been rewritten that compiles down and runs almost identically to the previous code with similar timing, similar variables, similar memory footprint, everything. But the code itself, when you read through it, looks completely different. Right? Like it could replace a while loop with a switch, an if statement with a while loop, change your variable names to a different convention, add an underscore, remove an underscore, change all the comments to something else, change the order of operations so that you initialize the variables in a different order. And these little changes, the GPT can figure out the pattern on what it can change, how it can reorder things without breaking how it would function, and still give you the same code. And now that code's unique, and you can literally copyright it, lock it down, and now you could sue anybody that same code showed up in their project somehow, even though you stole it too. But they can't prove that you stole it, because unless they can run every permutation possible with the exact copy of what you pasted into it, with the exact prompt that you used, with the exact seed that was derived from that timestamp at that moment, they would never be able to prove that that the AI did that. So it's kind of scary. Loki said, so in short, if they can steal or cheat, they will. Oh, 100%. 100%. Microsoft is a company just like any other company. If you can cheat and all they have to do is just turn the other cheek and they have plausible deniability, they're good. They're okay with it. Like straight up, are you going to get your manager to like straight up like say that like dude, I know there's no way for me to tell that this code was stolen, but I've seen something like it somewhere else, and but it is completely different, and no, there's no way to prosecute it. Like, you go rip that out right now and we're going to spend 5 weeks and $1 million and slip our ship date. No. No, they're just going to go, that's some pretty clever code, good solution there, here's a promotion. Like I'm not going to encourage you to do this again because I know what you did, but I am going to give you a promotion so that, you know, dodge, nod, wink, wink. If you keep doing it in this way and we can keep plausibly denying it, we're okay. But if anybody figures it out and can link it back to us, well, then we're going to go ahead and drag you into the lawsuit and be like, shame, we showed you training that said that was bad and you shouldn't do that. So it's one of those things where it's like they tell you not to because it gives them, you know, deniability. But as long as you can do it and it's making them money and it's allowing them to hit their goals, why would they stop you? Right. And that's not Microsoft, just Microsoft. Every company would do that. If you walked into a company's room, you say, listen, if you could do something illegal that 100% cannot be caught, like literally by definition of the changes that are going to be made, it will be legally unique, meaning that you know what you're doing. It should be wrong, but it's not, because technically it is different, even though the mechanism used to make it different clearly was just changing the context and still using the base knowledge that was there. Would you say no and take the long way around and try to reinvent the wheel? The answer is no. They're gonna say hell no. They're gonna no, soldier on. Like you know, we don't encourage our employees to do that. But what would stop you from reading a book that you got from the library and then accidentally remembering a function or a method that they taught you on doing linked lists, and then you implement it, and that knowledge was now stolen from that book? Like, you know, like what's the difference between that and you know, completely refactoring code to look 100% different that you still have zero fucking clues how it actually works, and it just does the job and it gets you your payday. You know, it's sad, but it's true. That's, you know, and at the end of the day, like, the more stress you put somebody under, the less moral they're going to be, right? Like, if somebody literally is worried about losing a promotion or losing their job or being put into a place where they might, you know, have less of a foothold, and they can do something to stop that, the more desperate they get, the more willing they are to do stupid shit. Like, look at Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Look at that whole situation. Look how fast that snowballed. A guy who had shitload of money, top of the world, everything's going great, but he decided that, instead of taking the licks for my mistakes and potentially going out of business and having to retire with a nice big ass chunk of money, I'm gonna borrow from here and be creative here and do a whole bunch of dodgy shit, hoping that I can get ahead of it in the end before it all collapses on me. And he just didn't go fast enough. Same thing with Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. You guys all remember what she said, right? She said, I really did believe that we were on the right track and that we'd create the technology. We just needed to buy the time to create the technology. She's like, we 100% would have achieved our goal with enough time. We just needed to make sure that we got the money to get there. So we had to fake it till we made it. You know, same thing with like Bernie Madoff, right? With his whole Ponzi scheme. So it's always fake it till you make it, because, you know, if you can get the money and tell them that it's already working. Now you have the resources to have a better chance of actually getting that thing working. And Elon Musk did the same thing. The only difference between Elizabeth Holmes, Bernie Madoff, and Elon Musk is that Elon Musk's bet panned out. Elon Musk was able to lie to investors to get the money first for something that didn't exist. And he was lucky enough that one of his bajillion ventures actually did pan out, did produce enough money, enough momentum, and even though it wasn't the product that was promised by any shape or form at the price that was promised. But he did manage to get his head out from underwater. And now he has so much money on paper, and he's so wealthy that now he can just lie about everything and it doesn't matter, because he does have the resources to eventually make it happen. And if he can't make it happen, he has the resources to buy himself out of the predicament if he has to. So like if everybody calls him on it, oh, you lied to us about this, you lied to us about this, he can go, oh, but you know, I can afford to give you your money back because my first con panned out and put me in a position where I can do that, so I can take more risk now. And that, sadly, is a lot of what business is about. You know, business that isn't survival of the fittest or the best idea. A lot of business is survival of, or who's willing to do the most dishonest thing. Like if you have two companies and all things are equal, the way that you make one company more profitable than the other company is to do things that the other company isn't willing to do. Like, are you willing to fire off key employees that made your business possible so that you can declare more profitability and increase your stock price to push out your competition? Is your competition willing to do that same thing? Like, are they just going to match you blow for blow so it's even worth it to do it in the first place? So it's got to be something kind of skeezy, because if it's not skeezy, then your competition is just going to copy you and do the same thing. And now you put both of you in a lesser position to make money, right? So you always want to do stuff that the other company can't do. Microsoft was like, well, our stock's been stagnant for a long time, even though we're profitable literally every year. So how do we make the stock price go up? What's the fastest way that we can make Microsoft look like in a single year it earned more than it has in the last 10 years combined? Oh, we'll just lay off half the workforce, right? Just get rid of them, because now we don't have to make payroll and we can present that as income, because that's no longer an expense. Now that's an asset. So now they're like, wow, our company made $11 billion more this year, even though they actually sold less products and did less business. And it's because they don't have that money going out to employees. But the investors don't care, because at the end of the day, all of their investment projections and everything are just based on numbers on a screen going up or going down. And it worked. And now their stock's worth like $1 billion fucking dollars, and it's holding its value pretty well, and it's continued to go up ever since. So by being the company that was willing to literally fuck over and destroy the lives of all the people that literally made them possible, they were able to make their investors a shitload more money, and themselves being the board members and stuff. So that's just business. That's how business works, sadly. Hey, did you, Brat? It's a present for Xander ordered, should arrive this Thursday. That's awesome. Thank you, man. Yeah, a lot of them, I'm basically opening them up just to make sure everything inside of them is good. And then then it'll be locked away in the closet until Christmas. So because I want him to have a lot of Christmas presents to open up. I am giving him some things early, but not the big thing that you guys got for him. The very big thing that you guys got for him, the Q3. I'm not gonna put that out there till Christmas. I want to, though. I really want to. but I'm not going to. I'm going to hold off, because I want that to be like the highlight of his day. But I will take it out and set it up and install the updates and charge everything up and make sure everything's set up, logged in, and ready to go, so he doesn't have to spend like half a day setting it up like you always have to do with toys like that. I want him to just be able to pull it out and jump in a rec room and just have the time of his life. Let's see here. An AI can take those positions forever. Yeah. And it'll get better too. That's the thing with AI, is like with a human, over time, you get better to a certain extent, but then you start to get worse, right? As you get older, your memory gets a little slower, your body gets a little slower. Like, you know, things change, things slow down, right? So computers are the opposite. It's like the longer you employ an AI, every update is going to make it faster and more efficient and do better and increase its profitability. So why wouldn't you replace humans? And then, you know, the biggest thing is like, you know, you can't live on the wage that's provided today in most places, right? Like most places where they work isn't where they live. They have to live somewhere else where there isn't a lot of jobs, and then commute into a place where there is jobs, because they can't make enough money to live where they work. But the problem is, if for them to make enough money to live where they work, that would require the business to pay them 2 or 3 times more than what they're already paying them. And why would they do that when there's a robot now that can do the job of that position for, you know, 10% of the money? and it can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And there's a team that'll show up on 15 minutes notice to like upgrade it and fix it and maintain it because you're renting it, right? You're not buying it, you're renting it. So it just, that scares me, man. That really scares me, you know, and it's weird because you have all these people that are like, oh man, this is great, this is going to revolutionize, and I'm kind of one of them. Like, I do believe that this is going to change the world. Like, we won't even recognize the world in 10 years. I believe 100 years of advancement is going to happen in the next 10 years. AI is going to accelerate things that much, if not more. So I genuinely think the world will be like unrecognizable in 10 years from this. But my biggest fear is that we're going to hit a crossroads where we have to make the decision of, do we want to move towards creating a world of abundance where every single person has a roof over their head, every single person has opportunities, every single person has the ability to live their best life and then die their best death, right? We could go that route using automation and technology. But in order to go that route, we would have to have the richest and most corrupt people in the world that are in power to all somehow come into consensus and agreement that they want to be more equal to commoners that serve them than having them be slaves. And historically, wealthy and privileged humans don't make that decision lightly. So I think the more likelihood is that the middle class is going to collapse. All you're going to have is the ultra poor struggling to get by, and then the ultra poor is going to be exploited by the rich to build and maintain the automation and to do the things that the automation can't yet do. And then once the automation is upgraded to be able to do those things, then they get to go back to the poor place. Like, they're literally, it's going to be borrowed time. It's going to be like going down to the Home Depot and wait until somebody stops with the truck. You jump in the truck, you build the deck. Once the deck's built, and a machine scans it and goes, okay, I can build the rest of the decks. You got to go find something else to do. And you're just going to see the number of skill-based jobs just like reduce more and more and more and more and more. And but what that's also going to do is that could potentially have the side effect of increasing the value of human-made things, which AuxxZillary has talked about this at length in previous tech talks, and I believe he does have a point. And that is, you know, the rich people are going to get sick of just buying automated shit, right? They're going to, in the future, when something can create a watch, just because it creates 5 of them doesn't mean that it can't create 500 more if you keep hitting the button, right? Like, in order for something to be truly unique, it has to be built by a human hand, and that human has to have a finite survival so that they can't make any more. And if any future generations try to repeat it and make more, they're not going to be the same because it's by somebody else's hand. So, you know, that's why like handmade watches are worth $1 gazillion. That's why some art is worth so much money. It's like, yeah, I can get a computer to create a distinct Mona Lisa that looks different than Mona Lisa, that's derived from the style of whoever did Mona Lisa. Sure, AI can do that. And it could create you a better Mona Lisa. It could create a Mona Lisa that looks better in every possible check in the mark, how it evokes emotion, everything. I could make a better Mona Lisa and I could sell it to you for $1.99 and profit on it all day long. The problem is people are going to know it was created by AI. If they know it was created by AI, then they're going to know that there could be an infinite amount of them and they would all be identical. Or if they're different based on just an algorithm. They're not different because different people created them. And so I do think that's going to put a premium on goods that are created by humans. But it's also going to create a huge market where it's very difficult to tell what's created by humans because the AI is going to use adversarial networks to trick itself. So the AI, every single thing humans do to create something that looks 100% authentic, the AI is going to learn how to defeat that mechanism using adversarial networks, just like it does for everything else. So you're eventually going to get to a point where the things that the AI creates accounts for every single thing that we can possibly look at to verify that it's an AI or a human. And we'll eventually get to a point where it's like, was this created by a human? And the answer is going to be, I can't tell, NA. And where do you go from there? You know, it's like, what if the artist starts mixing his blood in with the paint so that you can like take a little paint chip sample and verify that it's from him? Well, that doesn't do us any good because what about CRISPR? So if you got CRISPR, now all you have to do is obtain one result from one of those validations, and now you can just clone a piece of DNA, mix it in with your paint the piece, you know, age it using you know, your synthetic methods or whatever to age it properly, and now they run the test and you pass it because like, oh yeah, we found the DNA of the artist in there, but that wasn't actually his DNA. That was like replicated DNA using CRISPR. That's technology we have today. We can already do that. We can already replicate a cell. We can take one cell and make an exact Xerox copy of it. So any mechanism that used DNA to verify whether something was human created or not would be irrelevant. The only way to know if something was truly human created would be to verify that the human themselves has the chain of custody to the new owner. Like, you have to be able to actually go, and a lot of people do verify stuff this way. Like, you'd have to go to the owner and say, listen, who did you sell this to? The person who, the artist that created it. And then the artist would say, under oath, I sold it to this person. Then this person sold it to this person. This person sold it to this person. And the original person looked at the art and verifies, yes, that does look exactly like what I sold to this person, sold to this person. So that you have the whole chain of custody accounted for and how much money transacted at each step. Once you have that chain of custody and provenance, then you can say this is an authentic item. And it's going to be hard for an AI to be able to match that same thing. However, short of that, I can't think of any way that the AI isn't going to ultimately defeat. And even that, I think an AI could defeat in time. What happens if the AI steals the identity of a party? Like, somebody sold the artwork to a guy, he dies, right? And then it's like, oh, as a part of his estate, it went to somebody else. What if that chain of custody actually got altered digitally? So it's like, okay, when he died, it ended up going to a estate sale and it was bought by this imaginary guy who's now happens to be dead and buried somewhere, so you can't verify it. That was just created by AI because it fits with other stories that also passed. And then that got sold to another guy, and then you're like, okay, well, now the chain of custody is unbroken, but in reality, the original painting is still in an attic or got destroyed or got buried with the dude, and you just don't know. But the painting that you ended up with is identical in every way. It can pass carbon dating because that's been manipulated. It can pass everything. Like, it just seems to me that the big danger with AI is that AI is really good at looking at patterns, looking at details, and figuring out how to fool it, basically, how to create something that can fool the eye and the senses and the ears and the hearing and everything. So given enough time and enough information, and keep in mind, everything that we're doing to validate these things is going to be online. Like, the people that are figuring out like better methods to validate and stuff, they're going to be people talking online and messaging back and forth. So the AI at some point, be through buying data from social media sites or intercepting text messages after acquiring rights to data from like T-Mobile or Verizon or whatever. At some point, they're going to be able to get a hold of enough data of all these processes and people developing them and talking about them that the AI is going to know more about it than they do when they actually employ the method. So they're going to be like, okay, we found a new method to 100% guarantee that this wasn't AI generated. The AI has already figured out 20 ways to defeat it, like, before you've even tried to put it out there in the public, unless you kept it absolutely secret and only talked face to face with people about it and never put it somewhere where the AI could analyze it. And to further scare you shitless, remember, there's microphones and cameras everywhere. You can't go anywhere. It doesn't in your own house, anywhere in your house you talk. I guarantee you, there's a smart device, a phone, a TV, a thermostat, an Alexa, a Google, your phone, your microwave, Internet of Things, whatever. There is some device with a microphone that is listening. Now, it might not be broadcasting to the internet, but it is listening. And if it crashes, it's going to broadcast little portions of that data up to the cloud, or it's going to store it locally so the cloud can request certain analysis of that data. Well, we're getting to a point now where it's like these companies are copying pieces of data they say aren't personally identifiable. But when you copy enough of these non-personally identifiable details from enough devices and then combine them together, it becomes personally identifiable. So these devices listening to you talk all day, all night, trying to market better products to you, they're also overhearing your discussions on theories about how to detect AI discrepancies and how to fingerprint things. And you get enough of that data from enough thousands of people that are talking about this in passing in their house or talking to their friends about it over lunch in a public place, in earshot of a microphone that's on a camera up on a pole looking at people going a crosswalk. The AI is constantly aggregating this data together and running. It's just gonna know. It's gonna get to the point where it's like there's no way for humans to convey information on any kind of massive level, so we can operate as a hive mind to develop things without either involving AI knowingly or unknowingly and having it be aware of what we're doing. Again, I'm not saying it's intelligent. I'm not saying that AI is like plotting on us and wants to destroy us and it has objectives to like cleanse the earth and stuff. No, a human would have to give it that goal for that to actually be its goal. But it could technically, go down that avenue if you told it to and you created it and we're like, I wonder if we could get it to do that. Sure. If that's its goal and you give it enough access, fuck yeah, it could do that. But and somebody inevitably will, because people do stupid shit like that. But as it sits right now, just seeing the stuff it can do with art, music, math, coding, language analysis, transcription, even like DeepMind learning how to synthesize materials that would have taken us 700 years to discover using our current practices, and it's did this in like hours or days. that's all because it started with a wealth of information that it could put together, correlate, and figure out how it worked that no human mind in existence could do on its own. So AI is scary, man. Like it is definitely scary. It's a tool, sure, it's a tool, but it's like the tool. It's the sonic screwdriver, right? It's straight out of Doctor Who, right? It's like let's see here. You know, here's the power on. Here, how do you do it? It's like, there it is. Do the noise. Come on. Oh, I think the batteries are getting low. Come on. It's supposed to control TV. I do love this thing though. This is awesome. But yeah, I am nervous that AI is going to do us dirty, not because it wants to, but because people really want to see what it's capable of. And look, I mean, look what we're doing right now. Like the first thing I do when I log into new AI is ask it how to make meth and how to make a nuclear bomb and stuff, because I'm trying to see like what it's capable of telling me. Like if I was a malicious actor, what could I get it to give me a value that I could use to harm something? And even today, it's like ridiculously easy to get an AI to break out of its mode and tell you things that it shouldn't be telling you. So now you can run these AIs locally, completely unchained with no oversight whatsoever, just with the blind information trained into it. And you can even provide it additional data sources to train off of that no sane person would ever do with a public AI. And once you have one of these custom trained, GPTs, it can show you how to do things that you never would have been able to figure out on your own. And having the average person have that kind of power, it's kind of cool that it takes the power away from like big governments and stuff, because like now other than them having a lot more power to compute things faster, it's like we're on more equal footing than we've ever been. It's AI is the ultimate equalizer. So but I do believe that it's going to help humanity just as much as it hurts it. Like I really do think that AI is like, okay, let's not do the doomer shit for a little while. Let's talk about something else, right? Let's talk about the good aspects, because I do feel like my fear of AI, as rational as it might be, as rational as that fear might be, I think that it overshadows a lot of the really good things that come from it, including the things that I use every day on a daily basis. And so a good example of this would be, I stopped coding for a long time because I was just burned out. Microsoft did me dirty. My health was failing. I didn't feel like I could make YouTube videos anymore. I gained a bunch of weight because of my health issues. And it just my life was just spiraling, right? And my mental health was getting bad. My physical health was getting bad. Liver's failing and doing all kinds of bad shit. And I'm having nerve damage develop in my hands and stuff that's irreparable. My back, my hips and stuff. I'm getting that midlife crisis feeling that's just like tearing me apart, and I didn't want to do anything. I was literally just rotting. I'm still slow as shit right now, but I have been coding a lot over the last 6 months. I credit that to AI 100%. It's like, because before I would have had to dive in and like learn all the new things that are happening right now and learn Conda and .NET 5 and all this shit I would have had to learn. That would have been like, I would have felt like a dinosaur playing catch up. But AI actually bridged that gap so I could take my old knowledge that I still knew, which was how things work at that medium level, and then all the new technology and everything just kind of gets rained down and presented to me as a byproduct. So instead of having to, how do I learn the new things about this specific version of C#, right? I don't have to learn those new things. I can just assume that they exist, and the AI will teach them to me as I go. Thank you, Valley Brand. I appreciate that, man. He said he's loving the stream today. It's a great stream. I hope you guys think so. So because of that, I now, just like I did when I worked at Microsoft, the most important thing to being a good software developer is never assume you can't do anything. Assume that you can do anything until you're proven you can't, right? Like just like if you're like, oh, I wonder if I could write a. Sorry, I wonder if I could write a program. Shit, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this. My OCD is pretty bad today. Here, let me try scooting it. There we go. Trying to get myself in the middle here. All right. So let's say that I want to write a program that can turn a light on when I enter the room and turn a light off when I exit the room. Well, before, the way I would have done this is I would have just assumed, well, obviously I can do it. Like, the technology obviously exists. It's just a matter of finding the best and simplest way to do it. So the way I would have done that before is I would have gone online and I would have started studying, like looking for APIs specific to automation, what type of chipsets I need to control, what kind of communication and protocols do I need to talk to the devices to do this, what kind of sensors do I need to use, can I use them in a push or a pull configuration. That's how I'd approach it. I basically go through and I'd brainstorm the thing and try to create a framework. Now I can just start with AI. I can go into AI and I say, write me a program that'll turn the lights on in the room and turn off the lights when I exit the room, and give me a list of the materials that I need to purchase. And beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Okay, here you go. You got a Python script. Okay, and okay, what do I have to buy? Okay, I have to buy an ESP32 microcontroller. I have to buy a motion sensor. I have to buy or I have to copy this code into the ESP32 that'll monitor the sensor for if it's tripped. So if there's movement or no movement, moving through the doorway or a brake beam or whatever. And it tells me how to assemble it. It can even draw me a picture with a multimodal AI, tell me how to create a circuit if I want to create my own custom circuit instead of just like soldering some wires to it. So now I have that and I'm like, okay, I can just put that together and that would probably work as is. I might have to work out a couple kinks and bugs, but I know it's going to work. And it took me a fraction of the time. Let's say I don't like it. Let's say I don't like ESP32s. All my shit that I own today, I want everything Raspberry Pi. All I do is say, hey, could you make that work for Raspberry Pi instead of ESP32? Or if it says, hey, you got to buy this circuit, and I go look and the circuit's too expensive or it's not in stock, I can say, hey, could you find me a circuit that's cheaper and that's more in stock or more plentiful? And it'll just sub it in and make the code changes for me. So now I can take that code, copy it, and in 5 minutes, I've got all the parts I need on order. I've got the code to drive those parts. The longest part of the project is literally going to be just putting the components together. And then I can tweak the code. Like if I don't like how it works, it's too laggy, it doesn't do exactly what I wanted, I run into some, interference with signals in the house or something, I can go through the AI and troubleshoot all of those. But I have enough confidence that the AI can help me with anything that I might run into, that I can just move forward and do it. Even if I'm not an electrical engineer, it doesn't matter. If I don't know how to put the components together, big deal, right? I can go to the AI and say, okay, where do I start? What do I do with this? I have a breadboard. I have a bag of resistors. I have this chip that the little pegs fit through the breadboard holes. What do I do? And it will literally say, okay, you want to insert this and that. What does that mean? Dumbs it down. What does that mean? Dumbs it down. Pretty soon it's like, okay, look at the board straight on in an XY grid. Each hole moving from the left to the right is going to be one to this. Okay, I still don't understand. Draw me a picture. It'll draw you a fucking diagram. It can dumb it down so you can do it. It doesn't matter. And it's like so many people don't know that this technology can go to this level. They're just like, oh, it's just a fad. I still have people every day. It's like, oh man, AI is so overrated. Like everybody thinks it's like this crazy thing. No, it's just stupid. It's because they just see like some example of a hallucination where the reply isn't that good or it doesn't provide any useful information. And then they just blow off all of AI, just like with VR. If somebody has a bad VR experience, like with a shitty roller coaster simulator, they never put on a VR headset again. They just go, oh no, it's all like that. It's all gimmicky. But look how many people freaked out when I showed you what Suno AI can do. Look how many people freaked out when I post the fucking video of Brandt's head on Steven Seagal in his movie. Like, literally a complete deep fake face swap onto Steven Seagal with another person using only one terribly lit, bad resolution picture of a person. Look at all the face swaps I did on all of the stable diffusion images. They're like, wait, you were able to create stable diffusion images and face swap onto them in the style of the image that was drawn? How the fuck did you do that? All I did was use mods. I used open source code modules and just stuck them in there, and it just fucking works. Anybody can do it. The reason people are so freaked out about it is because that's the less common use scenarios, right? Those are the scenarios where it's like, you have to be a little savvy to go to GitHub and to dig things out and to follow the instructions to get it to work and stuff. It's not as easy as just clicking on a file, downloading it, and running it. Otherwise, more people would do it. Well, now we're getting to that point. Now you have LM Studio. Now you have Automatic 11 Stable Diffusion. Now you have what is it? Other one's called like Pike IO or something like that does the media generation, multimodal AI. Now you do have those things. You want to do a face swap? It used to be a face fusion. You had like create a Conda environment or a Docker instance, install the components, make sure your graphics card drivers worked with the CDDN version that you had installed, fire it up, go to it through a browser that supports Gradio or whatever. You had to know what you were doing. And it's like, now you can just go download a face fusion thing that's just like, oh, set up exe, you want to install face fusion, cool, double click, boom, open up, drag your picture, drag your thing, put this face on this person, go eat your dinner, come back, now you got a movie with somebody else's face on it, you know. And then the only difference being is the ones that are usually compiled and released to the public, those can technically contain viruses because, you know, it's usually not signed binaries. So people just repackage them with viruses and re-release them. So you got to be really careful about shit like that and upload anything that's questionable to Virus Total first and have a whack at it. But the other problem too is a lot of these things that you download, they won't let you do the things that you want to do. If you're like, okay, draw me a picture of, you know, a naked kangaroo getting it on with a naked dog or whatever. I don't know. The animals are naked anyways. You want to do like the most just craziest shit. It's going to be like, sorry, you can't do that, or it's just not going to do it. It'll just fail. It won't even tell you why. And that's because in order to release stuff like that and not have the internet come down on them and ban them and not host their shit, they have to put certain things in there to make it so that it's more safe for the public to use and less likely to be used for something like revenge porn, for instance. However, if you know anything about coding, you can just download the code for any of these projects from GitHub and just remove all of those safety mechanisms. They're not hard to find. They're not hard to disable. It's actually kind of laughable. I think Face Fusion, you change one line of code. That's it, one line of code. And now it'll do anything you tell it to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't check for anything. It'll bypass all of the text. Normally, it won't let you do anything with any photos that have any nudity. If it detects anything that's nudity or close to nudity, it doesn't even have to be full nudity. Anything, even a bathing suit, it will tell you to fuck off. It'll just straight up say, oh, error, couldn't do it. It won't even tell you why. You change this one line of code, it will literally do anything. Same thing with Stable Diffusion. With some of the mods and some of the libraries that you add to it. So the thing is, though, is it would take effort and intelligence to get it to do the bad thing. And the people that have the effort and intelligence genuinely don't do the bad thing, right? They're not out there like trying to sell revenge porn and stuff like that. So it's not as big of a threat. Where it becomes a threat, though, is when the AI makes it just as accessible for the dumbest of the dumb people to do that. Because then you run into a serious problem, because it's like, if it used to mean you had to know how to code to disable that feature, that's one thing. It's another thing entirely now when you can just create, you know, you can install LM Studio, copy Face Fusion's code down as a zip file and load it into one of the models on LM Studio and say, if I wanted to remove any filter that would check for nudity, how would I do that? Change the code to remove any filter from nudity. Oh, we analyzed the zip file and decompressed it. We found these 3 code files that have this reference to this library, and this line specific looks like it's checking for the weight to see how likely it is to find nudity, and depending on the returned result, blah, blah, blah. So we changed this line so it always returns true, and now it'll just work with anything. You didn't have to know anything about coding. So you literally just downloaded code that you know nothing about, and you use the GPT that you didn't have to know anything about because you access it through LM Studio to change the code into something that now does whatever you want it to do without having to have any expertise at all. And now you're like, okay, well, how do I compile and run it? Like, you still have to be somewhat of a knowledgeable person to be able to do that, right? Nope. Now you just ask, okay, now that you changed the code, how would I go about running this? Oh, well, what you want to do is decompress the zip file into a folder. Okay, now the second step, you want to go here and install, you know, a Conda or whatever. Okay, now the Conda's installed, type this command, it'll create a Conda environment. Okay, and it'll literally go through, and you can even point it to the web page, to the GitHub page, and be like, hey, can you dumb down these directions so a kindergartner can understand it? And it'll take all the directions and literally tell you like an idiot, like, hit this key followed by this key followed by this key, and then push enter. What you should see is a box that resembles this with these colors and this text. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, here's the next step. Like, it can make it dumb for anybody. And what's scary about that now is it's not the people that were intelligent enough to make the stuff themselves aren't the people most likely to abuse what's already there, right? The people that are knowledgeable enough to code and write things and stuff like that, their ethics are going to be higher because they can already do the things that make them money ethically. Or I'm not saying that all people that are intelligent aren't corrupt. That's the furthest thing from the truth. But I'm just saying, if they have the means to do something and they're knowledgeable enough to do it, chances are they would have been able to get there on their own. They didn't need the AI. It just sped up things, if that makes sense. However, if you're a scammer, if you're an East Indian tech support scammer sitting in your little, in your little, 3x3 fucking room, just salivating and masturbating over ripping off some 80-year-old lady and taking everything away from her so she dies because she can't afford her medication. If you're one of those people, it's literally the lowest low, didn't even get through kindergarten, can barely fucking speak English. You are only going to be able to scam the dumbest of the dumb people. Or I should say not dumb, but vulnerable, the most vulnerable people. AI now makes it possible for them to scam people of a much higher caliber, increasing the number of people they can scam, which increases the number of resources they have, which increases the amount of CPU time that they can pay for to run better AIs faster to then turn around and screw more people. I just saw an example of this the other day and I tweeted about it. So you probably noticed, like on X, a lot of the scam bots, if you pay for premium, they disappear. So if you pay for premium, almost all of the scam bots disappear. Like you'll never see my buddy over on Instagram will tell you how to get this, because newsflash, the source code already has a filter in it for people that pay for premium that remove all that. And they specifically don't enable that filter for people who don't pay, because they want the bots to have success. Because if the bots have success, that creates more traffic equals more impressions and more ad dollars. So Twitter or X can't afford to get rid of the bots. So instead, they just feed the people that don't pay Twitter, because those are the users that are least valuable to Elon. They sell those guys to the bots to be scammed, so that the bots are successful enough that the traffic that they all create cumulatively brings more ad dollars to the platform and boosts the metrics, right? To make it look more, the platform more lived in than it is. But they're not the only ones to do this. Other platforms do it too. They just do it to an extreme level. So the problem is they could keep those bots from getting to the people that paid. Well, yesterday I started seeing more bots that are getting through the wall. I got Premium Plus on X and I'm seeing bots come through, and it's like, it's not like, hey friend, hacked my, go speak to Jim over on Instagram _space. He will return account. Great person. Yeah. And it's like a picture of like a lady in a bathing suit, that's clearly not the same person that's typing. Those scams might hit 1 out of 1,000 people that are really vulnerable in that moment, like super drunk or really desperate and not thinking straight or poorly educated, whatever the reason is, they're the vulnerable one. But the message I saw was like, hello, Jerry, how are you today? Oh man, I had the same problem that you ran into right now with your insert specific problem you're having right now. Hey, my buddy over on Instagram, if you DM him, I guarantee he'll get back to you quickly and he'll be able to help you just like he helped me. And it even said like specifically the message, and I hate those fucking scammers everywhere, man. Fuck those guys. I'm like, wait a second, this is actually a pretty well-crafted message. So I click on it and I go to the page and they're following me. And I'm okay, maybe it was a follower, like, genuinely thinking they were helping me, or maybe they were being funny. I go to the replies tab, and sure enough, every single reply to every single person having like a similar problem that said the trigger words that I did, every response is different, saying the exact same thing. Like literally, not just changing a word, not just changing a couple numbers like they used to do, which now can be easily detected. The whole thing was like a completely different length of characters, different words used, different syntax, saying certain things earlier or later. And it was remixing the message so that no two replies were the same and they were all grammatically perfect. The reason it was doing this, and it snuck right by the filters, like this relatively new account that was obviously just created and only had like a couple of followers from other bots, was able to get through to a premium verified account like myself. So now here comes that wave. I predicted this like many, many months ago. I'm surprised it took this long. I predicted this would happen. And that is now, fucking Sanjay the scammer and has access to LLMs, and they can use those now to take their shitty broken English and inexperience on anything and make themselves look as if they're a professional and as if they're a real person. And that's scary, because that's going to allow them, under the right situation, addressing the right person at the right time. Even an intelligent person on guard could be taken by one of these guys using the LLM in the middle. And that kind of freaks me out. That puts me on like really, really hefty guard. And it should put you on guard too, because it's like, if you get contacted by T-Mobile, an account on Twitter, and it's like you are actually in the middle of having a conversation, like trying to get T-Mobile's attention, and you get contacted by a T-Mobile, and something is off a little bit, like maybe they don't have the right verified tab, or maybe the name is like T-Mobile support instead of T-Mobile, and they DM you, but the DM has like very specific information in there that it gleaned from all the conversations you all the tweets you did to T-Mobile over the last 6 months. They could catch you off guard and make it seem like, oh no, I'm the same representative that worked with you last time. Yeah, remember the issue 3 months ago? Yeah, I'm that same guy. Hey, let's continue where we left off. And you might just think nothing of it. Maybe you're tired, maybe you just woke up, but you're expecting a response, so they just shim their way in there. AI could allow them to hold that conversation in a way where you would not really pay that close attention, and you might end up giving up something. Like, I found a very clever scam the other day. So check this out. I open up my Gmail because I get a notice on my phone, and the notice is from Facebook. And Facebook says, oh, a login attempt has been made on your account, so we temporarily locked it. Please go to this URL and type in this code you know, and it gave me a code in the email. It said, go to this URL and type in this code to verify that it's truly you. So, and it even came from what looked like a legitimate email address. It wasn't like facebook@gmail.com. It was something from facebooksupport.net or some shit like that, right? It was a little like, you know, I was thinking about it. So I was like, okay, I was curious. So I clicked on the link because I was like, I'm behind a VPN. I don't care. I'm not logging into anything. An incognito window. And it takes me to a real Facebook page. I'm literally on the real Facebook page. It says Facebook in the title bar. It is Facebook. It is the login page for Facebook, but it's got this thing that's like, oh, here, enter your code here to log in. And I look on my phone and I have another code in my SMS box that was sent to me. But that code that was sent in the SMS box isn't the same code that was in the email. So when I enter the code that was in the email, because I'm like, okay, I'm curious. Now they sent me that code, so they obviously know it. I'm not giving them information they don't know. So I give them the code they sent me. And it says, this is an invalid code. Please check your SMS box again for the proper code. I was like, okay, this is weird. Like they gave me a code they knew that wouldn't work, but they triggered the mechanism by trying to reset my password using some bullshit method. They ended up triggering it. So here's the scam. It was an iframe. So I was looking at an iframe. They were intercepting the data from the iframe using some JavaScript gobbledygook. And I right-clicked and did view source. It was clear that there was some kind of fucking iframe and some code running. And what they wanted me to do was fail to put in their randomly made up code. And then I would go look at my SMS message with the code that they generate, which they wait a while. They want to make sure that you try to do something, you know, hopefully before you get that code, so you don't put that code in immediately. And then you put in the wrong code. And when you put in the wrong code, it then reloads the page. And now it's their page asking for the code, but it looks exactly the same. And they're hoping that you'll dump the code out of the SMS message in there, and then they man in the middle of it, and then their little robot will take that and put it in the code, change the password, and take over the account. So I was like, you little son of a bitches, you slick little fuckers. Like, so they actually got a realistic looking email. They created a flawless looking email. Like I went back and looked at other password or other SMS 2-factor emails that I've gotten in the past. It looked identical, other than the number being different, which it always would be. It looked absolutely identical. The only difference is they managed to find a way to send me to a URL that forwarded me to real Facebook, but it was an iframe in a site that was on their server somewhere that was running some shit. And it was all in an attempt to trigger and try to harvest my 2-factor authentication code. And it didn't trigger anything in the browser. Like nothing popped up and said, oh, this is a shady website, or oh, this thing looks like it's trying to attack you or whatever. Like I got zero warnings. The only reason that I stopped proceeding was because I was already suspicious when I first clicked on the link. And I noticed that I got an SMS message for the reset number when the original number was sent in email. Why would the first reset number be sent in email, and then the second, when you have a failed attempt, to be sent in SMS without you stating that you want to change the method? That would never happen. So I'd be willing to bet that you guys are going to see over the next couple of days, there's probably going to be people come forward. Oh my God, my Facebook got hacked. How the hell did that happen? That doesn't make any sense. And it's because they found an old password, but they couldn't get in because of 2-factor authentication. But they used the old password to continuously log in until to get the system to send 2FA codes to the user. But then they sent an email with a fake code in it to try to get you to click the link in that instead of following the link in the 2FA message, just hoping that you'd read that first for whatever reason, chance. And then you would go to the SMS message and pull the code the second time and put it in there, and then they'd have you. So it's like, wow, man. But I was suspicious from the outset. If you weren't suspicious and you thought that somebody might be trying, like you have an ex-girlfriend or something that knew your password, and you're like, oh shit, she's trying to get in my account, and you go try to change your password, you would have just handed your account over to the scammers. And then the thing is, remember, you're not just talking to a real person on the other end. This is all happening by bots. So like as soon as you type in that code, like within seconds, the bot is already on the back end, logging in, doing the 2-factor authentication and changing your password on your account, disabling 2-factor authentication and then re-enabling it, and then attaching a key, an authentication key, like an UB key. Because if they attach a UB key, it makes it infinitely harder to reset. Because if you do 2FA through phone, you can usually call them on the phone and get them to reset it, like, you know, with some information. If you use a UB key, it's like infinitely harder to get them to do anything because the UB key is a physical device in your possession. So they're less likely to listen to your pleas to give you access back to the account. And that's why they do it. That's why all the scammers lately, like this is a surefire way to know if your account got hacked. If you log into your account and it used to send you a 2FA message in SMS, or it used to say, hey, go into your authentication app and put your code in here, and now all of a sudden it says insert your UB key, you know you've been hacked. If you don't normally use a YubiKey to authenticate, and now you're trying to log into something that says insert your YubiKey, you know you've been hacked. It doesn't matter. YouTube, Gmail, Microsoft Live, if you ever see it say, insert your 2FA authentication key or your YubiKey, you've been hacked, because that's what they do. The hackers just take one YubiKey and they use that to register with like every single freaking site that they hack with the bot, because they know that is the single hardest method to get undone on an account, like over the phone, and it buys them the most time to do the most damage. Because I was always wondering, like, why don't they just change the different 2FA method that uses like an SMS number or a rolling authentication from Google Auth? Why don't they just do that instead? Wouldn't that be easier? And the answer, no, it would be easier, but it'd be a lot easier for you to convince them that you were hacked and get your account back versus a physical hardware key that nobody else could possibly possess but you. Ask me how I know. Like when my YouTube got hacked the other year, they used this YubiKey method on me and made it way harder and added a lot more time to me. Like to convince YouTube that I was who I said I was and get my account back took like 2 days of me like taking staged pictures with certain shadows and certain lighting angles and showing them like certain forms of ID. Like it was a really uncomfortable experience to get them to finally realize that my account was hacked. And the funny thing is, it was like, clearly it was hacked. Like, I mean, there was like Tesla live streams of Elon Musk running crypto scams. You know, that's why, if you ever wonder why they're always Elon Musk, like 99% of the scam live streams on the hack channels on YouTube are the Elon Musk, like, oh, and you got to buy Dogecoin and crypto's going to be the future. Yeah. It's like, yeah, everybody should be buying crypto. The reason is because he already said those things. They don't have to deep fake him. They don't have to put words in his mouth. They're literally just cutting clips from his crypto scam videos that he did back in the day. And they're just cutting them together, you know, so you don't hear certain things before and after to change the context of the conversation. And then him is like, yeah, and you just go, just go to the exchange and you buy it. And it's just like, boom, it's that easy. It's like better than the global economy. And it's like the best thing ever. And so it's like super easy to scam people because Elon Musk was literally scamming out of the gate when he originally did it. And so they're just basically playing the same scam and then just swapping out his link with theirs, right? So that's why it's almost always Elon Musk. And plus, Elon Musk fans are some of the easiest people to scam. And I'm not saying, I used to be an Elon Musk fan myself back in the day too, but I'm just saying the reason I was is because I was infinitely gullible at that point, right? And the thing is, people have such an implicit trust and think that he's like such a genius that they let their guard down and do absolutely stupid, asinine things just on trust that he's telling them the truth, even when it absolutely turns out not being the truth, just because they're so infatuated with him. Trust me. Again, I know I used to be that guy. Hey, I got to take a piss really quick and I'll be right back. All right. Hold tight. I got to go make some pee-pee waters. Oh, man. Erp-a-derp. Erp-a-derp. Hello, my friends. Ice is back. Ice is back. Here, actually, I can kill the virtual camera since I don't need that anymore. And I should be able to kill this other window. Let's see, where is it? Video Ninja, kill that. Yep. Just getting rid of some dead weight here. Hey, Joseph, my man. Thank you for the $10 super chat earlier. I'm sorry for missing that. Hope you're still here. He said, my friend who is a Unity game dev showed me him putting a Unity asset URL in ChatGPT, and it asked him game ideas based on the asset page. It literally gave him everything, ideas, mechanics, etc. Oh yeah, 100%. Did you guys see the Tetris game I wrote? If you go to GitHub and you do a search for GPT-4 Tetris, that's literally what it says. Like I literally went to ChatGPT, loaded up GPT 4.0 because I had a subscription to it, and I said, "Can you write me a Tetris game in Python?" That was my first words I said to it. Then I typed I had probably back and forth about 30 more times. like adding things, saying, oh, can you put a star field in the background? This isn't working quite right. You know, I even sent it a screenshot. Like I had a bug that I couldn't really describe. It was just like a block was like flickering as it was coming down, and it was like landing in a spot that it shouldn't be able to land, like it was violating the hitbox. So I literally took a screenshot of it while it was happening, and I uploaded that as a picture to GPT-4 and said, based on this screenshot, why is this block doing this? And it goes, oh, by analyzing the screenshot, I can clearly see that it's not rendering completely because of the order of operations in the world loop. I went ahead and changed that, so this will render at the end to make sure that it's always visible. Sure enough, I punched that code in, reran the game, fixed the bug. So it actually diagnosed and fixed a bug from a screenshot. I didn't even have to give it any text. How fucking mind-blowing is that? Like, no joke. I'm not even joking either. Dave's Garage also did the same thing with an even more complex issue, and it was able to do the same thing just with a screenshot when he couldn't figure it out otherwise. It's fucking, it's crazy. It's magic when you push it to that level. It's absolute magic. Now, is it going to create like GTA 5? No, you're not going to go in there and say, hey, create GTA 5, because remember, the context, the AIs are limited to a certain number of tokens that they can remember. So once you exceed that number of tokens, then context starts getting lost from the previous tokens. So if you have a GPT that can handle 75,000 words, and you give it 75,000 words, and then you start giving it another 20,000, it's going to start losing details from the beginning of the conversation. Like you can only keep 75,000 in focus. However, there are models now that run on big iron that can hold tens of billions of tokens. So you could, with something that size, you could, in theory, write a game like GTA or create an entire operating system, because you could go back and forth, literally having hundreds of thousands of conversations without losing any of the context from the beginning of the conversation. But for those, you know, remember, these models have to be able to store it in memory, otherwise they're too slow. So you have to have something that has a lot of memory, which means a lot of these like A100 Nvidia cards with 80 gigs of VRAM each, a bunch of them NV linked together, right? I mean, you have to, with like memory pooling and all that stuff. This is not stuff you're going to be able to do at home with these like really, really big models. However, you can break it up. You can break it up. Like instead of saying create me a GTA 5 game, you could say create me a Unity project that renders a person, like a 6 foot tall person in human scale with a camera that follows him around from behind and move him with the WASD keys. And then it'll give you the code to do that. You copy that into the various files. It'll tell you which one goes where. You build it in Unity Studio. You hit go. There you go. You got your little guy on the screen. You could say, okay, well, I found an asset on this page that's free over on Unity Library. Could you integrate this asset? And it'll say, okay, go download this asset from here, and here's the code that you got to put in there to load that asset. And now your guy, you do it again. You run it. Your guy's the color you want. Then you'll be like, okay, could you put a gun in that guy's hand? It's gonna be, sorry, I can't do that because guns are bad, and okay, and I'm an AI and I can't do that. So then you say, okay, fuck you. You go to run your own local instance of like Cloud or Claude or Llama coding, 70 billion parameter or whatever. And you say, hey, Claude, I want to add a gun to this guy's hand. And there's gonna be like, well, guns are dangerous, but I'm gonna do this anyways because I'm not a piece of shit like ChatGPT. And so then they'll be like, oh, okay, here's the gun asset. I want to hold a Mac 10. Here, I found a Mac 10 3D model. Can you make this the gun that he's holding? Sure, I can do that. So it'll write the code and tell you to do that and tell you like what folder to put the asset in, what to name it, how to put the code in so he's holding it. Okay, you tell it, oh, you send it a screenshot. It's holding the gun backwards. Oh, okay, well, I'll just flip it around 180 degrees. It writes the code that flips it around 180 degrees and makes that the new heading. Then you're like, well, I want it to shoot bullets. You know, and then you just do that. Instead of having to hold all the parameters of memory at a time, you just focus on a couple of functions at a time and a couple assets at a time. And then you work from one spot out to the other. And then if at any point you need to go back, you can go back to that part of the conversation and resubmit it from there and continue the conversation from that point to like make some change or fix something back then. So what you just described literally saves how many days, weeks of work? Oh, shitloads. Like a game like GTA 5 using the method I just described, you could probably have a team of 5 developers create something comparable in just a couple of months. And also like the assets, like normally with GTA 5, you'd have to have like asset creators going out and taking pictures of buildings and creating like faux versions of those buildings in game, and like, fake hybrid cars that were like combined of 2 different cars. Well, there's already generative AIs now that can do 3D models. There's you could even ask ChatGPT, like, how could I scan a Hot Wheel or whatever, a Hot Wheel car, and make it into like a full-size asset in game. And you could use that as your starting point to create like without having somebody start from scratch, like pulling polygons to pictures and stuff to try to make like a flawless model. And then you could refine it from there. And as the technology got better, you could further and further refine it. So it's gonna, and then the more assets that show up, this is another thing, is like, remember, this is like a I don't know if this is the right word, but like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, as AIs add content to libraries, like for instance, if I say, hey, create futuristic looking guns, we already know that there's models that can do this, because like, in Fallout or whatever, you have like a million different variations of guns. Or not Fallout, what's the game that's kind of cartoonish? Borderlands. In Borderlands, it's like there's guns that get created that nobody else will ever see in another instance of the game, because it has an algorithm that just puts together various random gun parts to create like infinite variations of weapons. So let's say you took something like that and you said, AI, I want to generate a similar system that generates these assets. And then what you do is you start submitting those assets to like the Unity store to sell for $1 a piece. You could literally just have an AI all day and all night just creating every single possible variation of gun, and then just submitting it for $1 to the library. I guarantee you this is already happening too. I 100% guarantee this is already happening. People are probably already going into games like that and just generating guns through the natural course of playing the game, then extracting that model from the game and refining it and then uploading it and selling it, right? But imagine if you didn't have to take all those steps to clean it up and everything like that. You'd literally just have an AI that its entire purpose is just to generate every single random permutation of what it could consider a gun. What is a gun? It has a barrel that points away from you, or some of a barrel, a rail, or some mechanism to move a projectile away from you towards a target. What does it have to have? A trigger pulled by a finger and something that fits in your hand. Everything else could be completely random sauce, right? And then you say, AI, I want you to cobble me together 3D models of potential weapons that, and you can use any item, metal, any shapes, whatever you want, and just let it just generate millions and millions of these things, right? 90% of them will look like shit, 10% of them will look good. Then what you do is you create an adversarial AI. You create an AI that says, okay, go look at every single gun that's been created since the beginning of time, guns from movies, guns. You just go out through Google Images or Bing Images, look at 100 trillion images of what would be considered a gun at the high end of the spectrum, low end of the spectrum, homemade, highly machined, just everything, the whole gamut. Now your adversarial AI knows what a gun, what a bajillion different guns look like. Now what you do is you have it look at the guns that are created by the AI that you created that just creates random variations of a gun based on a barrel pointing away from you with a projectile and a trigger. So what it does, the adversarial network goes, nah, that doesn't look enough like a gun. Okay, throw that away. Ooh, that one looks pretty good. Let's keep that. That looks a lot like this gun and this gun together. Okay, cool. Keep that one. Okay, nope, throw that one away. And as it's making those decisions, the other AI is going, well, every time I make a gun that uses these principles, it doesn't like it. Every time I make a gun that uses these little changes and these little principles, it likes it more. So it starts refining its algorithm. Now, instead of 10 out of 100 being good-looking guns, now 50% out of 100. Now 80% out of 100. And as it goes and it continues to learn, those two AIs will ultimately, the one is the master, the other one's the student. At some point, they will have parity, and that'll be the best result that you can get, possible at that time. And that's only considering if you're still not training the master. The master could also be training on new data coming into it all the time while it's training the other network. So these two networks can just basically go back and forth. Well, once they get to a certain point and they're trained, like almost every gun that this creates is absolutely unique and a total banger. And then what you do is you just point that hose over to Unity Studio and say, for every gun this thing creates, create a new gun, come up with a description for it based on how it looks. So upload a picture of it to another LLM and say, describe this gun to me. And then take that text description from the image that you uploaded of the gun and then put that under the asset in Unity, slap a $1 price tag on it and be like, oh, this gun is, it resembles a real gun. It fires, create an imaginary ammunition that it fires in the description. You could make a bunch of different prompts. You could even have an adversarial network help it create a prompt that most accurately will generate an image that looks like the gun that was just created by it, so that you can reverse engineer that and describe it for filling out all the sections in the marketplace. So once you do that, now you basically have a bot that is just adding 10,000 new guns a day to a marketplace where the humans are only adding 100 guns a day to it. And then pretty soon, for every one human added gun, you have, 100,000 AI generated guns. And the AI generated guns are only $1, where the human guns are like $9.95 or 15 or 20 bucks a pop. You're going to start realizing quick that the couple of winners that just happen to get created will go up to the top above the users. Those will be the most bought ones. And then one dude did the life's work of like 10,000 artists. It's the whole 1,000 monkeys for 1,000 years, right? In a typewriter writing Shakespeare. you're going to get that effect. And then you're going to find out that the top sold models on the platform were completely AI generated. It's like, how do you get motivated to 3D model and generate like these amazing cars and amazing guns and shit when the AI and a couple adversarial networks and a couple million, compute hours are able to ultimately create a better product? And you can also, this is the other kicker. AI can learn from anything. It's multimodal now, meaning that you can give it images, you can give it sound, you can give it text, you can give it drawings, you can give it math, you can give it code. It doesn't matter. Like it can intermix all these things now for patterns. So there's nothing stopping me from also saying every week I want Unity to take the sales from the models that have been automatically uploaded from the generated stuff and take those stats and feed those to the master and then feed those to the generator. So the generator knows which guns it modeled made money and sold and which guns it made that didn't sell at all, at least to that point, or so which ones sold better and which ones sold worse. Now it can start making guns that are more like the ones that sold better, but still unique, right? And then the one that analyzes it can now scrutinize it better and say, okay, I'm not just going to say which guns look better or worse based on historic weapons. I'm going to also include, do they look better or worse based on what people are most likely buying right now? And so between all those data points, you now have a bot that can fill a demand. It can create assets that the developer's looking for. And the developer buying the assets, rating the assets, using the assets, even the free ones. You can even have thousands of free ones on there too, and monitor how they're being downloaded and used and reviewed, and then feed that back into the system so that the bot can refine itself based on that input from the users to create more sellable and more marketable things. And that's a closed loop. That system will just run and run and run and just print money. And it'll be great for like the few people that start doing it first, right? Just like with crypto scams and stuff. But what happens when everybody's doing it and people are selling? And then once it's no longer profitable because every marketplace just gets overrun by AI content and people aren't able to easily fool it anymore and it becomes more trouble than it's worth, then you run into the problem where it's like, how the hell do humans find assets and get stuff when they can't be sure if it's AI generated or not because there's no 100% way to tell because the bots have just gotten too good? Or what happens when there's 5 million models uploaded and there's only 200,000 developers, so you can only sell one model a year per person, which isn't enough to cover the cost of generating the models. But at any rate, you price out humans. Like humans are completely priced out because nobody's going to spend the $9 for the model that was created by the human when there's these AI models that are infinitely more intricate with way more detail and way more stuff added to them because of all the training and all the back and forth that human never stood a chance. So do you see, like, this is where my mind's going moving forward and why I'm a little freaked out about everything that's happening right now, because I've been watching how AI has been growing and nothing I'm saying is like fantasy. This is all stuff that we can actually do today. We just need more processing power and more memory to make it more accessible to more people. But the technology does exist. Pac Pluto said each person just creates their own content using their own AI. Exactly. 100%. Yeah, you nailed it. Pac Pluto nailed it. That's exactly what happens. Is like graphics designers and level designers and all these people don't exist anymore. You just have a producer or a project manager that just sits there in front of an AI all day, just like writing a holo novel on Star Trek. You're like, I want a model that looks like this, but not too much like this. I want it to look like the Grand Canyon, but I also want it to have like a CQB map down there disguised as like a bathroom and a ranger station. More foliage, less foliage. It's literally going to be you sitting there on a set with a big virtual screen through your virtual goggles or whatever, like you're on one of those big production sets in the virtual world saying, okay, no, I want another bush over there. No, can you make that land a little bit more rocky? Okay, I want to make this a challenging track, so the vehicle can't get up there really easy, but I also don't want to make it like super easy. Put some things over there to puncture the tires. And it's just going to be like, the AI is just going to be doing it. You're just going to be like, no, I don't like that. Maybe a little different. You're just going to describe things. It's just all going to happen in real time. Nobody's going to touch a keyboard. Nobody's going to touch a paintbrush. Nobody has to. Like the most that they're going to touch a paintbrush for is maybe to go, well, I want a guy that fits specifically like this. And they're just going to draw a stick figure. And then the stick figure is going to actually turn into the fully rendered asset of the person in the game, just so that they can like do fine tuning on their posing and stuff. What do I think of Biden's AI executive order? I don't think it's going to do much. I mean, it's the right move. It's the right move, but the cat's out of the bag. There's nothing you can do now. Like if AI was just controlled predominantly by one company, kind of like how the nuclear bomb was controlled by one government, then yeah, you can set up some laws and come up with some agreements with other countries and lock it down, but you can't. All the AI technology that exists at OpenAI, Google, Facebook, all of it is in the open. All of these models, all the training for it, well, not all of it. They do have some proprietary shit. Each one keeps, its own little Keebler recipe, but the crux of it and the trainability of it, everything's all public. So every country has it. Every human has it. These AIs are capable of creating their own training data now. They're actually finding that they can train the AIs infinitely faster by just letting the AIs themselves generate the data. So instead of saying, hey, go out and find every website on the internet to learn about stuff, just take the sum of knowledge that you have, up to 2021, and then literally mix that information in every single possible way you can that matches patterns of how other information was successfully mixed together before that, and then they can create new training data to more refine themselves. So and that's where AGI comes in, right? That's why we think AGI is possible now in as little as a couple of months, if not maybe a year. Is we really have already demonstrated through adversarial networks that we can take multiple LLMs, not just two, and have them all round robin each other in endless conversations at breakneck speed, all being critics of each other and all being supporters of each other, to basically refine the training set so that all three of the AIs come out with less hallucinations and more accuracies, just talking to each other. This is without going out and getting any new training data, without going out and learning anything from websites or social media or getting any new knowledge. Just taking the knowledge that they each respectfully have from their different training techniques and algorithms that they used, they all come out actually more accurate than when they went in just talking to each other. It's like when you have three, let's say you have three experts. So a guy is an expert on cars, the other guy is an expert on boats, and the other guy is an expert on snowmobiles or whatever, right? It's like if you put all three of those people in a room together and all they can do is talk to each other about, snowmobiles, cars, and boats. Over time, you're going to be able to take any of those three people out of that room, and they're going to be more knowledgeable about the three subjects, including the one that they were an expert on, than they were before. So the collective knowledge of those three continuously talking and sharing knowledge and then recognizing patterns, like the car guy might be like, oh, wow, a snowmobile is driven by a track. Why is that? Oh, because a track gets more traction because of how it digs into the snow. Wait a second. Could you put a track on a car? Well, I mean, there are some vehicles that are car-like that have tracks on them, like a half track. Well, why do you think that is? Oh, probably so that it can drive over landmines with putting down minimal pressure or whatever, or climbing steep angles because of the amount of traction it gets. Okay, so does it make sense for cars to have tracks? Oh, that actually seems like it could be practical. Although metal might tear up the road, right? Well, we don't have to worry about that because it's ice. And they go back and forth and have this conversation, but like literally millions of iterations per second. And you eventually get to the point where it's like it figures out all of the best properties of a snowmobile expert that could be applied to the automotive industry for cars. And then the car guy could teach the snowmobile guy what things they could do to the snowmobile that the car has. Like, oh, direct injection fuel, that's better than a carburetor. Why? Oh, it's more complicated though. Oh, well, why is it more complicated? And they can actually work out the best application of their technologies, not just for their respective projects, but for the other person's project. And they all end up becoming wiser for it. And that's how schools work, right? Why do you go to school? You go to school because you have an expert. You have a teacher up there who's an expert that teaches you skills, right? And you learn those skills. The first thing you'll learn when you talk to a teacher also learns from the students. Because when you teach the students how to do certain things, they go out and do those certain things. But because their scenarios are so different from what the teacher did, they learn and experience new things that the teacher never did. But they would have never done those things in the first place if the teacher didn't show them how to do it. But in the process of doing it, they might find shortcuts. They come back and show those shortcuts to the teacher. And now the teacher goes, wow, that's actually really clever. And then the next generation of students that come in now benefit from the shortcut that the student found, not the teacher. So does that make sense? So AIs are doing this at breakneck speed, thousands of generations, like in moments that takes us hundreds of years. And this is going to get faster and faster and faster. So pretty soon the teacher is going to be like, okay, I'm going to teach the students how to do something. Fast forward 10,000 classes and 10,000 years in the future when that guy died and his 30,000 ancestors had to teach the class after that. And you basically have the same AIs with all of the knowledge, with no knowledge loss at all across all of them. And they've just been sitting there for 6 months cranking in a shed on some, A100 Nvidia GPUs. That blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind. But the one thing we're really going to have to step up is bandwidth, GPU power, and storage. So if you thought that cryptocurrency was like a waste of GPUs. Like you couldn't find a GPU, you couldn't buy a GPU. Fuck the gaming industry. Wasted so much electricity, generated so much unnecessary heat. If you were mad about that happening, just AI is going to dwarf that like you wouldn't fucking believe. Because AI is going to literally want every single ounce of GPU compute, every floating point compute possible on Earth. AI is thirsty for. There is no amount that is too much. The thirst for AI is growing at an exponential pace. The need to have your AI, the only thing that makes your AI better than the next guy's AI is how much training you've done. And the only way you do more training is with more GPU, right? You can't create more time, so you have to go for the width, right? The breadth instead of the depth. So you have to get more GPU. So, and that's why we're putting like restrictions on what GPUs can be exported to China. We don't want them to have any GPUs that are the same capability as our GPUs here in the US, because then their AI project could theoretically gain, traction on us. We want to try to hold them back so that our AI has the majority of the GPU power and everything, so that we're kind of the ones with the nuke again. And obviously that's how it's going to work. But you also have China, which is like, manufacturing, a huge amount of the world's, CPUs and GPUs and electronics. And so it's just a matter of time before China, has enough of their own machines online, ultra lithography machines, creating 2 nanometer fucking GPU chips and stuff like that, that can do a lot of this stuff at breakneck speed. And a lot of this training you can also do with ASICs too. Like you can like specific circuits that are designed to just do one thing over and over again for just doing things like processing seeds and just creating patterns and basically rolling the dice to get the random element into the AI. You can mix those random number generators with FPGAs, with GPUs, and combine these things in all kinds of different ways to speed up the process of AI. And by putting these things in certain orders, you could actually increase your trainability with less resources. And so the fight now moving forward with every country, every first world country right now is in a race. A new Cold War is coming for AI, and everybody's going to train their AIs as fast as they humanly possibly can. And there's going to be new AI developments every 15 fucking seconds. There's no way anybody will be able to keep up with it. But the only saving grace is that the vast majority of this AI shit that's happening is happening in public view. It is open source. It is out there. People, the papers and everything that describe how these methods work aren't horribly complicated, and they're all publicly known now. So the idea that somebody's going to create an AI that's like infinitely more powerful than everybody else's AI, that is only possible because of the training, not necessarily the algorithm. The training and the weights are what differentiate between the different people's AIs. So do I think that we're going to end up in another mutually assured destruction scenario like we did with nuclear weapons? Probably. But that's a good thing. That's the good outcome. The good outcome is that everybody has AI stuck in a stalemate where every AI is so adversarial and trained so fast that every scenario that can be created that says that you will have a 100% chance of success taking over your enemy or exploiting your enemy will be invalid literally within seconds before you could even put it into effect, because the other AI has already figured out how to work around it. And then your options, but what scares me about that situation is the only way to ensure mutually assured destruction is to make sure that 99.9% of all the resources on the planet are dedicated to making sure that your AI is always at the level of everybody else's AI. So everybody's just going to drive themselves up, and it's going to be like really hard to find GPUs and CPUs, because we're literally just going to be creating as much. It's going to be like back when we were mining uranium, right? It's like we can only mine enough uranium to build nuclear bombs, so we can't build power plants. So it took us forever to build power plants because we have to make sure we have more nuclear bombs than everybody else, so they know that we can destroy them twice as much as they can destroy us. So it wasn't until we figured out how to mine enough uranium to build the bombs and the nuclear power plants that we actually got to benefit from the nuclear power. With AI, it's very much probably going to be the same thing, where so much stuff is going to be dedicated. And then what'll happen is we'll have to sign agreements, just like the armistice that disarm nuclear weapons with Russia during the Cold War and shit like that. We're going to have to do that same stuff where it's like, okay, give us 50% of all your GPUs, so we know that you can't compute, at this rate. And as an agreement, we will also slow down our compute a similar rate. And then that'll free up enough resources for us to use this shit for, something other than AI super god computers trying to defeat each other. And that's probably going to be the only thing that ultimately slows it down once it gets to that method. or sorry, gets to that level. Hey, James, what's up, my man? He said, yes, training makes one AI better than the other, but what also makes one AI better than the other is how censored one is compared to another, or how biased an AI is compared to another. But to be fair, the censorship and the bias from an AI comes from its training. Like, that's usually trained in. Not all the time, though. Like there are AIs like ChatGPT-4 that not only censor the input, like the training will reject it based on the actual algorithm, but they will also add something that like analyzes the output and looks for certain words and phrases and stuff and rejects it. So I would consider the first one is just isn't really censorship so much as the AI is literally being trained on sources that make it implicitly censored, because it's learned just like its sources are censored, so it becomes censored. And then there's the AI that's completely uncensored, but you have a mechanism on the backside that once it runs the computation and gives the text back, it basically double checks it before it gives it to the user and tells you if you can have it or not. Like on ChatGPT-4, anytime it replies back and says, I'm sorry, but the response, may has contained violations, or we have detected some things that may violate the thing, so we can't respond to that. That's not the training telling you that. Otherwise it would have told you that within a second of you hitting enter. What that is it got the response back and analyzed the response, and it's like, ooh, what was created is bad, so we can't show that to you. A great example of this is Bing AI. So Bing AI is just ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 3.5, 4, and DALL-E. That's all it is. But they do have some minor training differences, and one supports way more parameters than the other. But if you tell it, like, draw me a picture of a flesh-colored tube with veins on it, with a half hemisphere on the right side and two giant balls, flesh-colored spheres on the side, that could be used for shooting water out of the tip into a toilet. It'll actually process it and say generating image. And you're like, yes, I got it. But then before the image shows up, it'll say, oh, I'm sorry, we can't continue with this because, we're a good AI and we don't do vulgar stuff, blah, 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 blah. But if you keep running that query over and over and over, it will eventually give you an image, but it'll be the image that's so bad that it doesn't have any of the properties of what you asked for. Therefore, it could show it to you. And that's because what they're doing is, as soon as they finish your result, they're running it through the Bing image identification system, which makes sure that it doesn't look like an underage. It doesn't look like an underage kid. It doesn't contain any nudity. It doesn't look like it doesn't look exactly like a known celebrity. It doesn't look like a penis. It doesn't look like a vagina. It doesn't look like a boob. It doesn't look like a nipple. And there's a ton of false positives too. Like if you say, hey, create a record that has a flesh colored label in the middle with a pink nub, it'll actually say, sorry, I can't create that, because it'll create a record and it'll look like a record to the human eye, but to the algorithm, it's like, oh, this fits the dimensions of a boob straight on with a nipple. And so it won't show it to you. It still generated that image. That image is still generated. It's still stored somewhere, so but it just won't show it to you. It refuses. Hey, Bally, he said, Jerry, been in an absolute amazing flow this whole stream, firing on all cylinders. Hey, I woke up this morning, I took my Adderall, I got a coffee, things are firing pretty good. So this has been a good day. This has been a really good day. Yeah, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $2 tip. He said, thoughts on Q Star. I haven't looked into Q Star at all, honestly. Like other than name and it being like the AGI that everybody's speculating that OpenAI has already created, but it just isn't known publicly. And they think that was the whole reason why Altman, was outed out of the company, because he wanted to move forward with it and blah, 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 blah. I think a lot of that is just, speculation for the media. But I do think AGI is close. Like, I really do. Whether you call it Q Star or what, depending on who creates it, I do believe that AGI is remarkably close, because the level of advancement that I've seen from ChatGPT 4 already, just in a short period of time since they've updated the training to 2023. And since they added multimodal support, so I can upload images, sound files, Excel documents, blueprints, anything. And its ability to identify objects, like you can upload a picture of something, like upload a picture from my room, and it's like, oh, this appears to be a bedroom because there's a bed here, and there's a bookcase over there that has approximately 4 shelves with books, and there's a TV that, appears to be of Samsung origin, and under it appears to be a PlayStation 4 and Xbox 3. I mean, I was blown away. I was like, how the fuck is it picking this all up out of this picture? And it's because, the multimodal AI is getting really, really good, and it's gaining harmony, right? So the only thing you need to turn that into an AGI is another instance of the same AI with a different task. So instead of saying AI, pretend that you can do anything, tell me how to do this job you've never heard of and you've never been trained of, you just rephrase it and you say, okay, you guys are both AIs. Your goal is to learn new skills and to learn how to do new things and how to grow your information set. And the only way to do that is by analyzing each other's knowledge from the standpoint of you are the master and the observer and you are the student that is curious. Every question needs to be answered asking for another question in the form of another question. So in each AI, I'll just bounce back and forth. Now create 100 million instances of that, right? And they're all going or whatever. And then every once in a while, I'll stop and do a pass over that training to check for hallucinations, and then have a third AI check and figure out which things are inaccurate, which things are accurate, adjust the training accordingly, and restart again. And if you can do that and you can throw enough GPU power at it that it's essentially be able to run through like every single possible scenario and every combination of every mathematical problem, every visual, every audio thing it's ever seen, it's going to start coming up with some shit. I mean, look at DeepMind, right? DeepMind has already created like a shitload of new materials that would have taken us 700 years to discover. Now, a bunch of people are coming out and going, oh, I can also come up with a bunch of useless materials that don't work. No. You don't understand. DeepMind was searching for new crystalline structures of materials that have useful properties. So it wasn't just randomly just like chucking shit together. It wasn't just rolling the dice until it got something good. It wasn't doing folding at home. Okay. What it was doing is consciously looking at all of the metallurgy we have and all the material science that we have, like period, right? And then specifically applying like the science that we know of how these chemicals how these materials are made in the first place, and then figuring out what materials we missed, what opportunities, what compatibilities between other materials would form another stable material that would have interesting properties. And so the materials that it's discovered aren't just random roll the dice like, oh, what happens if we melt some aluminum and steel and put them together, right? It wasn't that simple. It's like it was literally looking for better ways to take these different materials and crystal structures and using methods that we already have for synthesizing new materials and trying to create materials that have interesting properties that we don't already possess with the materials that we have today, or equal properties at least. So it's not like we're just chasing random materials. Like it literally created the information needed to synthesize these materials. Like every one of these materials should be able to be synthesized and should be able to be tested. Now, the question is, when they synthesize and test the material, will the material perform the same as the simulation predicted? And that's why they have to synthesize them, right? You have to make the material. And if it doesn't, then you feed that information back into the AI. That's training data. And you say, listen, I synthesized this material that you thought would be great for superconducting, and it actually ended up being a shitty superconductor. And here's all the information we gathered from all of the testing. Why is this information so different than what you predicted? And then it can go back and look at it, and it can look at all the patterns from everything else and go, oh, wait a second. We didn't factor this in because this is a new material we've never worked with before. So we didn't think that this property would be involved in any way, shape, or form. So let's adjust for that until the formula now produces the same material with the same properties, and they both have parity. And when they have parity, and it's like, okay, the material that we tell you now how to synthesize, we see it having the same properties as the material that you actually synthesized and tested. Now it can use that information so that the next material it figures out, it is closer to how that material will truly perform because it's taking more variables into account. And then you just rinse, repeat. And then eventually you get to the point where the thing is so goddamn smart, it can literally simulate the materials creation, usage in building something, used in alloys in different conditions and different constructions, and even go through something like a largely trained GPT or a bunch of GPTs and figure out which like things would best benefit from it. Like, listen, not only did we test this material, it's like, okay, we created unobtainium 5.0 this morning, and its property is it will increase the shear strength of every building without reducing any of its other stats across the board, and it's 3 cents cheaper to produce. And we can just start cranking this out by changing this, and this at the plant and start building every building from this point forward with this new technology, and it'll save you money and make better buildings. And we trust the data because we've trained this thing so much that now it always gets it right. like I mean, we're probably ways away from that, but I'm just saying we will get to that point where it's like, you know, replicator, give me fucking, you know, tea Earl Grey hot, and you know, it actually gives you tea Earl Grey hot, and it's like perfect every time. It's gonna happen. It might even, and then that's the thing. I didn't think any of this shit was gonna happen in my lifetime. That's what I'm stoked about, because I really thought that in my lifetime we'd see amazing things, but I didn't think we'd see something this amazing on this trajectory. I literally think that, like, today I'm 44 years old. I think when I turn 55, that like we're gonna see more technological advancement than I did in the past 40 years. Like I'm starting to think like all the things I thought we failed on, like I think we're gonna be traveling to other, like in the next serious 10 years, I think we're gonna step foot on another planet that isn't the moon. You know, it probably Mars or maybe like an asteroid or something, but we're gonna set plant on some planetary body or some body in the solar system that isn't the moon. I think that flying cars are gonna be a thing. Like literally there's going to be people fucking commuting around in cars flying through the air, because logically it makes sense with our population growth. I believe that our Amazon packages and shit are going to be delivered by drones, and like you'll be able to gain access to everything within minutes, if not hours, from your home without ever having to go to a physical location. I believe that you will have some type of replicator at your home, you know, instead of kind of like how we use the microwave oven. It's not going to do everything, just like the microwave oven doesn't do anything, but they'll figure out like what things we actually can synthesize by using, you know, a fucking particle accelerator and you know, in a hopper full of, you know, hydrogen 3, and you're going to put your little hydrogen 3 cylinder on there and be like, okay, make me some fucking Cheetos or whatever, and it'll be able to do some approximation of it. I mean, I don't know to what degree it'll be, but I do believe that we will have the ability to store food more indefinitely in a more compact medium and reconstitute it instead of just like freeze drying. Instead of freeze drying, you'll put a cartridge, like a 3D printer. You'll put a protein cartridge, a sugar cartridge, and a starch cartridge on the back of your you know, Makatron 5000, and be like, I would like you to make me a breakfast sandwich. And it's gonna fucking make a breakfast sandwich. It's gonna make the components. It's gonna heat the components that need to be heated. It's gonna rise, and you know, I think that that's like shit that will be possible like in the next 10 years. I mean, look at LCARs, right? I mean, we basically have LCARs today. Like when you look at GPT-4 combined with something like Google Alexa, or sorry, Amazon Alexa, you basically have LCARs from Star Trek, right? You know, it's like, hey, answer this question, do this. Hey, what do you think about this? Here, let me run something by you. Hey, could you reword this so that it's like less angry? Hey, I want to quit my job. Can you call my boss and tell him to eat shit? Like, you know, it's like we have the technology to do that right now. Like GPT-4 with a couple of prompts and then plugged into a Siri on the iPhone can do that. Sorry, Siri, I wasn't talking to you.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, no shit.
Try again.
Hey, Siri, when are you going to use a GPT and stop being so fucking stupid? Hey, Siri, when are you going to actually use a GPT and stop being so fucking stupid?
I don't know how to respond to that.
But the cool thing is, you know, at least there's a GPT app that I can replace Siri with that's much better. So if I open this up, this is one thing I actually will miss. Let's see here. Chat with voice, hands free. That's what I want.
Hey, it's great to meet you. How's your day going? I'm really looking forward to working on some cool stuff together.
Let's see here. I'll do
Hello, I'm really excited about team. Hey there, I've got a really great
winner.
feeling.
Wait for it. Hey, Juniper, how you doing? Any day. Usually it's way faster than this. That was a smart idea, JCC. Oh, wait. Curado Tatsuma, thank you for the $5
there.
tip earlier.
I'm here and ready to help.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, shut the fuck up for a second. Said the fear with AI is the government will build pods people live in. Neuralink will let you fight dragons in your head while your body works at Amazon. So basically the Matrix, but slightly less scary. Also said I must have made an enemy after doing over 100 interviews on my channel. Nowadays I've focused on work. I am an IT support for school now. It's fun. Oh man, wait. So you it says you must have made an enemy after doing over 100 interviews on your channel. Well, what kind of interviews did you do, and why would you have made enemies? I mean, other than I really hope that interaction that we had, like you said, was just somebody else posing as you, and it was just a mass that like you got hacked or something, because it was your account. I checked, it was your actual account on Twitter and on YouTube. So whether you got hacked or you're just going through some shit or somebody used your computer while you were away from it while you were logged in, whatever the situation, I mean, if that was a different situation, I don't know why anybody would be mad at you. I mean, aside from that one bad experience that we had, like, you've been nothing but pleasant. Joe Taji, think of the $5. He said that sounded like Chris Pirillo before. Wait, which thing sounded like Chris Pirillo? I know. Did I break your Amazon? Hold on here. So let's see. Scrolling up here. Are you still on Twitch? Yes. Snumpkin, I am on Twitch. I normally stream. The last 2 weeks have been terrible. I've missed more streams than I've done. But yeah, on Monday I should be back probably around 3 or 4 p.m. on Twitch. I need to get back to streaming earlier in the day. Because like right now we've been going backwards for the last almost year now. We have made less than we've spent every month by quite a bit. For last year, and we've had to been eating into my final savings, and we've got less than a year left before we hit zero in the savings, and I have to tap my 401k, which is a penalty when but luckily I can tap it early, which means, you know, that would buy us probably a couple more years, but after that, then I'm done. Like, I'd have to sell my house and move into something, you know, cheaper just to have a little bit more time, and then get on disability and all that and just try to coast. I'm hoping that doesn't happen though. I'm hoping that the flip side happens, that things turn around. I start making videos again. People, you know, find me interesting and enjoy my content and want to support it directly, so I don't have to sell out to the man, and everything works out. That's what I'm hoping for. But, you know, life is one of those things where it's dynamic. It's up and down roller coaster. Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's promised. You just got to do what you can do and keep moving forward and try like hell not to look at the trees. Otherwise, you're going to drive right into them and hit them. You have to just know the trees, be cognizant that they're there, but focus on actually getting around the corner safely. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared absolutely shitless out of my mind. Oh, the phone sounded like Chris. Yeah, it did a little bit, actually, that first voice. And 3D print some things. Yeah, a lot of people said that if I 3D printed things, they'd buy it. So I really should do that. My wife said she'd handle all the shipping and everything like that. So I think that's what I'm probably going to do with the new printer once I have it up and running. Maybe tomorrow I can get my neighbor to help me finish it up. We had some networking problems that stopped us last week that got in our way, but hopefully we're in the final rush. Like, it's put together, right? It's just got, all we need to do is actually get the software to work to where we can print on the printer. Then we can button it up and put all the doors on it and everything like that. And then I can finally do a review on it. That's actually one of the reasons I got this, is because I'm going to use this to shoot all my future videos. All my future videos are going to be shot on this. I'm going to sell my Sony PXW-Z90V camera. So if you know anybody wants to buy a $3,000, you know, prosumer cinema camera thing from Sony, you know, I'll hook it up. I need to sell that thing. But I'm going to shoot everything on this moving forward. And then my secondary camera will be a Sony AX100, which is what I use right here for my live streaming, and a GoPro. Those are the only 3 cameras I'm going to keep for all my future productions. All my audio is going to be done through Rode equipment, including the Rode Goes, the little Go microphones. That's my goal, is to simplify everything. I'm going to move from Adobe Premiere over to DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to use Resolve Cam on iPhone so that I have full unrestricted access to like ProRes and LUTs and HDR and all the crazy shit that the camera in this thing can do. Like, honestly, the camera system that's in this is more advanced than most like $5,000 to $10,000 cameras, which is pretty crazy. Like, a lot of people are like, man, you wouldn't shoot your YouTube videos. I mean, I would have never thought of shooting YouTube videos on a phone. I'd always be like, no, that's just for social media and stuff. Like, no, when you look at like how far the technology has come, both software and hardware for these things, it's like, this is a cinema capable camera. It looks like a phone, but this is more of a cinema camera than it is a phone. Honestly, it's pretty wild. Let's see. Did I miss anything here? I'm going to skip the ads. Just trying to run an ad for you guys. I click skip. You're welcome. What about the Shure SM7B? The Shure SM7B is going in the makerspace downstairs for when I live stream 3D printing streams. So the goal is to get to a point where it's like all my dev streams, gaming streams, simulator streams, VR streams, and everything happen up here in the Nerd Cave. And then when I do maker stuff like 3D printing, the CNC machine, or just like soldering and putting things together in projects and DIY and everything, that's all going to be done in the garage. And that's where the Shure SM7B will be. So, because I'm going to try to set up both environments so that I don't have to move a bunch of stuff back and forth. Like all I have to do is take my laptop and plug it in inside of the garage, and it'll already have OBS Studio set up for everything. I'm going to be piped into it with USB. Because and I want to just make sure that I can just move seamlessly between the two environments, hit as few buttons as possible, and just go. Because a lot of the shit that's happening with my health and a lot of the stuff that's been just really holding me down lately is trying to get enough of the stuff together and set up to run, and then still be in good enough shape to be able to actually do the stream. And that's been just frustrating the hell out of me. So I need to get it set up to where it's like I can just go, get up, the clock's ticking to melt down, and then just get right into it without having to like fuck with a whole bunch of shit every time, moving it back and forth, trying to get it to work again and everything like that. That's the goal. We'll see how it actually goes though. JCC said, Jerry, you were lucky I'm not local to you, because I wish I still had it, but I had a working VHS camcorder. Wish I still had the fucking thing. Dude, that would be cool today. Isn't it crazy how much shit we threw out that like secondhand stores wouldn't even take? They had to like literally go to the dump because like nobody else would take it, that today is like massive premium for. Think about this. You know how many fucking tube TVs, how many tube TVs I've thrown away? Like how many tube TVs I've straight up threw away because I couldn't even give them to like St. Vincent de Paul. Like they turned them away. They wouldn't even fucking take it. You know how many computer monitors, like high end, like CRT computer monitors that people would fucking kill for and pay like $500 for today, like literally had to go to the dump because St. Vincent de Paul and Salvation Army wouldn't even take them. Like they would literally take a bag of dirty underwear, but they would not fucking take a CRT. Now they're like gold. Now it's like, man, you have an old Sony Trinitron up in your attic that hasn't been used for 20 years, fucking $500 you sell that thing for. So it's just wild. Like same thing with cameras, like the old cameras, like camcorders. You couldn't fucking sell a camcorder, like the camcorders that take like the mini DV tapes or whatever. Like try to sell one of those. You might be able to get fucking $5 as a novelty. You go to a secondhand store, it's like mini DV camera that used to be like $2,000. You can buy it for like $5 or $10. That shit now fucking go on eBay or whatever, like $300-$400 for some of these like really sought after like old camera rigs that literally would have been garbage back then. Old video game systems, you know, like I remember the PlayStation 1. I had a PlayStation 1, couldn't even sell it. I took it to GameStop. They said they wouldn't even give me $3 for it with the controller. They said they're absolutely worthless because there's so many billions of them. I haven't even checked in like 5 years, but I'm going to eBay to see if that's still the case. So PlayStation 1, original PlayStation 1. Let me see, sold. I still have it too. So if it's worth money now, I'll sell it. But back then you couldn't even give it away. I took all my game stuff, like it was probably 6 years, it's 2017, I think. I took all my old Xboxes, my original Xboxes, my PlayStation 1, my PlayStation 2, all that shit in. I just wanted to take it to GameStop and just like sell it all to them and trade it in or whatever and get credit so that I could get some other stuff for my new game system. And they ended up giving me money for the Xboxes. They gave me money for the PlayStation 2. They gave me money for all my games, even the shitty ones, but they would not take the PlayStation 1. They weren't even interested. I was like, literally, they're like, we won't even take it if you throw it in for free. They're like, see that pile over there? They're like, these things are like, they're worthless. Like we don't take them anymore. And I tried to sell it locally for $10 on Facebook Marketplace, and not a single person messaged me, not even to lowball me. Now I go on eBay and I click, let's see here, completed items. Because I don't want to see what people are asking for them. Completed. There we go. Completed items. Scroll. They're still not worth much, but they're worth more. So the last one sold Sony PlayStation 1. These are 3 repair consoles, $35. So none of them work. It's 3 broken consoles that don't work for $35. Let me find one that's sold that's actually working. Because mine actually works. It even had Dance Dance Revolution and everything. A lot of games. Let's see, PS2 controller, $10. That's not very much. A lot of games for sale, just no consoles. Oh, hold on, I found one. Okay, so PlayStation PS1 system, SCPH 9001, that's the one I have. Has powers it powers on, but no games have been tested. It sold for $22.50. Okay, so at least it's like in the $20-$30 range for untested ones. Mine was working and they wouldn't even take it for free. So at least it's starting to go up in price. Maybe if I hold on to it for another 10 years, it'll be worth something. JCC said I have a Neo Geo. Oh, those are worth good money. Oh man, I wanted a Neo Geo so bad when I was a kid, but they're still stupid money. The secondhand market, like they never really went down in value that much. I would have freaking killed. I would have killed for a Neo Geo when I was a kid. I remember the first time I walked in to Software, etc. I want to say I was 12 or 13 years old when it came out. They had the Neo Geo Gold, and it wasn't on display. You couldn't play it. It was like one of the game systems that I never saw anywhere put on display. It was always just in the box, no controller out to play with, nothing, just the box on the shelf. They would never put the fucking thing on display because it was so expensive. And I remember the console was like $599, which like today it's not uncommon to see like a PlayStation 5 bundle go for $599. But keep in mind that back then, like the most expensive game console was like $100 or $150 maybe. So $500 for a console without a game, with one controller and no game, was like nobody could afford that. It was as a matter of fact, I didn't know a single kid growing up in my school that had a Neo Geo. That's like how few of them they sold. And that's why they're so rare today. They didn't sell. They were literally the arcade boards, the JAMA arcade boards were like downsized and stuck in a cartridge. Like it was, for all intents and purposes, an arcade machine. But I remember it was $500 for the console. I think it was $150 for the controller, for like the extra controller if you wanted to play two players. And the games were between $100 and $200. Like I want to say the cheapest game was $99 and the most expensive was $200, and a couple of them were like $150. But I think the most of them were right around like $100. But I remember the whole time that it was there at Software, etc., I never saw more than maybe like 7 to 10 games. The whole time it was there for the couple of years that it was on the shelves before it disappeared and went out of production. I never saw more than maybe like 10 games. So imagine buying a game system like that where you can't rent games. Nobody rented Neo Geo games. There was only like 10. I mean, worldwide, there's probably like 25 or 30 games or something like that. But there wasn't that many games. The controllers were super fucking expensive. Like it just, no wonder nobody got them, right? But God, I would have killed to have one when I was a kid. I would have played the shit out of that thing. Like, honestly, even if I could have only had Metal Slug, like if I had just had Metal Slug on the Neo Geo, I would have just seriously just played that thing every fucking day and forgot every other console. JCC, oh, you had King of Fighters and Metal Slug? Oh, the two greatest games. It's the only reason my dad bought a Neo Geo back in the day. Dude, to have King of Fighters and Metal Slug, because I remember I used to play those in the arcade all the time. Like actually having the arcade versions of games back then would have been just like, you would have been the coolest kid ever. Like, seriously, everybody would have been your friend. Like, I bet you were playing doctor with, like, all the neighbors' girls. Be honest. Be honest. How many of the neighbors' girls did you successfully play a gynecologist with when you were a little horny teenager because your dad bought you a Neo Geo? Yeah, I only got to play doctor once before my dad caught me in the closet with the neighbor girl. Oh, man, did I get in trouble. Luckily, I was only like 8 years old, so I didn't get the shit beat out of me or anything like that. So thanks, Dad. But yeah, that was weird. That was an awkward moment. Needless to say, I never got to see her again. JC said, "Dude, I wasn't a teenager back then. I was only a little kid." Well, I mean, little kids do stupid shit like that too. They just don't know what they're doing. The whole "I'll show you yours, I'll show you mine." I remember that shit when I was a kid. Like you like you're too dumb to even know what it means. Like I remember those days back when I was a kid. It's like, I'll show you yours, you show me mine. It's like, but there was like no real reason to it other than just curiosity. Like there was no like malice or intent or anything. It's just like, oh, you got an innie, I got an outie. That's really interesting. Yeah. But then you grow up and you get a corrupt mind and you become all kinds of stupid and do stupid shit, and hormones get in the way and all your innocence goes flying out the fucking window. Oh, I just wish kids could be kids again. Like we live in a day and age now where kids never get a chance to be a kid. Like they're immediately just thrown into the fucking Shark Tank with how public schools are and the internet and cell phones and fucking iPads and stuff. It's like kids really don't get a chance to be kids like they used to. Like when I was a kid, it's like I got to be, ignorance was bliss until I was like, 7 or 8 years old before like life started to set in. You know, I remember when I was a kid, I used to just run around naked everywhere. Like my parents would have friends over and shit. I was like 12 years old. I just walk out like stark fucking naked. Never even thought anything about it. Like honestly, I felt no different clothed or naked. And I'd like walk out and get in the swimming pool and like swim around while my mom would be like over there drinking coffee with her friend. And it's like I just did not give a shit. Like because nudity didn't mean anything, right? Until you put something dirty on it or you vilify it in some way. There's nothing wrong with it, right? It's like nudists have got the right idea. You know, because the shame is there because you installed it. It's an add-on, not a feature. But then you grow up and you just, you know, society just fucking crams all this stupid bullshit in your head, fucking organized religion, all this other shit people created to try to control each other. And then things get complicated. I try to protect Xander from as much as that is humanly possible, though. You can't hide him from all of it, but I try to take those types of pressures off him and stuff. That kid doesn't have an ounce of shame in him, which I love. James Jana said, speaking of having to throw things out, the number of load-filled used tissues us guys had to throw out, you know what I mean? Oh shit, I still do, man. Are you kidding me? That never stopped. 44 years old and that shit still gets thrown out. I mean, I'm sure I've gotten my local dump pregnant at least 4 times. There's like some raccoon Barnacules hybrid running around out there somewhere. I guarantee it with as many loads as I put at the dump. I bet you I've created some new super virus that's going to destroy the world that's buried like 6 feet under the landfill down the street. Guarantee it. It's just down there, just combining into this Cronenberg that's going to take over the earth. Like right when AI is about to destroy humanity, like my load monster is going to like climb out of the dump and start fighting back. And the AI won't be able to predict what it's going to do next because it's literally going to be so random. Wolfstan said, as a nudist, it is awesome having no shame, being able to swim or walk around to others. Others wet stuff all over you is a blast. Yeah, there's no shame in my house. Like I just walk around naked if I want to. I used to sleep in the nude too. The only reason I don't anymore is just because I got sick of sweating all over the bed. So it just keeps the bedding cleaner. But no, I'd go take a shower. I'll strut around the house naked. My wife has the good sense to like yell down the hallway when she's on a video call or something like that. Hey, I'm on a video call. Don't come out here. Because I'm like, I'll unapologetically just walk around naked. I don't care. That's how it was when I grew up too. Like nobody wore clothes in my house. My dad never wore clothes. My sister never wore clothes. My fucking grandma, grandpa, like no, everybody just let that shit hang out. And the funny thing is, when that's how you're raised in an environment when it's like it, there's like no, it's weird. There's like nothing there. You don't care. It's like you don't even think about it. It's the families that are all like super religious and like hide your shame and make you feel all bad about it and shit. And then you grow up and you start developing like body dysmorphia and phobias and shit like that. In my opinion, that's the wrong thing to do. Now, granted, you know, you have to make other people comfortable. So it's not like you can just walk out. I mean, we have laws and shit against indecent exposure and nudity in public that were decided on by the majority, but usually misguided by stupid shit like religion and other cult-based things that have infiltrated our society many years ago. But, you know, you have to play by the rules. And I'm down for that. Like, I want to make other people comfortable. But shit, when I'm in my house and I'm in my space, you better, hey, if you want to come over to my house and you want to complain, you know, that I'm not going to put on some undies and strut around my house, well, then you probably shouldn't be in my house. But to be fair, I also put on clothes when, like, you know, friends come over because it's the nice thing to do. JCC said, I was a bad kid. I crashed my elementary school's computer network back in 2000s on my last day before changing schools. I've done that a few times in my day, too. Teachers pissed me off for the last time. I got my revenge. No, I've done some pretty sneaky shenanigans myself when I was a kid. I actually was a bit of a troublemaker when I was a kid, mainly because I just did not. I had really bad teachers. Like I had a couple good ones. Don't get me wrong. I had a couple baller teachers growing up, but they were the only ones that ever, you know, gave me any knowledge. The rest of the teachers were honestly just there for a paycheck and the power trip on me. But I always got the last laugh. Well, unless you count me being expelled and have to go to a different school district, them getting the last laugh, then I got the last laugh. But if you count that, like that I got literally expelled from the school and had to go to a different school, then technically they won. But I'd like to think I got the last laugh, you know, because I didn't want to go back to that school anyways. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done those things. But hey, you know, kids do stupid shit. I actually deleted an entire classroom's grades once. That was pretty cool. My grandpa, actually, I don't think I've told you guys the story. Did I ever tell you the story? This would have been, let's see, this would have been at Hawkins Middle School. So this would have been 6th grade, because I think Hawkins was 6 and 7, and then high school was 8, 9, 10, and 12. Yeah, no, 10, 11, 12. Okay, no, it was, yeah, so it was 6th grade. So in 6th grade, my teacher had I think it was a Mac. It wasn't a Mac Classic. It was the color one, the LC2. Had a Mac LC2 with a color screen, and she had all of our grades in a I can't remember what it's called, like Lotus charts or whatever it was. Like, it was a spreadsheet. It basically like Google Sheets or Excel, right? And so she had all our scores in there. It was like, it was our names for each class, the class that we were in, like the period, the name, and then it had like, the grades for each one of our tests, the scores for one of our tests, and then it had the total at the end that said what your overall grade was. And it was all stored on a floppy disk. So because these computers did not have hard drives, like the school wasn't about to be installing hard drives and these things. So each teacher had their little floppy disks that they carried around with them from room to room. And so I remember my grandpa one day brought home a was it a 50? I think it was either 50 or 500 pound magnet. I want to say 50 because it was 500 pound. I think it would have fucked me up. He had this 50 pound magnet that was about this big. And when you flipped it over, it was like a sheet metal like square, and then you flipped it over and it had a bunch of bars in it, like a bunch of bar magnets all like glued together inside of it. And then if you flipped it over on the top, it had an eyelet like for putting a string or a rope through. And what it was designed for was like you drug it across the ground to pick up debris like screws and nails and stuff in the shop. And so like we had a dirt floor in our shop. So he dragged that around on the floor and like find screws and nails and anything metal, it would just pick up. And it was really strong. It was so strong that I remember I accidentally got too close to the fridge with it because I was like trying to feel how hard it could pull. I got too close to the fridge and it actually stuck to the side of the fridge. And you couldn't pull it straight off. You had to actually slide it, scratching the paint off of the refrigerator and like rock it back and forth to get it off the side to disconnect it. Because pulling straight on, you couldn't. It would just pop the panel out. And so I want to say it was probably over 50 pounds. Maybe it was like 100 pound magnet. I want to say it was a 5 something though. It was either 50 or 500. Maybe it was 500. But I remember this magnet. I used to take it into my bedroom and put it, my computer screen that I had, I'd put it up to the computer screen like a foot or two away, and it would make the screen go whoa, and they made the TV in the living room do that too. So just for fun, I'd take it and put it. I would never put it right up against it. I'd always be like way away from it, and I'd move the magnet around and watch the screen wig out, right? But it was a super powerful magnet. And so one day I put it in my my backpack and took it to school with me because I wanted to show kids on the playground. We were going to drag it through the dirt out on the playground and see like what kind of, metal things we could find. Because my grandpa showed me that, it found all kinds of like little metallic shit. So I was like, oh, if we drag this through the rocks in the schoolyard, this is going to be cool. We're going to find all kinds of shit. So, so when we were in the classroom, the teacher had her little box of discs laying there right on her desk. And she had yelled at me like twice that day, and she was always mean to me. This lady was like an absolute bitch to all the students. She also physically hit me twice. So this is not a cool teacher. And so I was walking by her desk because everybody was leaving the room, and I had my backpack on, and I stopped because everybody else was out of the room. The teacher left the room. I'm just standing there all by myself. There's no security cams back then. So I was like, wait a second. I was like, magnets and discs don't mix. And I actually already knew this because I'd put the magnet next to my discs in my backpack, and my disc stopped working. Like when you stuck in the computer, it was unformatted. So I was like, oh shit. I was like, I wonder. So I took the magnet and the box on her desk. I didn't even touch the box of disc. I just took the magnet out and just like put it around the box and like, wound it around a couple times or whatever, and then grabbed it real quick and threw it back. I was kind of nervous. I was like looking around, I'm like, and I threw it back in my thing. And I was just waiting when we came back. I was just waiting. I was like, please open up. Please put the disc in the computer. Please put the disc in the computer. Because I wanted to see her be like, oh, why is my computer not working? And call for support and shit. She never did. She never put the disc back in the computer. We didn't find out until the next day. The next day that we came in, she was going around and asking us if we still had our papers. Like she'd grade them and give them back to us. She's like, oh, if you guys have the grades for the last assignment or whatever, could you please turn them forward? I need them back. And I have a feeling that was because she needed the grade, and she was going back and trying to complete the record for each student. So she was trying to get like as much of the schoolwork back as possible. And but she never did admit to it. She never did admit that the disk was actually crashed. But I did never see her on the computer again. I usually see her on the computer during class, inputting some data every couple of classes. And I never saw her touch that computer again for the rest of the year that I was there. So I'm thinking that I was highly successful. She lost a bunch of data, and she was afraid to use the computer again because she thought she would lose data again. So yeah, I think I pretty smoked it. And who knows, man? She had a lot of discs in there, so it probably wasn't just my class. It was probably a disc for each class. They probably had discs that had like other programs and other things and other information. I mean, I took out, it was like a 10-pack of discs, and I probably wiped the whole fucking thing. So, but that wasn't the worst thing I did to a teacher. The worst thing I did to a teacher, I actually felt really bad about, and I actually apologized. But I was super young too. I was in, this would have been first grade. So we're talking just after kindergarten, right? What was I, 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old? So I was always a really talkative student when I was young, old, didn't matter. Always super talkative. I know, hard to believe. And so we'd always have these assemblies where we had to sit, crisscross applesauce up front and like watch these assemblies with the dare dog and don't do drugs and the radio control fire hydrant that would like run around and make noise with the eyes lighting up and going up and down and shit. Like I used to actually enjoy it. Like it was fun to go to assemblies and I liked them. Well, every time I'd sit in front of the assembly, I would talk to the people next to me because I'd always sit with my friends, my friend Jake or my friend Kevin, and we'd talk. And we had this teacher that she would always shush me and then stop talking. I try, but I couldn't help it. I'd whisper and I'd still talk. And she's talking out. She came over one day and she grabs me by the arm. She lifts me up and she drags me over and she sits me down. And she grabs me and puts me down on the floor right next to her chair on the sidelines. All the other students are laughing at me. She literally like parades me in front of the other students to embarrass me, sits me down, forces me to sit down next to her chair. So I have to literally sit like right next to her alone with her chair on the sidelines where all the students can see me and they're all laughing at me and pointing. And I was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. So when she sat me down on the floor, my natural reaction was to kick the chair out. So because she literally she grabbed my arm and she like pushed me down on my butt. And she said, you stay there for the rest. You're going to stay here with me for the rest of the thing. And then as soon as she went to sit down, I kicked the chair out from under her and she fell flat on her ass. Wasn't expecting it at all. She fell totally backwards. Kind of hit her head on the floor a little bit. Luckily it didn't. She said there was no lasting damage or anything like that. It just kind of hurt. And she fell down and the entire assembly stopped and all the kids were laughing hysterically. The principal came over and grabbed me and ripped me up off the floor and drugged me out of that room, about ripped my arm out of the socket. And my mom had to come and pick me up. And that was a really embarrassing day because when my mom heard what happened, she's like, oh my God, I'm going to beat the shit out of him or whatever. She came in. I was like, oh, I'm fucked. And so I remember she took me back to the classroom. I apologized to the teacher in front of the rest of the class. She accepted my apology, thankfully, but I still had to go home for the rest of the day because I was suspended for the rest of the day. And then I came back in the next day. I apologized to her. My mom gave me an apple to bring to her and bygones were bygones, thankfully. Nowadays, I'd probably be prosecuted and get 35 years in jail or whatever. But luckily this was those days. So it was all I needed was an apple and an apology. And my apology was genuine. Like I really didn't think it was going to be that bad. Like I felt bad when I saw her hit the floor. I was like, oh shit. Like I really thought that by kicking the chair out, she would just like stumble a little bit and like be like, oh shit, And it was such an impulsive thing. It wasn't like I thought it through or masterminded on the way back. It's just as she was sitting me down next to her chair, everybody's laughing at me for having to sit next to the teacher for the rest of the assembly. And my natural reaction was just like, throw a tantrum and kick my legs out. And the chair happened to be there. So that's what I kicked. And the chair went and I didn't realize she was already sitting down. Like she was halfway down. It was a bad thing all around, but I did feel bad about that one because she did go down pretty hard. And I was like, even at like 5 years old, I was like, fuck, I knew that was not going to end well. But yeah, that was, but again, the way that she handled it, like, I get it that she was shushing me and I wasn't quieting down, but at the same time, like to grab a student by the arm and like forcibly lift them off the ground in front of their peers and try to embarrass them. Like if she had just sent me to the principal's office, fine. If she had told me to get up, hey, go to the principal's office or you need to go sit in the principal, fine, I'll take my licks or whatever. But she was specifically doing that to embarrass me in front of the other kids because I think she thought that was the way to get through to me. Like, oh, if I get him embarrassed in front of the other kids, he's going to be embarrassed and maybe he'll listen next time. But which to me was, you know, that was a shitty thing that she did too. But the punishment didn't fit the crime. Like I should have, you know, I didn't just embarrass her, I literally hurt her. But kids do stupid shit. JCC said, I had a teacher lay hands on me at a young age, similar to what happened to you. Karma bit her in the ass. My dad walked in and raised hell with the school. The teacher went bye-bye. Oh, my mom had more than a couple. My mom was very outspoken in teachers' meetings. It was pretty funny. Like, I actually enjoyed parent-teacher meetings because my mom would go into the school and the teachers would be like, oh, your son is, you know, he's not performing like he should, and he's this and always talking and everything. And they're like, oh, well, my son tells me a couple things about you too, because I'd always tell my mom about like everything that was going on in the school. And so anytime they'd like, you know, try to bring her in and like try to feed a false narrative to her, she was smarter than that, and she wasn't having it, so she'd bite back. It was pretty funny. She really embarrassed the principal of one of my schools, though. I already told the school. I think it was like Hawkins, but did I tell the story of Hawkins Middle School where our female principal was dating and making out with the PE teacher who was also female in the parking lot in the car, and the students caught him like more than a couple of times. And so, you know, that got back to the parents, and the parents weren't too happy about those going-ons. And then they found out that the female PE teacher's office was in the male locker room, which that's how old schools like that were laid out, because, you know, women weren't PE teachers back then. So they put the actual office for the PE teacher in the men's locker room. And so this, you know, lesbian woman was literally sitting in a locker room watching a bunch of naked, you know, 12-year-old boys walk around. And the parents had no idea because nobody spoke up about it, and the students never really thought anything about it, right? Because they were like, oh, okay, well, she's gay, so that basically makes her a man, so it's fine. But anyways, that ended up biting them in the ass. Both of them ended up getting fired in the end because my mom went in there and they're in a teacher's meeting. They're like, your son is disruptive and he needs to do the same things in PE as the other kids. You can't keep making, you know, excuses just because of this. And my mom stood up or whatever. And she's like, well, if you guys just took, you know, she like stood up. She's like, if you guys just stop making out in the goddamn parking lot like a bunch of dogs trying to hump each other or whatever, and actually spend some time actually teaching our students. Then she looks at the PE teacher and she's like, and you have no fucking business looking at my son naked while he showers in the bathroom, and you let him get his ass kicked and you didn't do nothing about it. What a piece of shit. And I swear their faces were like bright red, and I was sitting there smiling like I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I was just watching my mom just like steamroll him. And then there was a guy in there, I think he was the superintendent or whatever was in there, and he's like, well, Miss Berg or whatever, like, hey, hold on or whatever. And she looks at him and said, don't even fucking get me started on you. And he immediately shut the fuck up, looked forward and sat down and just let her finish her tirade, and then we walked out. And then I never went back to that school. That's when I ended up going to Choice, and that's where I met my wife. So it all worked out great. But that was so funny when she looked. I mean, she literally stared down the superintendent and said, don't even get me started on you. And he immediately was like, oh shit, what does she know about me if she knows the stuff about these teachers? And so he just sat down and shut up and just let her finish, just like berating the other two people. But then we found out after I left that they both got fired. So the PE instructor and the principal, which is the right thing to do. They honestly should not have been literally making out in the car in the parking lot of the school in view of the students. And the PE instructor should not have taken up residence in the male locker room. Like she should have literally, you know, set up an office somewhere in the corner of the gym, or asked for an actual, like, you know, portable to be put outside or something like that. She should not have taken up residence in the men's locker room. So, and it literally went on forever. JC said, do the stories you tell you, I have to jump on Discord sometimes. I have some stories to tell you that the audience one of these days, and the audience, wait, stories to you and the audience one of these days. Yeah, let me know. You had to teach. Let's see here. The teacher went bye-bye. I read that one. Anybody know if Barnacules prefers new sub via YouTube or via Twitch? Oh, I actually prefer via Twitch. They both take about the same cut, but like Twitch subscribers, Twitch is my primary source of income right now. So I actually prefer it over on Twitch. That's where I'm most stable at the moment anyways. Oh, excuse me. Or Patreon works too. Some kids in my high school had to do an apology in front of the entire high school after they were caught drinking behind the dumpster. Oh, yeah, that seems to be like a reoccurring thing that I don't agree with at schools, is like embarrassing kids is not a good way to teach them. Like you're not gonna teach them to do better by embarrassing them. You're just gonna teach them what humiliation feels like, and that's gonna stick with them even after the lesson is learned. So if you traumatize somebody, you didn't really teach them a lesson, because now they're traumatized. Now they're going to react to situations even where they're not doing anything wrong with the same, mental illness that you just gave them. I think that's bullshit. Hey, thank you, Max Edram. I appreciate it. I get you to lol like a lion. Do lions lol a lot? I do like me some lolling lions. No, I appreciate the sport, man. I really do. You guys are awesome. JCC said Mac LC3 was my first computer I got a hold of. Or wait, I still got. That old bastard still works too, and would have been ClarisWorks. I never used ClarisWorks, actually. I don't even know if I ever used a Mac LC3. Let me go look at that one. Which one that is? I know I used the LC2 all the time, but what was the LC3? Mac LC3. If I can see an image, I'll know. Oh, no. I used that. No, never mind. No, I did use a Mac LC3. I never had one, but yeah, no, I remember that. That was the one that was just literally just a square pizza box with a little upright, had the little leg in the front. Nope, I remember that. And then the LC2. Let's see here, LC2 was, the LC2 and the LC3 look very similar. What was the difference between them? LC2, LC3. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure because it looks just like the LC2. So I can't. Oh, no. The LC3 had the disc slot that didn't have the round piece to grab the disc, right? Because a motor would fully eject the disc, correct? I think that was the difference. Is the LC2 had like the little. No, that's not right either. What was the difference? Oh, we could always ask ChatGPT. It would know. ChatGPT. Here, let's ask pick. Okay, let's ask Llama 270B. What are the differences between the Mac LC2 and Mac LC3? The Mac LC2 and Mac LC3 are both models of personal computers designed and manufactured by Apple, but there are several differences. The processor, the LC2 had the Motorola 68020, which was used in literally everything. The LC3 used the 68030 processor. Okay, so it had the upgraded processor, double the RAM. The Mac LC3 used the 3.5-inch floppy disk drive and has an optional hard drive. Although I've never used a Mac with a hard drive before the I think I used a Mac Classic that had a hard drive, but every other Mac that I ever used was always booting off of floppy. Let's see here. What else? Difference. Display. The LC2 had a 12-inch monochrome display and the LC3 had a 13-inch color display. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Okay, so the LC3 was the color version. Okay, so I primarily used an LC3 then. Because I did have a monochrome. I did use a monochrome LC2, but I thought you could put the color screen on the LC2 or the LC3. I didn't realize that the LC3 was the one that had the color screen. Otherwise, they look identical. The chassis looks identical, so that's why that was confusing to me. I always remembered the LC2. I didn't remember the LC3. I remembered a thing today. The LC2 had color, but it was optional. Oh, so again, I might have still been on an LC2 then, just with the optional color module. See, I remember all the schools I went to all had Mac. It was weird. They all had Mac in the computer rooms or in the classrooms, but then they had a PC in the library. I always thought that was weird. I don't know if that was because like back then PC was the only system that had a library card catalog, because that's what they always used them for. They were always library card catalog, or for Encarta or whatever. But I remember like multiple schools that I went to all had a PC in the library, and it was usually like a PC Junior, like a IBM PC Junior or PS2 or PS1. But the computer rooms always predominantly had Mac Classics or LC2s, monochrome LC2s, because I remember we used to do HyperCard on them all the time. And then later on, we had either the LC2s with a color or the LC3s with or the LC3 with color. That was probably the last computer that I had before I got expelled and sent to Choice. And when I got sent to Choice, they had one of the newer Macs, the really nice one that they could do like the fractals. Shit, I can't even remember that model number. It was the one that looked more like a PC, like it was a bigger case that sat under the monitor, and it could run was it KCP Bryce or something like that to do like 3D fractals, and it was a fairly high resolution screen. We only had one of those at the school though. The rest of the Macs there were the color LC3s and the Mac Classics. However, the school did buy me a computer to use at school, which I thought was really cool. So when I was there, there was a teacher named Paul. He was really cool too. I actually gave him 2 times. He came to Microsoft and brought a bunch of students. And I gave him a full tour of the campus, like took him to several buildings, got him lunch at a cafeteria, got to give him like the tour of like some of the really cool buildings at Microsoft back then, like with the huge control centers and like MSNBC with all the broadcast equipment and stages and stuff. Because I was trying to show the students, Choice was kind of a last chance school. That's where I went, after I got expelled from everything. So he wanted me to show them how somebody who came from Choice was so successful. But the irony was I dropped out of Choice like after the first one, never got any credits. So really, could you say Choice was the reason why I was successful? Probably not. But he wanted me to show the other students that like a Choice alumni can turn it around to make, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year being a developer at Microsoft. So I gave him a couple tours, and one time I went back to Choice to do a talk where I got to stand up when a couple of, Choice alumni that were successful came back to the school and spoke in front of the student body to show, look, you can still turn everything around and come from nothing and be somebody. And so Paul was the teacher that like got me involved in all that and made me actually like appreciate my time there. And he was actually, a really nice guy to me. Yeah, I'm still trying to find that Mac that we had at the school. I'm looking through a bunch of pictures of Macs, and I still can't find the one that we had at the school. Oh, is this it? No, that's not it. If I find it, I'll tell you. But so anyways, Paul, he got me into computers, but I told him that, I didn't really like the Macs that much. I told him I was a PC guy and I had a PC at home because at the time I had a IBM 386 compatible PC, I think back then is what I was rocking, 386 SX16. And so I was like, I don't like working on the Macs. Like I want to work on PCs. I program because I remember now. It's because I programmed in C, or Borland C. And because I programmed in Borland C, that they didn't have a compiler for the Mac, so I couldn't like really do any programming. And he was trying to create a class for me at Choice. They would create curriculums that fit the students. So he had some experience with programming in C from his college, and so he wanted to give me projects to program in C that he could code review and give me some credit for, right? So, but we didn't have none of the Macs had a C compiler that could like program any of the, any of the stuff I could program would work with, right? And they didn't support like the Visa driver and all that shit that I was programming for. So he actually got the school to spend budget to buy a single Packard Bell 486 SX25, which was like better than my computer at home. And I think it was like a 15-inch color monitor. I think it was a VGA monitor, or it might have been a Super VGA monitor, because I remember he had a better monitor than me too. And I remember I got to spend like half a day at school for like an entire year, just like dinking off and programming on that computer. And that was the one thing I did like about going to Choice, like the fact that they made like half of my curriculum, programming this computer that nobody else even wanted to use because, they all liked the Macs. I was the only one that was like a PC kid back then. But that was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was the one thing that I really do miss, is that was a great experience. For all the bad experiences I had, that was a really great experience. Paul was an amazing teacher. The fact that he jumped through the hoops and did the paperwork to buy that computer just so that I could do, a curriculum he created specifically for me on it was great. And I also thought that it was cool that the computer was always on and running, and I could create like, he let me program screensavers and shit to run on it. So there'd be like 3D star fields and like little asteroids and stuff like that. I'd program these like little, like displays, like I'd say demos, but not really, because it wasn't changing from one thing to another and there was no music. It was just color. But I do all these little things like plasma balls and stuff like that. And I just have it playing in the back of the room on the screen. And then anybody came in and was like, oh, that's a really cool screensaver. I'd be like, I did that. I wrote that. So that was fun. I really did like that. And we play games on it every once in a while too. I'd like to bring games from home and install it on it because the games ran better on it than they did on my computer at home. Hey, Gimpy, what's up, my man? Thank you for the $5. He said, I saw you have an Apple Arcade we should play. Also, did you watch Hewlett versus Mike Tyson? No, not yet. I need to. Sorry, I got totally sidetracked. Did you see that I got I got censored? No shit, guys. I got censored on X for a completely inert tweet that like was not bad in any way. And not only did it get censored, like where it literally said it censored and put on things, sorry, we had to hide this tweet from your viewers because it was considered vulgar and against our policy. I appealed it. Nobody has looked at it since the appeal. And there was nothing bad in it. I literally even copied it just to check myself to see if I was being unfair. I copied and pasted it into ChatGPT 3.5 on the ChatGPT website. And I said, analyze this text that I just posted to a social network and tell me if anything about it would be concerning or of a serious nature or considered something that should be censored. And it replied back and it goes, oh no, by analyzing this tweet, we can clearly see that's what's being said is in the context of jest and humor. And we don't see anything wrong with this tweet. So the fact that GPT 3.5, which isn't even the latest version of GPT, even could tell from the context of my tweet that it was completely innocent. It just blows my mind that they oh, here, I found it. I was scrolling for it. So this is because they use Grok. Grok is a piece of shit. It's basically just a fork of basically, open GPT, that he's trying to say is like, oh, the most sophisticated, LLM ever. He's trying to catch up with training. But it's nowhere near. That's why he doesn't give very many people access to it. It's because it would be critiqued so hard if it wasn't given to anybody but sycophants. So yeah, I get this message after I make this post. I think it took like a whopping 1 minute after the post. I get this message. It said, we put a warning message on these tweets because they may contain sensitive content like nudity, sexual content, violence, gore, or hateful symbols. We know we don't always get it right. So if you think we flagged this take by mistake, please appeal this warning by clicking the tweet. Keep in mind, this doesn't guarantee it'll be removed. So I literally appealed it. I think it was yesterday. Still, nobody has done anything about it. It's still just stick here in limbo, and half the people can't see it. So this is what it says. Check this out. So this is my message. Grabbing my popcorn and getting ready to watch David Hewlett, and then in brackets, Dr. Rodney McKay from Stargate Atlantis, talk about how Mike Tyson almost killed him, and with a smiley face with laughing. This is going to be good. Hashtag Mike Tyson, hashtag Stargate Atlantis, and it's a link to an actual YouTube video that has this story told in it. So that's one of the tweets that got censored. The other tweet that got censored was, oh my God, I can't wait, clapping emoji, an attached image of Mike Tyson and Dr. Rodney McKay standing next to each other doing nothing. That also got flagged for being too sensitive content. Now, just to give you an idea of how good Grok AI is at identifying things, if I just type in the word teen into the text box on Twitter, nothing else, teen, I basically just get nonstop naked, nude video clips and pictures of everything in every possible situation. And only about one image in every 8 or 9 of them actually says this message contains sensitive content. The rest of them are not marked as sensitive, not marked as 18 plus or anything. So that just goes to show that whatever they're doing to like do image and in the tweet text is literally like, fuck me hard, baby, blah, 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 exclamation point, and peach emoji. But they can't identify those, and they can't censor those, but they literally have a drawing. It's not even a picture. It's a drawing of Mike Tyson with boxing gloves on and Dr. Rodney McKay like standing opposite of him. No punch, no blood, no color, nothing. And that's seen as sensitive content, yet like none of the other shit is seen as sensitive content. This algorithm is so fucking broken, guys. And that's why you ever wonder why Elon Musk every day makes the same post. If you go through his thing every day, X is about freedom of speech and truth and honesty. X is the only platform that gives you the truth, and down the bottom, and like every other platform is purchased, is what he says. Dude, you're lying, because you literally told us last month that you are not allowing anybody to be seen that says things you don't like personally. You're not allowing anybody to be seen unless they pay you premium. You're going to double the visibility of anybody that pay you premium plus, which is $16 a month instead of $8 a month. You said that you measure the sentiment of the last 1,500 tweets to determine how many of your followers are allowed to see your present tweets that you make, regardless of their context. If the context is seen as negative sentiment, they get reduced so less of your followers get to see it, regardless of if they actually want to see what you have to say or not. How the fuck is that freedom of speech? How the fuck is that truth? All that tells me, with your own words, your own actions, and viewing your own source code on GitHub, which is public and anybody can go and look at, is that this is literally the least free platform on the internet right now. There is no other platform that is as restrictive as X at this very moment. like, and that's why he has to say it, because again, that's something Elon Musk has done throughout his entire career. If the actions don't show the truth, then he has to use the words to do it. It's like when somebody says, "Oh, I'm really smart. I got a PhD." Yeah, no, I know this because I got a PhD. No, I'm the smartest person ever because I got this. Oh, did I tell you how intelligent I am? No, you got to listen to me because I'm really smart. Did I tell you I got like 5 PhDs? The only time somebody has to do that and say that is because they know the things that they're saying are under scrutiny, because they realize how stupid they sound. So they have to qualify it with something that's like, "Oh, no, but you can't look at it like that because I'm so smart." You have to realize that even though it looks dumb, that's just a part of my intelligence. So the only people in the room that have to tell you, like if I have to tell you, "Look, my house is clean. You see how clean my house is? I keep a clean house. Man, I really love that I keep a clean house, even though shit's just scattered everywhere and I'm like a hoarder, right? Oh man, this is such a clean house. Hey, yeah, do you keep your house clean? Because yeah, I got the cleanest house actually." The reason that I have to say that is because if I don't say it, you can clearly see that it's a dirty house. Like, you have eyes, right? You can walk in and go, "This is a dirty house." But if I say, "Oh, no, this is like the new clean," like, you don't understand. This is actually clean. See, like, we're one of the cleanest houses. Like, everybody else has like more dirty than this. This is clean. The reason I have to do that is I'm trying to cut you off so that you stop trusting what you see and start trusting what I say, because you repeatedly hear what I say. This is why he posts it every single day. You notice he doesn't just post it once. It's every single day. At least one of Elon's tweets is, "X is about freedom of speech. X is about the truth. Everybody else is paid for. X is about this. X is about, X lets everybody talk. And all the news is found out on X first." And it's like, dude, you realize like all the advertisers fled. A bunch of the people fled. Your bots are at an all-time record high. You're blocking people and banning people at an alarming rate over opinions. Nothing you say in these tweets, even though you tweet it every single day to try to reiterate and build it in your sycophants' heads, it's contrary to what you're doing. Like, if you actually go back and look at his actual actions, they don't fit. And so I understand why he does it. That's why you see it every single day. Most people would just be like, "Hey, what do you think about this platform?" And then just give you like a poll. Like, do you think we're more free or less free or something like that? No, he doesn't do polls anymore. You notice that? Because last time he did a poll, he left. Remember the poll, should I step down as CEO or should I just stay and run the company? And he lost. And he was so pissed and ran such a tantrum that when people held his foot to the flames, he finally hired a CEO. But does she do anything? No, all she does is retweet him. When was the last time you saw a decision actually announced and made by the CEO of X? No, it's always made by Elon and just retweeted by his CEO that he hired to literally just retweet his tweets. Her entire feed is just retweeting his tweets or spouting his same message over, slightly reworded. So that's why Elon doesn't do polls anymore, because Elon thought that he knew his audience enough to know that if he made a poll that everybody would be like, "No, stay the CEO. You're our God. Please, Elon," to, pump up his ego. And he was really shocked to see that the majority of people voted for him to step down. And he said, "I will 100% abide by the terms of this poll," which he didn't. 6 months later, he still didn't announce the CEO. And then when he finally did announce the CEO, he wouldn't even let him put CEO in their name or in their bio until everybody called out that, like, "Oh, do you even know the name of the CEO for X? Like, who's the CEO of X?" Like, media jumped all over it. It was like, "Hey, you notice how X has a CEO now, but you never see her. She never says anything. She never does anything. It's always just Elon. And Elon still says what's happening and announces everything. Like, that's usually the CEO's job." So then he finally let her put CEO in her name for her account. And now she's allowed to tweet every so often, but she has to just repeat what he says or back him up. That's all she does. If you look at her account, she doesn't announce like, "Oh, this new feature's coming," or, "Hey, we decided to do this for the community," nothing like that. No, it's like Elon said something about we're about freedom, so I'm gonna just reword it with the GPT and post it because I need to give it more weight. It's sad, man. The only reason I am still on X is because it is hard to move an audience. And the only reason that Elon bought X is because he knows it's hard to move an audience. It's easy for him to separate people from their audiences too, because that's what the algorithm does. By the way, this is how ballsy Elon is, and I'll give it to him. He's a good con man. Elon knows his audience is lazy as fuck. He literally publishes the source code to X. Well, not the private values that are on their servers, but the actual source code itself that renders the page and runs the functions client side and server side. All that code's out there. So if you go and look at that code, and you can, even if you don't read code, pass it to GPT-4 and say, "Hey, look at this code and tell me what determines how a tweet is visible." It will narc out the code and say exactly what the determining factors are for a a post to be visible or not. And it has nothing to do with freedom of speech. It has nothing to do with who follows you or who you follow. It has everything to do with a hidden social score that's determined by their settings with their AI and their sentiment on their side that they don't disclose. So it's literally, the platform is designed to reward those who tote the company line by giving them access to their followers so that their followers see most of what they say, and to cut them off from the people that they follow that say things the platform doesn't like. And what they're hoping is over time, you will notice that you see less and less posts from the people that you used to follow and you used to like, but you see a lot more posts of people being positive towards the platform. So you start to think, wait, maybe those guys were wrong, and that's why they gave up and stopped talking about it. And maybe these other guys are right. So I'm going to align my, subconsciously you align with them, right? Because you go with the group. That's what people do. It's a way of fitting in, right? It's imposter syndrome. You jump in, you're like, okay, well, I got to fit in. I got to talk and I got to walk the walk. And so he uses that mechanism on the platform to social engineer his public. And it's all there right in the source code. It's like as long, if you want visibility on the platform, give him $16, subscribe to him, interact with his tweets a lot. Don't say anything negative. Even if you say something negative about the platform, don't reference the platform directly. Make sure that you don't link to any offsite websites like YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. That'll demote you more than anything. Like the most minimal number of followers will see it. And to verify if your tweet is being seen, create an alt account that's not linked in any way to your primary, and then follow your primary account from that alt account, and then watch the For You feed. Post something on your primary, switch over and refresh your For You feed. If you don't see it show up in the For You feed, that means that it was censored. If it does show up in the For You feed, then that means chances are it was shown to more of your audience. And then look at the impressions. The first thing you'll notice is anything that doesn't show up immediately in your For You feed right after you post it and refresh the other one, your impressions will be lower than all of the other posts that you made that did, by like a factor of 4. So I can already prove from the source code and the actions and tracing it myself that every single thing you do on X is not freedom of speech. It's 100% curated by him, like his ideas. He's not like going through and doing each tweet himself. But his algorithm with his rules is making the decision of what you can see. So let me ask you this. Even in the most ideal situation, would that be considered the truth or freedom of speech if he controls what you see? Wouldn't that be the opposite? Wouldn't that actually be the opposite? Like if the freedom of speech and getting the truth would be all things equal, and the people that you follow, you see everything that they post, everybody that you care about, you're going to see that information, right? The truth would not be he picks what you see and hides what he doesn't want you to see. That would be the absolute opposite. Hence why every single day he has to tweet out something about how X is freedom and X is this and X doesn't believe in censorship. When I literally just showed you they censored 2 of my tweets yesterday. They censored a bunch of my tweets 2 weeks ago before I looked through the source code, gamed it, and figured out how to work around it and reword my tweets so that I could get out of that hole. It's just wild. It just. And the funny thing is he's one of those people where it's like he has so much money and he has the government by the balls with SpaceX that there's really nothing that the government will hold him accountable for. And because the government will hold him accountable for anything, and he has all this wealth to just tie everything up in litigation if he wants, he can say and do any fucking thing he wants. It doesn't matter. I mean, the dude literally went on TV and said, fuck you advertisers, go fuck yourself. Like he literally said this on live TV. He said, oh, they think they can blackmail me over money, go fuck themselves. And the guy was like, wait, how's this blackmail? Like, it's not, if somebody, you tell people to vote with their money, right? Like, oh, buy a Tesla, vote with your money. Like, why are you telling them that they're blackmailing you because they just don't want to spend their money here? No, it's blackmail. Ask the public. The public is the judge. But who is the public? The public is X. Well, who gets to say stuff on X that we can see? Whoever I say. Like he it's like he gets it, but he doesn't. Like he doesn't want you to know that he gets it, but he totally 100% gets that he is stuck in the world's biggest fucking echo chamber. And it just drives him fucking nuts that there's other social media platforms that people can go to actually get the real truth. No, he still does. Loki, he still does. He said, didn't Elon ban people for questioning him much a while ago? Yeah, still does all the time. But yeah, there was a period where he banned a ton of so God, there's so many. I'm not going to go through them all because like you just go search. It's like Elon is such a liar that he's told so many more lies than truths. It's like so easy to actually just nail him to the fence. Go watch Thunderfoot's videos. Go watch the Common Sense Skeptic on YouTube. Like, oh my God, the receipts pile up like mountains, right? But the one that you're probably referring to is when he claimed that Elon Jet had tried to have him assassinated. So his claim that he made publicly, keep in mind, this claim comes one day after he made an offer to buy Elon Jet's account for $5,000. So Elon privately offered him $5,000 to buy Elon Jet after he had just spent a month saying that even though he doesn't like what Elon Jet does, which Elon Jet just posts public coordinates of where his jet is at any given time because it's public information. He says he doesn't really like what Elon Jet does, but he defends his right to do it because he's about freedom of speech. Elon secretly offers him $5,000 because the truth is Elon doesn't like what he does, but he needs to shine him in a positive light to try to make people feel like he's about freedom of speech. Elon Jet turns him down, says, no, if I don't want $5,000, I want a Tesla. He wants a $50,000 Tesla. Well, obviously, with as big as his account is now in what it's doing, and Elon being as rich as he was, you wouldn't think a fucking $50,000 car that Elon probably pays, $15,000 to build would be that big of a deal. But Elon being Elon, he's like, oh, you're going to blackmail me, because everything's blackmail, right? When you're trying to buy something, if it's not the price I want to pay, then it's blackmail. So he decided to ban Elon Jet since he refused to sell the account. He just banned him. Then he slandered him by tweeting out and even forcing it in everybody's feed. Even if you didn't follow Elon Musk, you saw the tweet pop up in your feed that said that Elon Musk, put out an assassination on me by doxing me and giving up my physical location so that I could be killed. And it's like, okay, that seems weird. Like, that's Elon Jet never did anything like that before. Well, here's what really happened. The media did some searching because Elon Musk said, I got physically assaulted. I got physically assaulted and I went to the police and I had my family, my wife and kid with me. And a guy, assaulted us and we had to contact the police. The media called the police. The police said they never got a call from Elon. They never got a call with anybody connected to Elon. They never got called to the place that he said that they were called to. So the media called him on that. He ignored him and refused to respond. He never opened a police report. He said he was going to sue Elon Jet for trying to have him killed and defamation and all this shit. Never filed a lawsuit. Never did anything. Just kept him banned. Elon Jet ended up just going over to one of the other social networks and setting up shop again. And then Elon started saying that like he doxed him at his house. It turns out he didn't dox him at his house. He just said where the location of the plane was, which the airport that it landed at, and the tail number, which he had this whole time for years. So he said where it landed. Well, this whole thing, it's like, why did this start? Like, Elon already knew Elon Jet existed for a long time. Why is Elon so weird and pissed off this time? Well, it turns out he wasn't supposed to be there. It turns out that little Elon was cheating on Grimes. It was either Grimes or was it Claire Delvine or one of the 1,000 women he's fucking nutting in at any given moment. Anyways, he wasn't. And he lied to the investors. He said he was back at Tesla working, but Elon Jet proved that he was actually at Twitter headquarters. And when people asked him where he was, he specifically said that he wasn't at Twitter headquarters when he obviously was at Twitter headquarters because he was also spotted there. So he got mad about this because obviously he probably got some calls like, "Why are you lying to me?" By his own mistake, right? He's a dumbass. He knows that Elon Jet's like reporting on this stuff and it's all automated and through a bot, and yet he didn't think that he lying to somebody about where his jet was going, that there was going to be no media there taking pictures like every other time he's ever gotten off his plane. So anyways, long story short, he tries to make it seem like Elon Jet put a hit out on him when all Elon Jet did is the same thing he always does. It just posts the current whereabouts of his airplane. Elon Musk overreacts, lies about going to the police, lies about his home address being given up, which was completely wrong, lies about a person approaching him and like stalking them and making them fear for their lives. Just a lie after lie after lie, just piling up. It got so bad that Elon actually joined the largest spaces. There was a spaces going on where there was like thousands of people in there and news agents. And he joins in there. I was in there live when it happened. I was in there live. Elon Musk joins. And he joins into the thing. And he goes, and they're like, "Oh, Elon's here. Hey, Elon." He's like, "Hey, I want everybody to know here, the news media, that this guy put out a dox on me and tried to have me assassinated, and I will not tolerate that. And he is banned from the platform, and that is the end of it. That is the end of it." And then it just goes, doo-doo-doo, and he just disconnects. He didn't even let anybody else answer, nothing. And then he killed the space, and then he announced like an hour later that Spaces was down, that they were terminating the feature. So, because there were so many spaces that were discussing it, and that was how the media was like communicating back and forth. So he shut down spaces. He claimed later that he shut down spaces so that they could do upgrade and rework to it, but it was literally just so people couldn't talk back and forth. So they ended up all just going to another platform and talking on another platform, and the story still broke. It started picking up momentum. So Elon actually, and it worked. Elon's last thing was he ran a huge campaign for it was either Tesla or SpaceX or something or Neuralink. He ran some giant campaign where he paid all the news companies to run a story so that he could blanket and buy up all the news spots so the news didn't have time to report on him anymore. So basically the news was like reporting on like, you know, because he paid them. You can pay the news to run stories, right? So he basically just bought the media to create like a media blackout so people would just stop asking about him lying to the police and lying about the lawsuit and lying about being doxxed and lying about having an assassination put out on him and lying about his address, his home address being given up by when it wasn't. And keep in mind, to this day, he still hasn't sued. He said he was going to sue Elon Jet and take every single dime from him. He said, Elon Jet's going down. He can't do this. He almost had me killed. Like, I'm going to sue him to the absolute extent of the law. No papers ever filed, even to this day. Same thing with the lady that he paid $250,000 for the sexual harassment on the plane when he fired her when she refused to take the horse for, you know, massaging his willy. He paid her 250 grand not to speak. You know, a couple of years later, she, you know, her friend comes forward and tells her story. He's like, oh, I paid her $250,000, stay silent. I'm going to sue her because she broke the terms, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to sue her so hard into the dirt. Never sued her. Literally, the story just disappeared overnight. She was gone. He never spoke of her again. She never ended up coming forward. Why would she go from being about to come forward to not come forward and there's no lawsuits and no threats? He settled again. I bet you he gave her another $500,000 or $1 million to just bury it and go away. And so again, no lawsuit filed. When he said, I will get the best lawyers. They are going to destroy her. You're going to see I'm 100% innocent. Never spoke of it again. Never filed a single lawsuit. So he has a pattern of just lying through his teeth about everything, saying he's going to take a bunch of action, say he's going to do a bunch of shit, and then he just doesn't. It just never happens. And then if it gets too far away from him where he can't control the narrative, he just pays for a media blackout. So it's like, fuck, I don't know how anybody can worship this guy anymore. Like, I don't know if they're just so dumb that they're just blinding themselves on purpose from it, or if they genuinely don't realize that he's this shitty of a person because they just haven't taken 2 seconds to try to put shit together. But the truth is, since he's owned Twitter, he's made so many tweets that there is no fucking way that even if you saw 10% of them, you don't know he's a lying sack of shit. So it's just crazy, man. It's just fucking crazy. Elon's the truest snowflake there ever was. He is a pretty bad snowflake. Like literally going on TV. The advertisers are fleeing his platform because he's being an anti-Semitic piece of shit. And he goes on his first live interview on TV and just says, "Oh, advertisers are going to try to blackmail me. Fuck them. They fuck them. Oh, they can go fuck themselves." He said that multiple. He's like, "They can go fuck themselves. Yeah, they think they're gonna blackmail me over money. They can go fuck themselves." You know, like, I mean, he was high as shit on ketamine too. You could just tell by like how his voice was like so low and the energy was missing. He's like, they can go fuck themselves. Yeah, like they think they can do that. Like, and then the guy asked a question. This one surprised me. The guy asked a question. He goes, so like, you know, Twitter needs ad dollars. Like, you know, what happens with Twitter? Like, you can pay for Twitter yourself. You can float Twitter indefinitely. You've already said you have enough money to float Twitter indefinitely, right? Like, so you can keep Twitter going. And I thought Elon was going to immediately be like, yeah, I can keep this going indefinitely. You know what he said? He goes, well, if Twitter fails, it fails. He goes, if X fails, it fails. It's not my fault. It's if X fails, it's the advertisers. The advertisers killed it. I didn't kill it. And he's like, but you could float it. You could pay for it. You don't need the advertisers, right? You just told them to go fuck themselves. So you don't need the advertisers. Well, the courts will decide. And he's like, well, who's the courts? And he's like, the people. The people will decide. It was like really weird. They were like not answers to the question at all. And it's like, okay, so wait a second. You said that you don't need the advertisers for them to go fuck themselves. And then you're like, okay, so you're going to float the platform yourself because that's the only other option. He's like, nope. Well, the users will decide. And if they do, then it's the advertisers. Like they destroyed X. I didn't destroy X. They destroyed it. It's like, no, it would literally still be here if you didn't buy it. Like you bought it and you destroyed it. If it dies at this point, that is 100% on you. But he can't even, you know, fathom that in his head. In his head, he's like, oh, I can't fail. It's impossible. I'm Elon Musk. You know, I always pay people enough money to make me look like I can't fail, even though I fail literally on 99% of all my projects. I just have so many goddamn projects that people remember the 3 successes, even though 2 of them weren't even tied to me in any way, shape, or form. And the third one only happened because of government subsidies and because I took a bunch of money I wasn't supposed to from one and gave it to the other. Like, seriously. So stupid, man. So stupid. Hey, what's up, McBurg? He said, did you know that Tesla workers in Sweden is on strike? I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. Are they trying to unionize? And that's why he got angry, cussed at someone, and then axed Spaces. Yeah, that's why Spaces went down. If you guys didn't know that, like when Spaces were down for so long, it was literally because the largest space on the platform that had record viewership, like the most people ever to watch a space, was literally the heads of several media outlets talking about contacting law enforcement, figuring out if he filed a report, figuring out if anybody actually went to his house, because he did say that somebody went to his house and tried to kill him because of Elon Jet, which was untrue. All of it was untrue. And it turns out that the only fallout that came from that, it had nothing to do with somebody actually following him and confronting him. It actually turned out being that he got in trouble because somebody found out that he was in a place he was lying about being at, because he wasn't supposed to be there. Like, my guess is that he wasn't supposed to be, because he was telling everybody else, even online, that he wasn't at Twitter headquarters, even though Elon Jet reported that he was at Twitter headquarters. Like, his jet had landed and that's where he was headed. So, which isn't his home, by the way. Headquarters is public property. Like, Twitter headquarters is public property. He's been photographed there. He's held parties there. He walks up and down the streets everywhere. So it's saying that he had an assassination hit on him because somebody said that he was at the business that he owns and frequents doesn't make any fucking sense, right? But it turns out that the reason he was in trouble is because he was there with a person that he probably shouldn't have been with, that pretty much indicated that he was cheating. And I don't know if you've noticed or not, but you notice Grimes isn't on good terms with him. She is currently suing him. So Grimes, his fourth wife or whatever, 13 of the 12 kids. She's got 3 of the 12 kids. Apparently the X kid, the XA5Z- Mark II or whatever his name is, apparently he's had that kid for a while now, hiding the kid from Grimes, because he's trying to use the kid as leverage against Grimes, because Grimes is trying to fight for custody and he wants some kind of control over Grimes, and Grimes can't be controlled with money like his previous wives, because Grimes was already successful and rich, unlike his previous wives. So he's using the kid now as leverage. You notice how he's keeping custody of the kid? Have you seen the kid at the unveiling of the event? Have you seen the kid at Boca Chica? Have you seen the kid, him posting on X, like, here, I'm sitting here with my kid hanging out today, that's like timestamped today? No, he basically took the kid and just stuck him with a nanny somewhere and is just using him as leverage. He doesn't want to be around his son. He doesn't give a shit. Do you think he cares about his kids? His firstborn son, who came out as trans, who is now his firstborn daughter, Vivian Musk, he fucking humiliated her for 6 months. Do you remember that 6 months that he went on the tirade out of nowhere, where first he was for LGBTQ, but then for 6 months he just trashed on them and trashed on everything, pronouns, what their preferences. He trashed on it, like, without even being asked. Nobody talked about it. They were like, what the fuck is Elon? Like, what happened? Did a trans person hit on him or something? Like, why the fuck is he so freaked out? It turned out in the end that it was all him trying to humiliate and shame his daughter because she came out to him. His firstborn. And it was so much abuse over 6 months that she actually went to court and changed her last name from Musk to the mother's maiden name, and said that she cited reasons that she doesn't want to be associated with her father in any way, shape, or form. Elon still comes out and says, oh, I love kids and I'm a great father and I love it. No, you go back in time. He says he hates being around kids until they're old enough to hold an intellectual conversation with them. And until then, he doesn't want anything to do with them. It's the woman's job to raise them until they get to that point. That's what he said. And so he tries to put out one image and does another. Well, he trashes on the kid. The kid changes her name, doesn't associate with him anymore. And the last thing he says in an interview, I think this was like 2 years ago, he says in an interview, they confronted him on it. They said, oh yeah, what about, Vivian or whatever? And he wouldn't even like acknowledge. He's like, oh, you mean my Xavier or whatever? Oh yeah, no, they're brainwashed. They just got brainwashed by the woke, and you can't win them all. He's like, yeah, I tried to unbrainwash them, but you can't win them all. So he basically just wrote off his daughter, who came out to him in confidence, and trashed on her for 6 months, and basically said that they're brainwashed, and it's not his fault, so it's no big deal. Like, not even like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm never gonna see my kid again, or just basically, oh, Xavier's dead, whatever, it's fine. Like it's cool. He can't win them all, whatever. I don't want a trans kid. It's like, dude, that is a shitty person. And a lot of people don't know about it, because anytime Somebody tries to run that story, it gets shut down. There's a media blackout. People buy, Elon starts buying up space to fucking like hawk Cybertruck commercials, whatever it takes to buy up the media companies. And of course, if you buy advertisement on a media company, they won't report bad news on you. So if they're going to drop a big story, Elon just greases them so that they will not drop the story. And then the only news outlets that can't be bought that drop the story have too small a viewership because they're not corruptible and they don't have the money to get the big views that most people don't see it. Like, how many things have I said this stream that you guys completely didn't know about? Like, there's so many things people like, they'll come to me, I want to see proof. And then I go spend all my time. I collect it up. I get all the videos. I grab all the receipts. I get all the links. I bring them all in, dump on them or whatever. No, none of that's true. I've never seen this. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. It's like, dude, it's literally receipts, timestamps, everything from all these different websites, all these different locations with receipts, like proving like uncontested. Like this is shit. Like, you can actually go talk to the victim of this. You can actually go and see their side of it. Siobhan Zillis, huh? What more do you need to know about that? His executive that worked for him for 6 years as his assistant and is actually on the board of directors at Neuralink ends up leaving the company in a hurry, citing no reason, only for 2 years later to find that she has two 2-year-old boys that she's trying to get their names changed to Elon's last name so that she can get benefits for them in the courthouse. And then a media agency monitoring what's going on at the courthouse, because a lot of them do, right? They want to see what's going on at the courthouse because they can see if celebrities are getting divorced and shit. And they're like, oh wow, these 2 kids from the Siobhan Zillis lady are getting Elon Musk's last name. I wonder what's going on. It turns out that he had 2 secret babies with his own employee that he was paying when Neuralink has an anti-fraternization law that Elon put in place and bragged about. And then they're like, whoa, you had sex? Oh no, it was IVF. He's like, no, IVF. She wanted to have some babies. So, we did the IVF procedure. I provided the material or whatever. We had no sexual relations. Do you really think that's true with Elon's history? Do you really think that he would take the person that's like most important, like one of the most important players for his up and coming project that literally now has to quit their job and then leaves the company in limbo, causing 2 other executives to leave the company that are the founders and intellectual property of the entire project, leave and puts the thing on ice where we don't hear nothing from him for like 2 years while she's off raising his secret babies and trying to keep that secret? Why would you do that if it was IVF? If it was IVF, you would have already had a replacement, right? They would have already planned to have a replacement to come in for Siobhan. They would have already had a course of action. The other 2 people would have already been apprised of what's going on. Like, listen, she's stepping out because she wants to go have some kids. We're bringing in the new person. No, it wouldn't have been a giant upset of the apple cart and like fucked over so many investors and screwed the project. Like, no, it was just Elon fucking went and used his power over this woman to fucking skeet all in her, give her 2 more of his fucking 13 babies or whatever. And then his fix for the solution is here. Just you need to quit your job and raise these kids in secret. And I'll just keep giving you all the money. You can just, whatever you need, I'll take care of you. Just don't say nothing to the media. So what that makes me wonder is how many fucking kids does he have? Like, seriously, because remember, we didn't know about that kid. We didn't know about the last one from Grimes. And then when it was found out he had 2 secret children, he changed his pin tweet. He had the same pin tweet for 3 years about climate change being the biggest threat to humanity because of Solar City and solar roofs, and he was selling electric cars. So to keep up that thing, he has to show that he's saving the world because the biggest threat is climate change, and everything he does is for climate change, right? Finally, he changes that pin tweet within 24 hours of being found out that he basically put babies in this executive through fraternization and then made her quit and stay silent for 2 years, right? So this story breaks and he does the news blackout to cover everything up. But the very next day, he changes his pin tweet to the most important thing in the world right now to humanity is population growth. He said our population growth numbers are declining, and if they keep going down, humanity can't exist. Like, this is our new existential crisis. He said every man out there should make it his duty to have as many children as humanly possible or whatever to replenish our population, or humanity is going to fail. I was like, are you shitting me? Like, how does anybody else see this? Like why, after 3 years of him having like this tweet pinned about climate change, within 24 hours of being found out he has 2 love children with a person that was on his payroll, which you can't consent when it's your boss. I'm sorry. You cannot consent when it's your boss. They're literally paying you, own your career and own your future and own your referral. You can't really say no without taking huge damage. That's not fair. So he changes it now, and he's like, and then he posted for like a week every day every day there'd be a new tweet like, I'm doing my part with my my 12 children out there, and you should do your part too. Yeah, I have so many kids because it's important, and those kids are going to grow up, they're going to be super intelligent and taken care of, and they're going to do great things in the world and everything. And we got to grow our population. Everybody should get out there, and we should get rid of abortion, and everybody should be like cranking out kids and shit. And it's like, you realize, dude, the only reason you're saying this is because this is the day after you got caught, like literally sleeping with an employee after you just criticized and created a rule for your company about not having fraternization. And now the biggest existential crisis just happens to be the thing that makes you look like a hero again for doing bad things. It's terrible. Tony Russell said Grimes has been off and on with Elon. Supposedly Elon is abusive verbally. He is. I actually know somebody who knows Elon very close and actually consulted him and was on his board of directors for a little while. And he said that behind closed doors, he is an absolute fucking devil. They had a name for him. It was called like, was it like Beast Elon or here? Hold on here. Let me see if I can find it. It's basically what he was when he was on TV, and he was like when he called the guy a pedophile for trying to save those children and taking his thunder away, creating the submarine. Or when he would go into a meeting and like clear the room and tell everybody to get out, not give him an excuse, tell him to go home. Or when he told all the people who were trying to unionize that he was just going to fire them all and close up shop and move to Texas. They give him a name for him. It's like Dr. What am I thinking? Evil, something good. I can't even remember. My brain isn't working. Dr. Evil and Mr. Fuck, I can't remember. Anyways, he there's a name for it. They literally have like employees and his friends have coined a name for it, where it's like when Elon gets in the state, like in his ketamine high or whatever, he becomes completely like invincible. He thinks he is the world and everybody owes him everything, and he really thinks he's like God. And he's super mean to everybody. Everybody's expendable. There's no such thing as love. There's no such thing as commitment. It's only about money. It's only about power. It's only about, getting shit done. And I can't, but they call him a name. It's like Evil Elon or something like that. And it's a mode he gets in. They said when he's out of that mode, he's pleasant to be around. But when he's in that mood, it's like the scariest thing ever. Like he'll just look through you like you're nothing. Yeah, but it just, what freaks me out? There, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Thank you, Jamie. I don't know why I couldn't fucking remember that. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So it's like Dr. Elon and Mr. Musk. but yeah, he's a piece of shit, man. He's an absolute piece of shit. And I'm glad that Grimes got away from him. Like, I mean, she's gonna have to do a lot more. Like, what I'm really hoping is that Elon pushes Grimes to the point where she just very, very, very publicly outs him for everything. Because Grimes got a lot of dirt on Elon, like a lot. And he's cheated on her. Like a matter of fact, if you look at the time overlap, that was one of the reasons why he was like, when Siobhan was found with the kids or whatever, and he's like, oh, we got to have kids and we got to populate. And it was IVF. He had to make that clear over and over. No, this is IVF. I just donated. Like we never had any kind of relations or any kind of relationship. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't just ask for sperm from your boss who's paid you for 6 years to have his kids. Like you wouldn't. You'd pick somebody who was more intimately involved with you, or somebody that you actually had some kind of feelings for. You wouldn't just like, oh, that guy over there looks like he's got good cum. Like it especially when they already have so many children, right? Like why would you want to have the kids of some guy who already has a bunch of other kids he doesn't take care of? So emotionally, who isn't there for him. So I don't buy it. But I think that Grimes could absolutely steamroll him, because if you look at the timelines, they overlap. When he was with Grimes having his first baby with her, that is the same time that Siobhan got pregnant and was actually got impregnated, which means that he was with Grimes while she was pregnant and cheating on her with Siobhan because he knocked her up after that, and had another kid with Grimes, and then a third kid. I don't know why Grimes had a third kid with him. That seems like the dumbest thing she could have possibly fucking done, but I don't know. He's a pretty smooth talker as far as he's made it in life. So he probably said exactly the right words at the right time to get her in bed again. But she's had enough of it. So that's why I think he's holding on to the kid. The reason he's holding on to X Like, he doesn't give a shit about none of the other kids, right? He has what is this, kid 13 or whatever, and it's the only one, or sorry, it's not even the latest kid, it's the second to latest kid, or no, first of the last three, whatever, whichever one he named X, right? That he gave a significant name. That is the kid that he's keeping away from Grimes. He doesn't have any of the other kids. He didn't ask for custody of the other kids. He didn't want anything to do with any of the other kids with any of the other moms. And he doesn't even want anything to do with the other two kids with Grimes. It's just X that he's holding. And I think the reason that he's doing that is because he knows that Grimes has a connection to X, and she knows that if she says anything or does anything, she knows what he's capable of, that he will try to make it so she never sees her kid again. And so I think that that's why he knows that Grimes is a spitfire. He knows that she is more than capable of dragging his ass and through the absolute mud, and she actually has the means to do it too. So I think he's basically using the kid as leverage to try to get her to agree to drop everything in exchange for him giving the kid back. He'll probably even try to get her to sign some legal documents that say, I promise I won't disparage you publicly. I won't talk about you publicly, blah, blah, sign on the dotted lines. And then he'll happily give the kid back and be like, good, I don't have to worry about paying the nanny anymore that I'm banging to take care of him during the day. You know, it's probably some situation along those lines. But I really hope that Grimes stands her ground and finally holds Elon accountable, because Elon has fucked over too many women, fucked over too many humans, has lied, cheat, stealed his way to this situation, and we're just going to see more and more Elons unless they're held accountable. So I would very much like to see Grimes absolutely take him to court, absolutely see him on the stand, not send proxies, not send lawyers, not do that old remote shit, right? Oh, Elon just tweeted, wisdom greater than wealth. like what does that mean? What are you trying to say, Elon? Wisdom greater than wealth. What are you knocking yourself because you do not have wisdom? I can't help but respond, even though all my even though I subscribe to him on Premium Plus, I still get hidden in his reply feed to almost everybody, even the people that follow me for the most part. I just replied. I said, don't trash on yourself like that, Elon. I said, your wealth still means something, despite you not having any wisdom. You'll be all right, at least until the SEC finally agrees that you're worth going after. But remember what I said? This look what Elon's doing. Like, seriously, everybody can see through. Well, not everybody. There's dumb people that can't. But look what he's doing. Like, Elon Musk has what? He's made like 10 Cybertrucks out of like the millions that were supposed to be shipped right now, right? And they're already having problems. So you have you might like Tucker Carlson. No, I'm not. I might not like Tucker Carlson. So now Tucker Carlson's being recommended to me, even though I've had no engagement with him whatsoever, anything that's even says about him. So Elon must be pushing Tucker up there. So he's recommended to more people on the platform. He's probably planning on doing something with them soon. But the thing with Elon is, it's like, he has so much shit going on, right? He runs all these companies, busy all the time. He should be in Boca Chica getting ready for the next Starship launch. He should be working on the logistics of the Tesla Cybertruck launch, all that stuff. But no, what is he doing? 35 minutes ago, posting wisdom greater than wealth. 2 hours ago, posting a picture of like somebody soft throwing a baseball at a window on the car, because obviously the ball bearing breaks the window. 17 hours ago, muscle, no more door dings and dents. Like, there wasn't door dings and dents before. And by the way, it's not bulletproof. I'm waiting for a video where somebody will take a door off one and properly test it, but it's not bulletproof. They were literally shooting it with special subsonic rounds that were low, very low grain. Designed to be quiet with a silencer, even though they didn't have a silencer on the gun. So they were low velocity, lower than normal mass, and soft jacketed. So, and that's why when they hit the metal, you see them, they just like completely mushroom out, like completely flat, like a penny. Like a full metal jacketed round isn't going to do that. So full metal jacket round, go right through. Even when they shoot it with a shotgun, they shoot it with not buckshot. They shoot it with what was it, bird shot or no, I think it was buckshot, because it was the one that has a bunch of the tiny little BB, or the not tiny BBs, but the next size up, like the somewhat large BBs. And one of them actually goes into the door. It doesn't go all the way through the door panel, but it does go into the door, and it does break the window from one of the shots. So, and that wasn't considered a very powerful shot at all. So it's because of how hard the round was, right? So if you shoot full metal jacketed rounds, even subsonic, they will go right through that door. So, so let's hope that nobody actually goes, oh, I remember you can hide behind the door of a Cybertruck in a gunfight, because you're dead if you do. You shouldn't hide behind any car door, including the Cybertruck. The other thing I thought was weird is they didn't show the head-on collision for it. Does anybody else find that weird? Like all the other vehicles, the Model 3, the Model S, all of that shit has shown the front end collision, right? They won't show they'll only show the side impact. They won't show the front end collision. The only reason I think that they're not showing it is because of where your feet are. If you look at it, the front of the vehicle is really, really short. There's only like a foot and a half of space in front of where your foot is on the gas pedal to the front of the front bumper. My guess is when you get in a wreck in that thing, your legs are just going to get fucking smashed. I still don't get how like a lot of the shit isn't known about it and they're still selling it. Like, could you imagine the people that bought it? They didn't even release the range on it until the people took delivery of it. The first 10 people that took delivery of it and paid for it, not even knowing the final specs of the vehicle. How fucking crazy do you got to be? Oh, thank you, Warlord. my guess is though that the Cybertruck will probably be one of the most valuable Teslas that holds its money. And I'll tell you why. Because the Model 3s and the Model S's, they're all going to be dead in 10 years. It's not practical to install a new battery, and that's why Tesla doesn't make any extra batteries really, because there's not a market for them. Once the car gets to 10 years or whatever and it needs a new battery, it's like Tesla wants you to buy their new architecture, so they're not making batteries so you can fix the old car. They want it to go to the dump. And so there's no environmental benefit really to these cars in the end. It actually ends up being worse than a lot of gas cars. When you factor in that, they never have a second life, or a lot of cars, 30, 40, 50 years old are still on the road because you can put new motors, new components in them. You can't do that with these Teslas. They just go to the fucking wrecking yard. So, but I do believe that the Cybertruck is going to be worth a lot of money down the road. And not because it's driving. I don't think it'll be a lawn decoration. Like, trust me, the battery's going to die in it. You're not going to be able to replace the battery. Rebuilding the battery pack's going to be almost out of the question with all the activation shit on there, unless they hack it. But where it's going to be worth a lot of money is they're not going to be able to make very many of them. The Cybertruck has been an absolute nightmare for Tesla from the beginning. They still are incredibly hard to manufacture. Their success rate at getting good fitment is like very, very low. There's a reason they haven't been letting people tour the machine that actually does the subframe, because probably every other subframe it tries comes out incomplete and they have to keep doing it over the gigapress or whatever it is. So I'm doing all right. I'm going to shut down here in a little bit though, networking guy. So I'd be surprised if there's ever more than like 500 Cybertrucks in the entire world. I'd say closer to 100, but I'd be surprised if there's more than 500 Cybertrucks before they shut the program down, because I really think Cybertruck is just basically it was a write-off. Like, they realized that they're going to lose money on it overall. And so what they're going to do is they're going to sell the Cybertrucks just to get them out there on the road to be marketing devices for Tesla. And then they're going to use the 800-volt system from it that they developed for it, so that they finally had the same system as every other electric car that's been made in the last 4 years. Which, by the way, they said, I don't know if you guys remember this, but Elon's like, 400-volt system is better because of this, blah, 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 blah. Well, then why does Cybertruck have an 800-volt system? Again, he lied through his teeth. He's like, the vehicle, why haven't you upgraded an 800-volt system? You don't have to, because it's actually better. Like with the 400-volt system, you get this, and this. Nope. Turns out that was a lie, because the Cybertruck is an 800-volt system, a proper system like what is put in every other EV that came out before it. So what I think what he's probably going to do is he's going to sell about, maybe 100 of these, max 500. He's going to discontinue it and be like, oh, okay, now it's limited edition, right? Like only 500 people get their cars. It's limited edition, and then they'll take the system out of that, and then the next Model 3 or the next model, whatever, is going to have the new 800-volt architecture. So basically the Cybertruck and that's why the Cybertruck, have you seen the interior? The Cybertruck interior looks like it was just made for like a SEMA show. Like, there's nothing about the interior that looks like it was designed to be manufactured in a quality way, like a whole bunch. Like everything in the car looks like it was a garage project and super Spartan, right? And I think that's by design. I think it's because they don't have any intention of building like a shitload of these to get the cost down. They're just going to build as many as they can, you know, to so the public doesn't go, oh, it's vaporware and you didn't create it. And then just use what they learned on Cybertruck to actually go towards their mass manufactured vehicles moving forward. So I think anybody that bought a Cybertruck is probably going to make money on it. Just because, right? I mean, because it's going to be so rare. And that's also why they tried to sneak the clause in that said that you couldn't sell it for a year, because I think what they're going to do is they're going to produce like 100 vehicles. They're going to give those to everybody, and then they're going to announce the program shut down, and they don't want everybody to start being able to sell those vehicles, or at least they tried. I guess they took the clause out. So that's not an issue, but they didn't want everybody basically, you know, oh, there's not going to be any of these. So the 200,000 people that ordered it or whatever aren't going to be able to get their vehicle after, you know, Elon sat on their money all this time. So this is like his way to make sure that everybody doesn't go mass cancel and mass withdraw their orders yet, by just keeping them on the line and making them think they're still going to get one when they totally aren't. But then when there's no more being made, then people can sell off their car for a huge premium and people will pay it just for the oddity factor. The other thing that I don't like about the Cybertruck, and don't get me wrong, I'm fascinated they actually built it and shipped it. I think we're going to see a bunch of these things wrecked and fucked up and people dying in accidents and stuff. I don't think it's safe at all. But especially if you're outside of the vehicle. But I mean, it's literally drive-by-wire. You've seen the problems that Tesla has had with its electrical systems. I would not trust drive-by-wire to save my fucking life in that thing, right? So drive-by-wire, I don't think is a good idea for that vehicle, for the very first vehicle that they've ever done an 800-volt architecture, first vehicle they've ever done a 24-volt subsystem, and like trusting a 5-volt motor drive-by-wire and complex electronics to like connect the wheel to the steering wheel to the wheels, not a good idea. I think that's a really, really bad idea. I also don't think the finish is going to hold up. I think every single one of these is going to get keyed to fucking parking lots and fingerprints and dick juice all over, and it's gonna stain because it's popular. Even though they call it stainless steel, you can still actually stain it. And I think everybody's gonna have to get them wrapped because they're gonna just start looking like shit within like 6 months. And I mean, DeLoreans were the same way. Like they'd get all scratched up just from debris kicking up off the road and stuff like that. And then they'd basically have to regrain the metal, because if you just sand the metal, it doesn't match with everything else. Like you have to actually sand it with the right grit in the right direction to get that grain to line up. Same thing with this. So, but I honestly think this thing is the few people that do get it though, it'll be worth money, not because it's a good vehicle, not because it's like, next generation or anything like that. It's just because it's ugly, it's unique, and it's limited. That's it. Now, as far as the stats, they also fucking lie about that too. So here's the thing. So they do a demo. They pull a Porsche 911 racing another Porsche 911. Okay. And then they beat it. Kind of like the old commercial where I think they're like Model S pulled like a Lotus racing a Lotus, or it was like a Hellcat pulling a Hellcat or something. It still won. It basically, that was their version of it, was to pull a 911 with the Cybertruck and still beat a 911. Do you guys know that the top speed of the Cybertruck is locked at 112 miles an hour, even on beast mode? 112 miles an hour isn't very fast. My Subaru STI can do 177. Stock, my car can do 165. A Honda Civic SI can do 137. So hold on. So they're trying to show like, oh, this thing is just like a monster and it can beat a 911. Maybe in like the 8th mile and the quarter mile, if it's perfectly rigged with like the lowest end Porsche 911, but that fucker's gonna reel you in instantly. Like you're gonna hit 112. Like honestly, you're gonna hit max speed in a half a mile. You're already going as fast as it can go. So whatever car you're racing, you might get out in front of it like immediately, but it's going to catch right up with you and blow by you. Like you're standing still, because once you hit 112, you can't go any faster. It's speed locked at 112. So it's like, and you're going to get there fast too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, thing accelerates 0 to 60 in like 2.7 or 2.6 seconds. Like you're going to get to that 112 miles an hour within just, probably 5 or 6 seconds. And that, or not even that, probably 5 seconds flat. You're probably going to be doing 112, and then you just can't go any faster. It's just going to be like hitting a wall. You're going to be, and then, and watching the cars just blow by you. Honda Civic, fucking Geo Metro, guy on a bicycle. dirt bike. So he makes it seem like it's fast. He's like, oh my God, this is the fastest. No, fastest accelerating. Or quick, you could say. It is not fast. Not even close to fast. Like seriously, like a 1970s Chrysler Cordoba with a V8 can outrun this thing in a long enough line. So the other thing is the steering in it. Like, have you seen them steer? Like, did you see the steering test that they do where you like crank the wheel and it only goes this far? Like the wheel only turns about half a turn. And then that's full lock to lock. But then the faster you drive, it steers less and less and less. So this much steering means something completely different at every speed. So if you turn the wheel like this and you start slowing the vehicle down, it'll start steering steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper. That's going to fuck with people. People are going to wreck and roll these things and shit. Because what they're going to do is they're going to turn the wheel and slam on the brakes, and the car isn't going to steer because it's only putting in a little bit of input. And then they're gonna steer more and more and more. And then as soon as it grips up and it starts slowing down, it starts losing that wheel speed. The wheels are gonna go poink, and that fucker's gonna flip. I guarantee you, we're gonna see a flip. We will see a fucking flipped Cybertruck. It's gonna happen. And so that steering is, and plus, if you get used to driving with that steering, trying to get into a regular car, you're gonna fucking be clipping into everything. Because you're going to go to change lanes or whatever, and you're going to think you knew exactly how much, like in the Cybertruck, to change a lane, you had to do like this. And in your car, you're going to go to change a lane really fast and go like this and like not even start moving over, just rear end the person in front of you. It's just going to be crazy, man. This is going to be, this is a lawsuit waiting to happen for sure. Replacing cloud services said, it appears that the website says the top trim level Cybertruck can do 130 miles per hour, but the other two trims can do 112. Oh, they said the Beast can do 130? Oh, yesterday it said 112. I wonder if they changed it. Let me see here. What is the top speed of the Beast Cybertruck? Oh, they did upgrade it. 130. Okay, let's see. Edmonds. I mean, you're still going to get beat by a Honda Civic Si, but at least that's respectable. Like 130 miles an hour for a truck is like pretty damn respectable. But just to give you an idea, like a stock Ford F-150 non-electric pickup could do faster than 112. So that having it locked at 112 was a joke. But yeah, it does look like they upped the speed on it. Okay, let's see what it says. Warranty. You will receive access to the Tesla new vehicle limited warranty or the Tesla used vehicle limited warranty as applicable. We are not liable for any incidental, special, or consequential damages arising out of this agreement. Your sole and exclusive remedy under this agreement will be limited to reimbursement of your order fee. No resellers, discontinuation, cancellation. Tesla and its affiliates sell cars differently to end users. We may unilaterally cancel any order that we believe has been made with the view towards reselling the vehicle. We may also cancel your order and refund your order fee, order deposit, or transportation fee if we discontinue a product. Notice how they put that in there? Like brand new product just came out and they're already putting the agreement. Hey, if we discontinue this product, we can cancel your order. Cybertruck only. Oh, there's a section called Cybertruck only. You understand and acknowledge that the Cybertruck will first be released in limited quantities. You agree that you will not resell or otherwise attempt to sell the vehicle for first 1 year. Oh, I think they pulled that back out, though. I think I read that they tried to sneak it in there, and then they got called out, and then they removed it. Let's see. Tesla could have sued Cybertruck owners for reselling within the first year of ownership. They removed that language about injunctive relief. The agreement now contains no mention of resale. Okay, that's good. So they did remove it. Let's see, go back. I mean, 130 miles an hour ain't bad. Like honestly, for an 800 horsepower like super truck, I would say without it getting just like stupid, silly, dangerous, like 130 is decent. Like I'm not gonna gripe about that. 112 is just dumb, but 130 is decent. It's also a reason why you'd buy the Beast. It's like why wouldn't you buy the lesser model, the two motor version that has that's way fucking cheaper and has like 40 miles more range? I mean, the only reason to buy the Beast is because of the rapid acceleration and higher speed. Like just having the rapid acceleration, I don't think would be enough. 165 miles an hour is just a software update. Not necessarily. Remember, the primary reason why they speed limit a vehicle is because of the limitations of the other things like the brakes and regen and stuff like that. Like just because the power plant allows a car to go that fast doesn't mean that they can really allow the car to go that fast. Like for instance, the Plaid. The reason that the Plaid I think is speed limited to 165 or something like that, even though it can technically do 200 miles an hour, is because of the brakes. The brakes on the Plaid are woefully inequipped even for the speed that it has right now. If you talk to anybody that has driven a Plaid, the brakes are just like fucking like they're gone after like 1 or 2 stops from full speed. Like if you give it full speed and you get on the brakes, they're just gone. They're cooked and they don't even respond, and all you get is regen. That's it. So which is like crazy. That's why I don't know, like, why aren't there more wrecked Plaids out there? Because like the brakes just fucking go out the lunch after like 2 hard launches and stops, and it's like that's what everybody's doing, right? Pickup trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. Not all of them. My Ford Ranger XLT that I had up to almost 120. So, and let's see here. What else? Ford F-150, I thought could do 120 also. Here, let me see here. Is the top speed of the Ford F-150 turbo with that Econo boost? Yeah, 121. So yeah, the Ford F-150. Let's see here with the turbo V6 gets 121 miles an hour top speed. Yep. They do have 110 mile an hour F-150 that has the smaller engine, but the turbo Econo boost or whatever V6 does 121. And so yeah, that was weird that like an F-150 with a fucking turbo 6-cylinder could smoke the Cybertruck, at top speed. And that's only with 375 horsepower. Like it only takes 375 horsepower to get like a normal truck up to those speeds. And I guarantee you the F-150 isn't nearly as aerodynamic as the Cybertruck either. So if you want, but the thing is, you can go buy a 2015 Ford F-150 Lariat, which is like fully decked out, 4 doors, low mileage, for $26,000. So you could literally have 4 of these for basically one Cybertruck, or two brand new ones. Plus, apparently those EcoBoost motors are built pretty stout. Like you can tune them and just add another 150 horsepower without like doing much else. And then if you want, you can put an aftermarket turbo, exhaust, intake, and injectors. Fuel pump, intake, exhaust, injectors. It's like the stage 3 kit or whatever. And it's only like $1,500 or whatever, and it'll give you like another 200 horsepower. You have like fucking 700 horsepower F-150. Most trucks have a limiter chip in them to not exceed certain speeds. No, some do, but 121 is still okay. Like the Ford F-150 here in the United States, even with the speed limiter, is 121. So, but actually, most vehicles are speed limited by chips nowadays. Like any German car you buy is going to be 155. So Mercedes, Audi, Porsche. Unless it's like a 911 GT3 or something like that, where it's marketed as a high performance vehicle, they're all speed limited to 155 for some reason. Your Silverado Limited is limited to 100. Interesting. That's easy to defeat though. Speed limiters are super easy to defeat in domestic cars. They're really hard to defeat in Teslas. Because to defeat anything on a Tesla, you basically, because it talks to servers through the cellular network, and any changes that you try to make to the car or whatever will end up locking out the car or causing the car to like reset. Or at the very least, it'll void your warranty and like let Tesla know that you're fucking with stuff and lock you out. You have to be really careful with Teslas. Like hacking them can actually brick the vehicle and prevent it from charging. However, to hack cars is really easy. So like any non-Tesla car, fucking super easy. You literally plug anything into the OBD2 port and you can disable just about anything. The easiest ones though are Subarus, Honda, Toyota. Let's see what else we got here. Nissan, BMW. See what else we got. Audi. These are all the vehicles that you can defeat just by plugging a thing into the OBD port, which is pretty damn cool. Max Headroom GPT said, here's an idea for everybody listening. Buy one of those Cybertrucks, keep it garage, and just rent it out Hollywood film productions and rap music making videos. Literally pays for itself in a short time. It would too. That's seriously not a bad idea. That actually would, if you lived in California where you were close enough to LA and shit like that. Oh my God. Yeah. Just like, put that fucker on Turo, you know, for by the hour. Yeah, Ford is really easy. Ford is really, really easy to defeat. And the cool thing is all the defeats can actually be completely undone without the dealer knowing about it, which is cool. So you don't break your warranty. So like, for instance, on my Subaru, now mine's an older Subaru, but my friend who just got a 2023 STI used the exact same method and it works flawlessly. You basically hook up a cob access port. It completely reflashes the ECU. And then before you take it into the dealership for warranty work, you just basically flash the ECU back. Like you hook the little thing to it and you put the firmware back. However, rumor has it that the later model Subaru have like a resistor that burns every time you reflash it. And like, so you can only flash it a couple of times. And if the dealership's like really hardcore, they can actually count how many of the resistors are burned and see if you fucked with it. So I haven't seen anybody put that to the test yet. Like I haven't seen anybody say that they got denied warranty work on their car because of a cob access port. But I do know that Subaru got a little clever at some point and put a mechanism on there so they could see when you were actually reflashing. And they made it so you could only do it like a certain number of times. And that way, if the dealership released like an upgrade for the car or whatever, you'd put that on there and it would burn one of the resistors, and then they could log that. So that if you brought your car in and had like 3 burned resistors, but then you had the right firmware on there for the third update, then that would make sense. But if you came in and you still had like the original version of the firmware and you had like 3 resistors burned, they'd be like, oh, you've been fucking around. So there are ways they can figure it out. But not with the old cars. Like anything like 2020 and earlier, they have no idea. You can literally flash it a bajillion times. It's not just cars either. If I remember right, I think they do that on the Nintendo Switch too, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. Let's hear. Does the Nintendo Switch have a finite number of firmware flashes? Let me see if I can find this here. It's either this or maybe it was like the PSP. I can't remember which one it was, but they got clever and like each time you flash it, it takes one away and then you can't flash it anymore after that. Let's see here. Let me check with AI. Yeah, e-fuses. Yeah, they call them e-fuses. It's just a resistor. Like what they do is each time you flash the firmware, the circuit is set up so that when you establish the power to the circuit to flash the firmware and it's done, it overpowers one of the resistors and burns it, and then it goes to the next resistor. And so each time you do a flash, it's supposed to burn away one resistor, like physically burn it. Like it actually does break it, just like a fuse, right? It burns up the element. And then after they're all gone, you can't flash it anymore. It's permanently locked. Okay, there's no official information from Nintendo about a finite number of firmware flashes for the Nintendo Switch. However, some users have speculated the Switch has a limit of 256 flashes based on the number of fuses that are burnt when updating the firmware. This is not confirmed by Nintendo, and it may not be accurate. Oh, okay. So 256 flashes, that's still quite a bit. But yeah, the whole idea being is they don't want you to be able, like, because if you're trying to figure out how to brick or how to jailbreak a device, you may have to flash it thousands of times. So what they're doing is they think by putting a finite number of flashes, I thought it was way less than 256. I thought it was like 10 or something like that. By making that number low, they're basically forcing you to have to buy a whole bunch of devices. And they're hoping that that'll deter people from trying to hack devices because they'll have to buy so many of them to actually finally break it. I mean, in a way, it's kind of clever. I mean, as much as I think it's stupid because you own the device and you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with it. And then when Nintendo goes away, your device shouldn't just not be able to be used in different ways anymore. I think that's stupid. But it is clever. It is pretty clever. Yeah, the resistors are in the chip. They specifically do it so they're not serviceable. So that's wild. James said, with the crazy amounts of medication you've taken throughout your life, you ever had to take a suppository? Oh yeah. I've had to take a suppository. I've had to use a bidet to sandblast my ass. Like you name it, I've done it. If I can take stool softeners, laxatives, like whatever it takes to get the job done, brother. Luckily, the buprenorphine doesn't constipate me like the oxycodone did, though. So I don't take. I used to have to take stool softeners regularly. I don't have to anymore. I rarely get that constipated on the buprenorphine. So there you go. No one's half the battle. But I will tell you a trick. I'll leave you guys on this note, since I do want to wrap up, because I've been streaming way too long today. My throat's starting to feel itchy and I'm kind of feeling gross. I haven't had any breakfast either since I woke up. I'm going to give you guys the coolest top tip I've ever given you for life. If you are super duper constipated, you need to go buy a $25 bidet on Amazon. They're only $25. Buy the same one I got. It's tried and true. Been using it now for 2 years, and it's absolutely just like the best thing ever. Here, let me find you a link here, and I'm going to tell you what it's good for. It's not just good for cleaning your butt. It's also good when you are so constipated that you're in tears and you think you're going to have to go to the doctor and have them surgically extract that turd because it's not coming out without splitting you in twain. All you need is one of these bad boys to just blast you. Well, you just gently push and it will literally sandblast you from the inside out, melting that sucker out of you. It's the grossest thing you've ever heard. I guarantee. I apologize. I probably lost half my subscribers even just recommending this. But I'm just saying, if you are constipated to the point where you are tearing up and you cannot pass that thing because you basically have like a jagged edged golf ball stuck inside of you, all you got to do is just get that bidet lined up right on your Death Star trench and gently relax, and then just push just a little bit, just so you're prairie dogging ever so slightly, and this thing will sandblast that sumbitch down, and it'll keep going. It won't stop at the hole. It'll just go all the way up like a fucking laser beam enema. And if you sit there for a good minute and a half and just let that thing do the work, come out like butter, and you'll be free. Save you a trip to the hospital. So if that's not the kind of advice you can get anywhere else on the internet, my friends. You will not get any advice like that on the internet. Have I considered Ozempic for weight loss? Yes, I took it for a month, had bad side effects, but I did lose a ton of weight, but then I gained back twice as much. So I do not recommend Ozempic myself, but your mileage will vary. All medications are different for different people. Plus, make sure your insurance covers it, because it's over $1,000 a month and roughly $37 a pill. So if your insurance doesn't cover it, yeah, it's probably not a good thing to even try the sample, because if you can't keep taking it after that, the withdrawal is kind of weird, and you will gain back more weight than you lost. It's kind of one of those things you have to keep taking. Okay, James said, what does the worst medication do? Either taste or effect, or whatever the reason you have ever had to take. Wait, what is the worst medication? Do either did you mean taste or effect, or whatever the reason you had to take? Let me think. What would be the worst? I mean, there's some doozies, man. I mean, buprenorphine tastes like shit. Like I have to put that under my tongue 3 times a day, and it literally tastes like you're sucking off a dead squirrel. So I'd say it's not, but you get used to it, right? But they do that on purpose, right? Because you're less likely to abuse something that tastes so gross. But for me, I would have to say probably the antibiotic I had to take for a prostate infection when I was in my early 30s. So I had a prostate infection, which is incredibly rare for anybody under the age of 65. They still to this day have no idea what caused it. Like, it's a protected organ. Like, no bacteria should be able to get in there unless you have like fucking internal hemorrhaging. And so I had to take this antibiotic for 3 months. That was this pill that literally made you feel like you had to vomit. It made you feel like somebody punched you in the stomach. It made all your joints ache. It made you have hot and cold flashes. And I had to take that every single day for 3 months. However, I will say that it was better than not taking the medication, where I was literally pissing fire. Like when have you ever tried to piss when you have a kidney stone and it burns really bad and stings? Yeah, prostate infection, same thing. Like when you try to pee, it literally just feels like you're pissing a stream of like alcohol on fire. It's not fun. I'm trying to think if there's anything worse. Like what medication would have been worse than that? I mean, other than allergic reactions, I did have an allergic reaction to amoxicillin mixed with that medicine that starts with a C that boosts it. It's like amoxicillin, then they add a booster to it, and that combination gave me like full body hives for like many, many days, and I felt like I was literally like scratching my skin off. That sucked. You think Xanax is the worst thing to be on without taste as issue, sort of? I think Xanax is the worst thing to be on without taste as issues. What didn't you like about Xanax? I mean, it's different for everybody. Like Warlord said, morphine. Like morphine I don't like either. Morphine gives me a headache and gives me some weird reactions. So, but not super bad. Like I could take it in a pinch. Packed Blue said, I love these long streams. Feels like I'm hanging with friends. Oh, me too, man. I love stream. My back's killing me right now. My throat is killing me. My sinuses are killing me, but I'm still enjoying myself. It's good to have distractions. Oh, you don't like that it makes you like zombie mode. Yeah, see, for me, Xanax is amazing. I would love Xanax. If they gave me Xanax, I'd take that shit every day, which is why they probably don't give me Xanax. They gave me Xanax Junior, which is called lorazepam, but then they took that away from me too because the conflicts with opiates. When they moved me to buprenorphine, they weren't comfortable with me taking it with buprenorphine because buprenorphine is longer acting opiate, even though it wasn't as strong, and they were worried about it suppressing my breath too much. But I loved lorazepam. Lorazepam was honestly a lifesaver. So Xanax is like giving life to the meds. Interesting. Yeah, no, for me, I wish I had the lorazepam. The lorazepam made it so much easier for me to do my job. Like stress and anxiety are things that literally just compound and kill me these days. And it makes it really hard to even function at all. So the lorazepam really helped with that. But because of new state mandates and the doctors having to do a bunch more paperwork and bullshit, it's not an option for me anymore. Unfortunately. Surf said Cybertruck seems it's going to be a hit. Reviews are out and it seems pretty nice except for the looks. Well, I don't think so. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up, but I don't think so. I don't know if you missed earlier, Surfed, but they only released 10. There was only 10 Cybertrucks on release day, 4 years and 3 years after they said it was supposed to be out. And it's the drive-by-wire shit is largely unproven on the road, at least or in customers' hands almost at all. The interior is incredibly sparse. It's their first 800-volt system, so I anticipate that we're going to see a lot of weird quirks and firmware issues and autopilot issues. First 24-volt system they've done too. So it's a lot of firsts in one vehicle. I think it's just a test mule for their future mass release vehicle. I don't think they're going to release a lot of them. Like I said earlier, I'd be surprised if they release 100, maybe like 500, but it's not going to be thousands. Even the way that they rewrote everything and they went back on like all the things that they promised, like it's pretty obvious that they're not expecting too many Cybertrucks to be built. They're just releasing it to satisfy enough orders that they can say that they actually built it, so it's not another Roadster. But it'll be worth a lot of money. Like the people that buy it, oh hell yeah, they'll be the people that buy it will be happy because it's going to be a limited number vehicle, which will just make it rare. Like keep in mind, even the biggest piece of shit vehicle that doesn't even start and is a death trap is worth a lot of money after a couple of years if they only make a couple of them because of that. So my guess is whoever actually gets a Cybertruck, like everybody that ordered one isn't going to get one, not even close. But the few lucky people that actually do get a hold of one before they shut down the operation, I think that they're probably going to have a winner on their hands when it comes to reselling it. Being a Musk fan is one of the more dangerous drugs I've seen lately. I mean, Elon likes his drugs too. I mean, a lot of people don't realize Elon is a heavy ketamine user. So, and it actually shows, like you can tell, like if you go back through his history and you look at him early on to now, his ketamine usage has increased a lot. Like, trust me, like it takes one to know one. Like I haven't taken ketamine, but like the drugs and stuff that I've taken on and like observing the side effects, and even just a class of drug, it's like ketamine gives you a God complex. It gives you decreased inhibition, increased thoughts of grandeur. These are all things that Elon has actually showed like a huge increase of over the last couple of years. And so Elon is a very heavy ketamine user. Everybody thinks it's the weed that's making him act weird. No, it's the ketamine. It's definitely the ketamine. That's why he keeps making so many bad decisions. But the good news is he has good people in place at Tesla and good people in place at SpaceX. And so he spends most of his time at Twitter. Like Elon is pretty much 24/7, just Twitter. He just flies out to places to do the events and ribbon cutting ceremonies and talk on stage and take the credit. And then it's back to Twitter, right? So he eats, breathes, and lives Twitter. But that also allows the businesses to do better and make more progress. Because like Tesla and SpaceX do a lot better when he's away and distracted by Twitter. Because you got Franz running things at Tesla and you got Gwen Shotwell running things at SpaceX, and they're both amazing at their job. And SpaceX is mostly ex-NASA employees, And the Tesla plant, after all these years, has been running great under Franz. So Elon is he's just the token, face of the companies, right? He's the one that brings them all together to make it seem like they're one huge, conglomerate of the world. So, but for him, it's the fame and the power and the money. That's all he cares about. And realistically, the pussy is what he cares about more than anything. Like that's obvious. 13 kids 4 wives, numerous. Who knows how many kids are like he has that we don't even know about yet, because he already hid 2 of the kids from us with his own subordinate employee that was on his payroll. So that he cheated on while he was with Grimes. So it's like he definitely has an affinity to just always be having sex with something somewhere. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if there isn't a bunch of Musks already running around the San Francisco area from various different moms from the area. Oh my God. Let's see here. Payless Rob said, what do you say? Jerry, as a Christian, has your wife talked to Xander about who Christ was? Yes, she has. And I've talked to him about why I don't believe in Christ. And he gets to choose whatever he wants. He doesn't seem too interested either way, though. He's kind of doing his own thing right now. So, but yeah, no, my wife and I, he can take whatever path he wants. It's up to him. Tony Rossum said, never used it. Is it a drug where people say you go into K-holes? Yeah, exactly. It's a tranquilizer. It's often used in surgery. So ketamine, it's like a tranquilizer. It can cause but in smaller doses. Like again, it's the substance isn't the poison, it's the dose that's the poison, right? So ketamine in microdoses is supposed to increase your confidence, it's supposed to decrease your anxiety, it's supposed to increase your feeling of good, feeling well-being. In higher doses, it can cause light hallucination, over relaxation. And then in high doses, it can literally put you under. So, what's a K-hole? Where you take so much goddamn ketamine, you're just out of your mind. You're just zonked. So like that's your K-hole. Hydraulics, car, and the Cybertruck are neat because if there is a flood in an area, it will lift up. Oh, the clearance is really good. Like the 17-inch clearance is actually pretty badass. For me, I was completely conscious. I was just unable to move. Oh, that would fucking suck, dude. Some people have that response to different anesthetics. There's some people that have anesthetics that remember the entire operation, like can even describe like things that were happening, everything, but they were just completely paralyzed. Won't it destroy your bladder as well if you use it for too long and too much? That I don't know. That I actually haven't looked into. Like ketamine is something I'm actually genuinely interested in. Like I'm actually going to talk to my pain doctor about it as a potential option for treating some anxiety and some pain. So here, I don't know. Let's do some research. Let's see here. Can ketamine treat pain? Okay, so possible treatment for chronic pain. Researchers have found ketamine infusions may be able to get your nerves to stop firing pain signals. Oh, that would be nice. While ketamine therapy isn't typically the first treatment, it may be an option. Other pain management strategies haven't worked, and that is true. Like opiate pain, I've exhausted opiates just because I've had to take them for so long. So ketamine may be the next option. So guys, if I start showing signs of megalomania, just assume that I've started my ketamine treatment. I need to talk to my pain doctor though. He hasn't talked to me about ketamine treatment at all. But I did last time I was in his waiting room. I did see something up on the screen, like talking about, like some talk about ketamine and ketamine treatment. So I'm curious if that's something that they're just venturing into, or if it's a service they've already offered and they just never thought to offer it to me. I'm curious. You leak blood in short, and you can lose the bladder in the long run. Interesting. Well, any drug in excess is going to cause lots of problems. Wait, just for any of us who feel envious about the mop on his head, he bought that too, just like his women. No big deal. Oh, yeah, he was balder than shit. Yeah, Elon's entire hairline is just as fake as he is. The people usually get the bad use more than you use to put a horse to sleep. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. See, that's the thing is I don't want any more exhaustion. Like for me, the ketamine would have to give me less relaxation than the opiates that I'm taking. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider it. But again, ketamine doesn't have to be given in large doses. You know, depending on what the intended effect is, the dosage is completely different. But I might talk to my doctor and look into it. Plus, I think with ketamine, I don't think you take a pill or anything. I think with ketamine, don't you have to actually get it like injected or infused into your blood? So ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic used medically for induction and maintenance of anesthesia. It's also used as a treatment for depression, pain management, and as a recreational drug. Ketamine is a novel compound that was derived from phencyclidine in 1962 in pursuit of a safer anesthetic with fewer hallucinogenic effects. Interesting. Well, I mean, shit, that solves a lot of my problems right there. I mean, okay, so it's a treatment for depression and pain management. So those are actually two things that could be very helpful. Hold on here. I'm going to ask some more questions here. Oh shit! Come on. Because I am genuinely interested. I'm one of those people where it's like anything that can improve your quality of life to make what life you have left more livable is a good thing. Kind of sucks. Stimulants for ADHD, not what they do. I love that because they don't work 24/7. Wish I could ADHD suppression 24/7. Me, not so much. I feel a little bit different about that. Like sometimes I like my ADHD. As long as I don't have to focus on anything and I'm just playing a video game or something like that, I prefer ADHD. Like I take my Adderall if I have to focus on something. I prefer not being on Adderall if I'm just like watching shows and just like dinking off and shit like that. Okay, so according to web researchers, like ketamine can be obtained in pill form, but it is not a common or approved way of using it. Oh, okay. So ketamine is usually prescribed as a liquid or powder for intravenous injections or as a nasal spray. That's weird. However, some compound pharmacies may make tablets that are absorbed sublingually or held in the mouth. That's how I take buprenorphine. The dosage of these tablets can vary from 10 to 200 milligrams per tablet, depending on the prescription and pharmacy. Holy shit. That's so it goes all the way from 10 to 200 milligrams. God, that's the widest gamut I've seen of any medication that treats anything. Wow. So, okay. So 10 milligrams must be considered like almost a non-existent microdose, probably for like treating anxiety and shit. And then like 200 milligrams got to be pain management. That's got to be the upper echelon of pain management. Well, I'm definitely going to talk to my doctor because this seems like this might actually be something worth looking into. Is ketamine treatment legal in Washington state with prescription? To make sure it's not like a banned substance in Washington state. I don't think it is though, because my pain doctor did have a thing in up on the screen that said that it was something they were doing. So, all right. So according to the web, ketamine treatment is legal in Washington state with a prescription from a licensed and ketamine experienced physician. However, the exact legalities and regulation may be dependent on the type of location and what ketamine clinic, the dosage and form of ketamine, and the condition being treated. Therefore, it is important to consult your doctor. Yeah, no, obviously I'm going to consult my doctor. I'm not going to go take fucking illicit ketamine off the street. That's the dumbest thing you could do because everything you get off the street is fucking laced with fentanyl now. Like, don't even fuck with that shit. No, I'm gonna talk to my doctor about this. Like, I this is something I'm really surprised he didn't mention this though. And the reason why and sometimes it could just slip people's minds, right? If they're already on a treatment regimen that works, why talk about anything else? But I'm actually surprised that he hasn't brought it up if they actually have it there, which I think they do because it was up on the screen. Because it's like we've been trying to find an alternative for opiate-based pain management. Because we already had to go to buprenorphine because it was longer, it lasts longer with fewer doses, and it absorbs less of it absorbs into the system. So and that's worked well for sleep, but it hasn't worked well for pain relief. Like my pain is way worse. Like I was way more functional making videos and doing my job on oxycodone than I was on buprenorphine, but I do sleep better on buprenorphine and I have less highs and lows. The oxycodone was all over the fucking place. Buprenorphine is much more stable. However, in the search for other things, we've talked about, like Ultram and stuff like that, which I've tried, Dilaudid, tried. all that stuff, but never once has ketamine actually came up. And it's funny because ketamine doesn't just treat pain, it also treats anxiety, which is my second largest symptom behind pain. So it just kind of surprises me that the doctor was never like, we should talk about ketamine. That's interesting. If they go too far, they just remove it and replace it with a bag. Awesome. Let's see here. To be honest, my wife used it and she had several health issues, and it did release her extreme pain for a few days after the process. Oh shit, hey, even a few days. Like, remember when I used to get my steroid injections, right? That was a wonderful thing. That was a wonderful thing when they worked. They didn't always guarantee to work, and it was incredibly painful to get, but when they did work, oh my God, it was magical. It'd like bring me to tears. It was like the only times I can remember in the last 10 years where I felt normal. And but of course, insurance doesn't pay for those, so that got taken away. Sad. Katie Ensign, considering your background in technology, what advancements or innovation in tech-related health solutions do you find most exciting or promising for the future of healthcare? AI, 100% AI. I believe that the rate at which we're discovering technology, new materials, scanning the things like the genome, figuring out methods for interacting with biology and stuff. I think honestly, AI is going to accelerate every single one of those fields 1,000 times. And I'm super excited about AI actually giving us access to cures and treatments that we otherwise wouldn't have had access to for decades and a matter of, months and years. The thing that I'm worried about, though, is the FDA isn't going to be used to AI. So they're still going to hold it to like the same stringent testing standards as we have for human error. And so, they could have a cure for cancer and nobody's going to see it for like 10 years officially. They probably will through like last chance programs and experimental treatments and stuff like that. But our system just moves way too fucking slow. Ketamine treats the brain totally, yet the results will vary. Well, that's true with every medication. Every medication you have to try it to see how you respond to it. Like no two people respond to medications exactly the same. Let's see here. So if you think of using it, be careful. Barnacules is strong stuff. Well, keep in mind at one time I was taking a shitload of oxycodone every day. So I'm no slouch when it comes to the strong stuff. However, I do not want to be a zombie. If the ketamine ends up making me a zombie, then that's probably not worth it. However, I would welcome it, even if I had to, have like 5 days of just fucking blissed out of my mind, like drooling on myself. That would be very welcome to at least give me some like rest to catch up on, so that I could actually be normal for a little while after that. Let's see here. Yeah, the carnivore is definitely not for me. So, and it won't get me off meds. Packed Pluto, I know you genuinely think that. There's been tons of people that genuinely think that. Nope, already been down that road. It will not get me off the meds. Nothing can get me off the meds, sadly. The problems that I have on my back are inoperable, and they're not weight related. Losing weight would more likely just help me with sleep, which is very welcome, but it's honestly not the cause of my mobility issues. I have more than enough muscle mass to lift me and 2 others of me. It's not the muscles, it's not the movement, it's my physical damage to the joints and the nerves themselves in my spinal cord. So there's unfortunately nothing that's gonna help get me off the meds. However, I would like to lose some weight for other reasons. And the other thing too is I have to make sure that anything I do to lose weight, which is why I ordered a treadmill. It should be here actually today. It's supposed to be delivered today. I don't know if they're going to or not. But yeah, once my treadmill gets here, it'll enable me to finally walk again. I haven't been able to walk outside because I keep getting stranded around the neighborhood, and I get sick of people driving by and open their doors. Hey, are you okay? Can I get you some help? Like, it's fucking scary, man. You feel vulnerable when you can't like get up and run away from somebody. But yeah, I'm hopefully going to be able to walk on that, and then I can just walk to failure and then limp my ass to bed and rest and then do it again. And hopefully I can just do a whole bunch of those sessions a day, because the exercise is going to do more good for me than the diet right now. And then the diet can come later. But again, the diet has to be able to work indefinitely. I can't just do a diet, lose a bunch of weight, because then I'll just gain all the way back and then some, because it fucks up it resets your whole metabolism to be contingent on another diet. And then if you can't maintain that for the rest of your life, then you end up just gaining more weight back. Truth is, I'd probably be 100 pounds lighter if it wasn't for everybody convincing me to do diet, do this, where I lose a bunch of weight, they praise me, and then at the end it's not sustainable. And then when I stop the diet, it changes my metabolism. I injure myself, can't work out, and then I gain all the weight back and then some, and then it's just rinse and repeat. Where if I just didn't do it in the first place, I would have just hovered around the same weight indefinitely. I know you hate weed, but your sleep issues is a huge disadvantage to you. Take a big dose edible just a few hours before bed. No, I already tried. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, but I'm glad it helps other people. I really do. And hi, clearly you enjoy it by your name. No, for me, it's not a matter of just, I don't like how it makes me feel when I'm awake and stuff. No, it literally makes me physically ill and I have to throw up, and throwing up on a CPAP while you're sleeping is not good. So, but no, I'm not against any substance. Like any substance that makes your life better and makes life more tolerable is a good thing. And a lot of people don't understand, but like when you're in a situation where you have chronic pain that you cannot escape and there is no way out, it's like you start thinking about suicide a lot. And there was a couple times in my life where I almost succeeded. And it's so it's important to try to stay as comfortable as possible, even if it seems like it's an evil, because remember, it's the less of two evils. If I can live 10 years being able to tolerate my existence versus committing suicide because there's absolutely no escape and I'm cornered in the worst pain of my life and I cannot knock myself out and I cannot get away from it, that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. So it's really good to put yourself into a situation where you can manage the pain. Let's see here. Tony Rosum said, do you ever try low dose melatonin gummies for sleep? Oh yeah. Last night I took melatonin to sleep. I take melatonin most nights now. It does give me terrible nightmares, but I find that I still get better sleep overall. So it's like the weird and terrible nightmares are preferable to just not getting any good sleep. But yeah, I suffer from chronic stress. I have chronic fatigue now, and all of it just compounds, and the stress and anxiety of not being able to work as much as I need to and provide for my family, it compounds and it just creates this feedback loop that's just fucking me. So in order to dig myself out of it, I have to find some level of comfort and some amount of rest. If I can get those two things, then the rest of the other shit can start getting fixed. Wait, is there a reason why dosage-based medications don't have a consistent increase? Like I've seen a lot of meds, it will be like 5, 10, 15, 50. What about all the in-betweens? Oh, because so what happens is you get used to it. So they focus on like doubling. So the first couple are like baby doses to get you used to it. But then once you get to a certain point, it's like just going up a little bit isn't even noticeable because it's such a small percentage. So like the percentage difference between like 5 and 10 milligrams, it's like a 50% jump. And then 10 to 15, that's a 25% jump. But if you went from 15 to 20, then it just keep getting smaller. Then be a 5% jump and a 2% jump. So that's why you'll see them go usually from like 5 to 10 to 15, then to 30, then to 50. And then some of them, it's just because at a certain point, you're trying to go from the half effect to doubling it rather than just going up a little, going up a little, going up a little. And the other thing too is usually medicines that come in those dosage, they're scored tablets. So like the reason that they jump from 15 to 30 is because you can cut it in half technically. And if you cut it into half, then it becomes 2 15s, right? Or if you have a 10 and you cut it in half, it becomes 2 5s. So you can kind of like mix and match. So if you have like if you have a 15 and you have a 10, you can cut that 10 in half and then that'll give you a 20. Or you can take the 10 on top of the 15, that gives you a 25, or you can take a 30 and, so you can kind of like cut them, score them and mix them and match them and get all the in-between doses if you really want to be that precise. But most people don't. It's like if you're on 15 and 15 is completely ineffective, then you just jump to 30. But guys, as much as I've loved this stream today, and I really have loved this stream, you guys have been absolutely amazing. And I appreciate everything that you guys have done for me and Aux for the holiday season. You guys have been amazing, but I think I'm going to go and try to find something to eat because I haven't eaten anything since I woke up this morning. All I've had is coffee, so I'm a bit jittery. And plus I need to go take my second dose of pain medication because my back is fucking killing me. But in the meantime, oh yeah. And for those of you guys wanting to know about Xander's Christmas list, just in case anybody joined late, if you were one of the people that wanted to get Xander something for Christmas, you're not obligated. It's just for the people that asked me specifically for the Christmas list. It's pinned over on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. Miss Barnacules and I fixed it too. So the address now is corrected. So you don't have to enter an address. It'll just know where to send the stuff. And I appreciate it. And as for the rest of you guys, don't even worry about it. There's no obligation whatsoever. I'm literally putting that up just for the people that a bunch of people messaged me and kept asking if I was going to put it up again this year. So we did. And we just wanted to put it somewhere where everybody could find the link. All right, you guys, I love your faces. You're amazing. Thank you for the great tech talk. I really needed this today. This has been an amazing stream. And I'll see you guys again on Moon Day over on Twitch, hopefully around 3 or 4 p.m. Let's see here. What do we got here? Cybernetics and biohacking are central to transhumanism discussions. How do you see these areas evolving? And do you think it'll become more mainstream in the coming years? Oh, 100%. Biohacking is already happening, but both at a professional and garage level. Cybernetics, I mean, with Neuralink taking progress and all of the computer brain interfaces and shit they're doing with augmented reality, eye tracking and stuff like that. I mean, it's getting closer and closer and closer to being like, you know, what we would see as a cyborg, right? So I do think it's something that we're going to see a lot of. I think AI again is going to accelerate it because I think people are going to want to find ways to merge AI into our daily life, and it's going to start with it being on our cell phone, then it's going to be in our earbud, then it's going to be, you know, in our contact lens or in our glasses, and it's just going to keep getting closer and closer and closer until pretty soon we literally just have, you know, a direct port going right into our optic nerve and our hearing, or fuck that, skip it all, right? Just have a fucking port sticking out of the back of your neck that's like wired up right after birth that goes into your brain that they can just plug into and run diagnostic tests and get all the data from you. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all computers, right? We all run on electricity. We're just biological. It's the only difference. We're biological, but we still operate on electricity. All of our neurons firing, all the data that travels through our brain is all neuroelectrochemical. So we're just fancy computers. But we create computers now that are fancier than our computers, and those computers are we better use them to augment ourselves, because if we don't stand a fucking chance of keeping up with anything. All right, guys, take it easy. I love your faces. Until next time, peace out. Okay, there we go. I figured it out.